Live across Australia, SEN one-day cricket, Australia versus England.
Over the wicket, at him, he's bowled him! It's the taken! It's a movie script! Jumps out, smashes the ball over mid-wicket for 6!
For Henley completed homes, now selling in Clyde North and Tarneit, henley.com.au. Australia versus England on SEN Cricket.
The months while we've been away and we want to finish on a high.
You're obviously one change. Any others?
Myself and Ollie Stone come back in for Moeen Ali and Adil Rashid.
All the best. Pat, in you come. Happy to be batting?
Oh, yeah, it's all right. Probably would have had a bowl as well, but, doesn't make a big difference here.
Now, a bit of drama I hear from your camp this morning. Can you just tell us what's happened?
No, all good. Same, 11 other than myself in for Starkey. There's a couple of late fitness tests, but everyone's come up good.
And what were those fitness tests?
A couple of the boys a bit of stiff backs, but they've had a hit in that little rain break and they're good to go.
Okay, and you've obviously had a great series so far, 2-0 up. What are the key things that you've been doing so far that you'd like to bring into this game and to complete the series with a clean sweep?
I thought we've batted really well. The boys have summed up kind of what they needed to do and started with real busyness and intent. It's been really good, and the bowlers, everyone's just chipped in, so it's been good so far.
And just one change for your side then, so you come in for?
Mitch Stark, he's hopefully at home on the couch.
Okay, all the best for the game today.
Thank you.
So news from the middle, England have won the toss and have elected to field first.
So Australia to bat shortly. There is a second change in the Australian side. Abbott is in for Agar. So 2 changes in either side. Adam Collins is in place at the start of our broadcast. Hello to you, Collo.
G'day, Gerard. Yes, I love the fact that it's the 150th one-day international here. Of course, it was the host of the first one-day on the 5th of January 1971 when they weren't able to get a test match up due to it raining all in the previous week. They had a 40-over hit out here. They didn't know what it would be. And here we are, 51 years later, and it's a format of the game that's under siege a bit at times, but it's been one that's delivered plenty of memories, as you mentioned before.
I feel like we should establish a top 5 ODIs before our work is done here today. There's an underarm which lives in notoriety. There's a World Cup final. There was a night when Warney had to go and becalm the masses. There are tight finishes. There are big innings. I feel like we should trawl the memory of Melburnians. 0433 98 11 16. The great one-dayers that you've been to at the ground, and see what we could come up with as a list by the end of our work today.
Work in progress. Like it. I like it. You've taken me by surprise. One thing that comes to mind is 92, the victory speech from Imran Khan. Mm-hmm. From memory, he forgot to thank the players.
There's also the day where you hit was it a 21-ball half-century, Simon, against New Zealand?
Stop.
Can we do that?
Stop it.
We've got a sweeping shower across the ground, so they're going to put the Hessian out. What are we, a 20 past 2 start, so it'll be sporadic, I suspect, through the early part of the afternoon, and then we'll see how matters settle beyond that.
Last time we sat here was for an Australia-England contest, Gerard.
We never got a
We spoke as we are now for around 7 hours. Now, you are not going to torment me today with that, are you?
No, that would be a cruel and unusual punishment. No, I feel more optimistic today. This is a slight setback, but I don't think they'll put any of the serious covers down.
I've just got no more fill in me.
No, I totally understand that.
Zero.
So trawl your memories through for great one-day internationals here at the MCG. We'll have sort of 2 categories, the definitive games, but also just your favourite memories of being here. We routinely get to relive those on Fox Cricket when the old Channel 9 half-hour highlights packages are there and you can be transported back in time. Sometimes I feel like those games from the 80s are vastly better than any of the live action we're getting now.
There was a brilliant episode on Twitter over the last couple of days, Tony Greig, Bill Laurie commentary, and Tony Greig, a wicket had fallen and the camera shot panned to a lovely-looking lady in the crowd, and Tony said, fantastic, look at her, Bill, she's lovely, isn't she? And Bill said nothing. And then Tony said, well, say something, Bill, say something. He said, you dug the hole, you fill it in. It was absolutely magnificent.
Oh, dear. 0433 98 11 16 to play along with us throughout the afternoon and the evening. The 40 Winks temper texts. Yeah, they're not going to put any of the real covers down. I still think we'll be fine for 20 past 2. So Australia win the series 2-0. I think Josh Butler has managed to sort of bury his enthusiasm for this series deep whenever he's spoken about it. I think their work here is quite rightly done, but the point for Australia has been throughout these games is it's vital to individuals, and so the opportunities. Travis Head at the top of the order. Got away once, was okay in Sydney. Adam Zampa and Steve Smith are in a head-to-head duel for the man of the series. 7 wickets and 2 half-centuries. I feel like it's an important day for Marcus Stoinis. He'd be the shakiest member of this team at the moment. And Sean Abbott gets a look, Colo, at his 8th one-day international.
I think you're right about Marcus Stoinis especially, because that logjam eventually will return with... I'm not sure when Glenn Maxwell returns to consideration, but at some point he will, of course, ahead of the World Cup. And this year, Marcus Stoinis, 11 innings, 178 runs at 19, with no half-century. So that's starting to stand out. It's a fairly big sample size. And, yeah, there are others like Sean Abbott who have played 7 one-dayers going back to 2014. He's played a game at the MCG, actually, a T20 international, when he first started as a youngster in 14. But he was excellent earlier in the year against New Zealand. So he'll be thinking about a spot on that plane to India next year and jumping the pecking order a little bit. And a great opportunity here at the MCG on a surface that should support his style of bowling. If it's anything to go by in the World Cup, Gerard.
And those Stoinis numbers, he's a batting all-rounder. He's not a bowling all-rounder. So his batting has to stand up. And to present those numbers over a period of time, it is query time on where he sits in that order, because you can't be presenting those sort of figures when you're relied upon to regularly to a level be making half-centuries.
Yeah, and I think in India, the 2 all-rounders are going to be Green and Marsh. Marsh's record in white ball cricket on the subcontinent, I think we'll have him ahead of Stoinis, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see just Green be promoted to the top of all such lists.
I've just got to watch Marsh and Green a little more. Their variety in their bowling is minimal from the point of view. They're both similar height, both sort of similar actions, and they're just, particularly in Green's case, he's learning the craft of changing pace and length. Whether that's they're right to be playing in the same side and taking a bowling spot, I'm not completely convinced yet. I just need to see a little more, particularly variety from Cam Green, just to say I'm growing up, I'm working into this, I'm understanding what's required of me at this level.
Yeah, it's a good competitive tension to have in the setup. I think, in India, Agar and Zampa will both play, so there may only be room for one anyway.
Does Agar give enough variety these days? Has he just become that dart bowler? It's just a little bit that I've noticed here in these 2 one-days he's played. Gee, there's a lot of deliveries at 100 plus.
I think that's why they use him in the power play, because they can trust him early on. So he uses the new ball pretty well. Really good in Sydney in the first spell that he bowled. They took to him in the second spell when Vince and Billings tried to put a dent in that chase. But I think the difference with him is that they can trust him. If the seamers are going around, they've got that option inside the first 10 with the
and it's just that, again, that variety. So I'm taking, and I think he's a wonderful bowler at this level in white ball cricket, Ashton. But I'm seeing too much T20 in the 50-over arena. It's probably part confusion that he just needs to get his head right to say where he's going today, and he's bowling 60 balls and not 24.
The middle is set, so the Hessian has been removed. The stumps are in, so we'll pause briefly and we'll bring you back for the first ball of this 3rd one-day international in the Australia-England series. England has won the toss and sent Australia into bat. A stiff breeze blows out of the west in Melbourne on a chilly Tuesday afternoon. Australia will momentarily begin this 3rd one-day international against England. They will be batting after Josh Butler won the toss and sent them in. It is going to start under grey skies, but a little bit brighter than it has been at various stages. And it will start with just a sprinkling of fans. So a long way from the heyday of one-dayers here. This is the 150th ODI played at the ground. So there's some fun to be had on a nostalgia point of view as our afternoon unfolds. Paul Rifle and Paul Wilson, the 2 umpires, make their way out into the middle. England have Butler and Stone replacing Moeen and Rashid. And for Australia, Cummins and Abbott in for Stark and Agar. It means Australia's batting lineup is Travis Head and Dave Warner at the top. Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne. Alex Carey bats 5. Mitch Marsh and Marcus Stoinis the middle order. Sean Abbott, Pat Cummins, Adam Zampa and Josh Hazlewood. So Head's had a busy start to his time at the top of the order permanently. He's been prolific as a fill-in, but he's got scores of 69 and 19, while Warner opened with an 86 that looked destined for a century in Adelaide and was out half-heartedly sweeping the other day in Sydney for 16. So they're just the other side of the rope. Next opportunity, Simon O'Donnell for Travis Head.
Yeah, it certainly is. I don't know if there's still a question mark there. I must admit, I'm quite happy where he sits. I'm quite happy where he sits in the Test order. I'm quite happy where he sits now in this this Australian order, particularly when his partner, his left-handed partner, he's 35. So I think it's important we get Travis Head some time there and to settle in and not be going to 4 and 5 and then opening. I think it's a bit of a Mark Waugh thing, if you like. He started in the middle order, you're bringing up the top. Just leave him there for a bit. Let him settle. Let him get to know his surrounds and what's expected of him, because I think he's a key ingredient going forward when the David Warner era eventually comes to an end.
Yes, so more than replacing him, you're actually forecasting what your replacement for Warner looks like to join Head, who'll be 18 months, 2 years into his opening by then.
And he has that devastation about his batting. When he goes, he really go. And there's been that criticism that he gets caught square of the wicket at times, mainly in red ball cricket. He can get away with it here. So I think because of that dynamic factor in his batting, he's really good at the top of the order.
So he's going to take the first ball today. Travis Heads. Come down to the members to do his gardening. There's a tinge of green, as we have come to expect from the pitches pre-Christmas here.
I've loved the pitches here over the last couple of years. There's been something in them. They're bouncing and the keepers are taking them shoulder height while the ball's still rising. And those pitches are also very good to bat on. Once you get in, generally, once the ball it has a true bounce and you get yourself in, they are good to bat on. So I'm really thrilled the way that this MCG wicket now has got that bit of pace in it, that you bat correctly, you get yourself in, you can play long innings and get value for shots. Because the two pace and the uneven bounce drives you mad.
Yes.
In the end. Drives you mad.
So I think what we saw out of the World Cup suggests that there'll be plenty of seam early on, and hopefully the conditions overhead, well, that was what Joss Butler was hinting at, is the conditions overhead make that a possibility. Yeah, so you're probably in the mid 200 rather than the low 300s, aren't we? The pitch here these days.
250 to 280s, that sort of total here, I think is going to be competitive, albeit the way that teams now bat from that 20 to 40 overs is startling. It seems really limited risk, and then you look at the scoreboard and you think, Struth, they've been going 7 and over.
Yeah. So just about ready to start this match at the MCG. The countdown expires. Play is called. Chris Wokes has the ball under the worn stand. Travis Head has 2 slips behind him. So Wokes to start, bowls to Head. He's in behind, defending to the leg side. No run.
You think the countdown is a raging success to the first ball? Because already I think the referees have had an issue with it in Qatar for the World Cup. It was 4 seconds to go and he blew the whistle for the kick-off. He'd had enough.
They've had the odd timing issue, haven't they? Over at Qatar. There was one of the NFL games the other day couldn't start because the tech had all failed. So they were a bit behind. Head faces up to Wokes. He drives an edge, flies down through third slip. Great fielding down at third man. A sprawl from Sam Curran. Pulled it in one-handed. Had no right to stop that. Splendid work. He might have hurt himself in the transaction, but he saved 3 runs.
Well, that's exactly what Travis Head brings to the table. That drive was on. He went for it. He got a thick enough edge to get it away wide of the 2 slips. A brilliant bit of fielding. Sam Curran, well, that's what he's known for. He likes to be in the game, part of it. and in your face, and that's exactly what he's done here. Second delivery of this match is say, hey, I mean business.
Oh, Curran's fielding full tilt to his right on the dive, got it in the fingers, stopped it cleanly, heaved it in. The Tyre Power replay, your trusted local. It's getting brighter and brighter overhead, which is lovely. Just trying to sort out the spacing of the slips with Milan at first slip. Butler's our keeper, and Dawson is the second slip. Wokes is over the wicket. He bowls to Warner, who defends the ball to point. No run.
Resting a bit easier today, though, at Milan. I think when they did the warm-up, and then he would have listened to Pat Cummins at the coin toss and said, we hope Mitch Stark is at home on the couch. That was some sort of delivery. He bowled him in Sydney.
Was it ever? Fella coming off 100 and you get one of those on your third ball. Wokes looking to create something at the start of England's bowling. Warner nibbles at a ball. He won't quite beat point. Roy dived away to his left, took the pace off it. And the Australians get a single.
Early indicators, both sides are up and about. Two bits of England fielding already have been just spot on. You know, saving runs. They saved 2 there. There was 3 for sure if it got into the outfield. A full dive to the left, and we've seen a full dive from Sam Curran here to the right, right down in front of us.
Owen Alley just trots around down below us, around to Curran, I suspect, who needs a little bit of assistance. Head defends the rising delivery, blunts it to the offside. No run.
The interesting bowler, Wokes, I find him interesting in that some days he gets it right and looks really dangerous, and other days he looks close to insipid. But you look at the pace on the TV indicator and it's saying 133, 135, but it just looks like he's pushing it up there and everyone's driving him through the covers for 4.
Wokes is bowling to Head, who clips him off the inside portion of the bat. He gets it crisply past the square leg umpire. He'll get 3 at least out into the deep. They turn as Stone arrives, and it's the long throw in from under the Ponsford stands. So a couple of singles and a 3 to round out the over. 5 from it. Australia, none for 5.
Get the power of safer tyres before you go on holidays. A road safety message from Tyre Power.
Correct tyre inflation is the single most important part of tyre care. It helps keep them in good condition to provide optimum performance and maximum life. The best thing you can do before a long journey is check your tyre pressure and top them up with air if needed. And don't forget to check the spare tyre too.
Get the power of expert advice. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Visit tyrepower.com.au for your local owner operator.
Australia sent into bat after England won the toss. None for 5. Head is 4. Warner is 1. David Wheatley is going to be bowling from the members' end. SEN cricket for henley.com.au. Gerard, Wheatley and Simon O'Donnell with you. Chris Rogers is on his way to us after Victorian training today, and Adam Collins rounding out our quartet. And the sun might even be through, Simon.
It's magnificent.
Maybe we'll need the zinc after all.
Yeah, zinc, sunglasses. The canary yellow is very yellow today. When that sun comes out, doesn't it get yellow?
That's been the real feature of this series, is to see Australia back in proper canary yellow. No Australian gold here, my friend. Willie saunters in. He bowls full. That was pretty gentle. It's reached down and tapped away by Head. No run.
I'm right. I think David Willie's played 63 one-day internationals for England. Somewhere in that 60 mark. I've never seen one. Now, that's not that I haven't followed him, but I've never seen this young fella play before. He's played 63 games.
Yep. He is left arm over the wicket. He bowls to Head. It's down the leg side and will be signalled as a wide. He's good in Adelaide. His second spell. Really the only moment of note for England in the field that night. He was able to come back and take a couple of wickets.
Or I should say, not that I haven't seen him play. I've seen him play on this tour, but not before he came on this tour, and he played 60-odd one-day international. I thought, where's this bloke come from? But he was sort of brand new.
They creep up on you. He rolls in and bowls to head, reaches for the wide one, and he's dropped it second slip. It flew off the edge. Liam Dawson went leaping into the air, but he couldn't haul it in. Down to the boundary for 4.
He has such a dash at that width, doesn't he? Oh, that was... Well, I think it probably would have been called a wide.
Yeah,
as Trevor said, the whole bat went at it. A thick edge. There's a little bit of glove from the slipper, but that was going at a rate of knots.
He was drawn and drawn and drawn to the swinging ball. Up went Dawson, and it got between the thumb and the forefinger of his right hand. Willie on the follow-up, bowls full, and it is shaping away considerably, so much so that it's signalled a wide. Simon said, what would have happened with the previous? None for 11.
It's the sort of start Travis Head likes, just to get into some... Now, risk-taking, yes, but the blood's flowing. I think it's the way he likes to play when he's wearing the canary yellow.
Yeah. And the whites too. Willie bowls to him, and Head is driving full face of the bat. Well fielded by Willie in his follow-through. I just made the observation the other day. I haven't seen another cricketer with such a high shot-to-ball ratio. He plays his shot at 95% of balls.
I think if you were his coach, it would take you a while to warm to him, because you'd keep saying, whoa, 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 stop taking so many risks. Cut it out. Yeah. Use your defence, use your defence.
He makes me nervy just watching him. Willie bowls, heads, drives out to mid-on, goes with the stroke, fielded by Curran. He throws in at the striker's end. Warner had beaten at home. So none for 12. Willie started dot wide, 4, which was a drop catch wide. He's thrown it all around the place, just trying to find his range. Dot 1 since.
Wouldn't think it very often in one day international cricket that you'd be thinking, Dave Warner's on strike.
They've got the deep backward square and third man in place. 2 slips, a short fine leg, backward points, cover, mid-off and mid-on. That's how Butler's set his fields. Willie sets in and he bowls to Warner. It's full, it's left alone, shaping away from him.
Get on with it.
Warner's played his best shots off-field in the past 24 hours.
Really good conversation. I'm going to come back to that.
Yeah.
Really good conversation to have with Travis Head, of coaches over his career and how they've approached him and his batting. Because he's stayed strong. He's stayed to where he thinks his strengths are.
He's a bit headstrong, do you, Simon? Warner defends the ball to point, and you heard his fellow. So an 8-ball over for Willie to get himself underway. It's none for 12 after 2.
JB Hi-Fi's Mega Price Blitz is on now with crazy deals, like a Samsung Z flip-free phone for half price. JB stores open till 9 tonight.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
4,500 in at the start of play at the MCG. Australia invited to bat first, none for 12. Head is 8, Warner is 4. Wokes is bowling from the worn end. His right arm over the wickets and he's bowling to Travis Head. He's wrapped on the pads. They're up and asking, given. Paul Rifle raises the finger. The modern convention is that Travis Head will send this upstairs for review. Wokes liked it as it cannoned into the pads with a little bit of encouragement from Warner. Head has sent it to DRS.
TV umpire to director. We have a player
the key
review
is
for LBW.
where he was in his crease. He's back on the stumps. I think he's in strife. If he's on the popping crease, I think he's got half a show for height.
This will be our first tester
Run coming up now.
Replay.
Okay. It appears there's no bat. We'll confirm that with leg side hotspot, please.
So he's behind the popping crease. He is off the ground. It's up above the knee
Leg
roll.
side hotspot coming up. I've got nothing on the bat there. Can we go to Snicko, please? Snicko coming up.
There's a big gap.
And
between
flat line as it goes past the bat. There's no bat involved, so can we go to ball tracking when it's ready?
Travis Head about to learn his fate.
Pitching, we've got pitching outside leg stump. So you'll be overturning your decision. Paul, you're on.
It must have been 51% of the ball outside leg. It did not look that way, I must say. I'd love to see the rest of the projection to give us an idea on height. That is a very lucky reprieve for Travis Head.
Oh, dear. The bowler would be bitterly disappointed with that.
Like that ball is pitching in line with leg stump. The idea to label that outside leg on what we saw is a bit of a technological nonsense, to be honest. None for 12. Head faces up to Wokes. He clips off the hip. Down through backward square for a single. Stone up to field from fine leg. None for 13. I don't think that's what Head thought he was reviewing. I think he was reviewing height.
Yep. And that's a fair indicator where the ball's pitched.
And up over the top. So that the rest of the projection is much more helpful, I think, for where it leaves us for the rest of the day.
I would have been happier if they went through with that instead of saying pitched outside leg.
Yep. So either way, he would have got away with it. Wokes bowls to Warner, who leaves outside the off stump.
Bathed in sunshine. This is magnificent.
How the sun is getting through the cloud cover, we can see it's clearly there's a little gap up above us. It's heavy grey cloud looking out over the warm stand.
Just magnificent. I haven't seen this since February earlier this year.
I haven't known a month like this in Melbourne. It's been abysmal. Yesterday was one of the worst days I can recall in this town. Warner is forward. He thought about driving. Just checked the shot. Defends to mid-on. Hale was coming in sideways.
We have on our little farm this green grass. If you drove onto the face, say, "Oh, how magnificent!"
Yeah.
There's 6 inches of water underneath it. You couldn't even, if a crow went on it, to drown.
Warner's on one. Wokes bowls to him. He defends the ball to point.
And it was a bit like the night we were here for the Australian-England game. All of the country is just saturated, and it can't take any more water. You'll get Monday and Tuesday, no rain. Wednesday, 5 mil. Just fills up what had dried out on Monday and Tuesday. And then Friday, you'll have 15 mil.
Yep.
And it's been the most extraordinary period of time, 6 months from an agricultural point of view, where nothing has dried out.
Yeah.
Just potholes, tracks, everything everywhere. Driving you absolutely insane.
Warner is driving on the up, just wide of mid-off. The dive was pretty quick from James Vince. Couldn't quite haul it in. So they've had a couple of half chances. England, one for either batter, and they've had an LBW overturned on DRS. None for 15 after 3 overs is the total of it.
Get the power of safer tyres before you go on holidays. A road safety message from Tyre Power.
Having out-of-balance tyres causes uneven tread wear and an uncomfortable ride. You'll also cop excess wear on your suspension and other parts of your vehicle. If you experience severe vibration while driving, especially highway speeds, get your tyres dynamically balanced at your local Tyre Power store straight away.
Get the power of expert advice. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Tyre Power.
Get the power!
Just not quite falling England's way at the moment. Australia none for 15. Head chops an inside edge into the pads. It slews away to backward point. No run. Feel like in flight Warner thought he might have been shot then.
Giveaway when you take the hand off the bat as well. It's like that errant drive on the first tee when you're hitting off and looking forward to your game of golf, and after the first shot, you already know it's going to be an ordinary day. His hand came off. He knew he'd mistimed it, and it just possibly held up a little off the pitch.
Lucky escape. Willie bowls. Head is beaten past the outside edge. There's a lot going on with the conditions out in the middle. Got the breakdown of how much of the ball was pitching at leg. So the first set of stitching is in line. The second stitch is outside.
Oh.
So
that's stiff.
It's an interesting...
You wouldn't want to be a bowler.
No.
You just would.
Willie bounces in, heads in behind, blocking the ball to mid-off. Feel like Head and Warner have decided that this is a little bit of a survival period now.
I think Head with width will still go. It's interesting, David Willey, 128 kilometres per hour there. Chris Wokes is going at 137. I would have thought they were pretty similar.
Yep.
But, you know, an 11k difference, it's a big difference.
Head faces up. Rising delivery, soft hands, got it to ground. It'll prompt a conversation between batters.
I think also, David Willey here, this over each delivery, he's bowled it into the pitch. I think he's given up on the swing a little bit, saying, right, I just need to tighten things up here for a moment. So we'll just bowl a few dot balls, top of off. Make sure Head takes the risk and I don't take a risk of trying to swing it.
Willie bowls to Head, plays away from his body to point, but there's no run to be had.
Get over this. The normal batsman, you wouldn't think that the pressure's built and the batter's going to try something, but you just get a sense that Travis Head's thinking, oh, no, you're not getting away with a mate here, my friend.
Well, he's correct in his percentage of shot to balls. He hasn't been drawn to play a shot yet in this over, Travis Head. His discipline's intact. Willie bowls to him. He clips off the pad. The short fine leg can't make contact, and it'll race away for 4. Stone was a little ungainly across the circle, and it's just enough for Head to prize the opening. 4 from the over. Australia none for 19 after 4.
JB Hi-Fi's Mega Price Blitz is on now with crazy deals like over 1,000 off a 65-inch LG TV. JB stores open till 9 tonight.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
It's important that you vote correctly and safely this Saturday. At the booth, you'll find instructions on how to vote, and our COVID measures will be in place to help keep you safe. Visit bec.vic.gov.au. Your vote will help shape Victoria.
Travis Head 14, Dave Warner 3, Australia none for 19 after 4 overs. Simon O'Donnell is in position. Chris Rogers, the Victorian coach, joins us fresh from training. Hello to you, Chris.
Hello, Gerard. Hello, Todd.
Nice to have you here.
It's nice to be here, actually. I haven't been to the MCG for a while, actually since the AFL Grand Final, so it's nice to be back, and Victoria actually has a Sheffield Shield game here in a couple of days, so get to have an early look at the pitch.
Very good. Very good. Wokes is going to begin the 5th over of this innings. He's in and he bowls to Warner, who cuts for 4. Through backward point. Curran will try from third man, but to no avail. That's the most compelling shot we've seen so far. None for 23.
He got the line and the length wrong, Chris Wokes. He's been pretty controlled to David Warner up until then, and that one he's just pushed a touch wide and dragged it back a metre, and that's a real strength of Dave Warner's there. How many times we've seen over his career, you know, guiding that ball between point and third man down to the boundary for 4. A good purchase on it. That'll give him a bit of confidence.
He's to 7. Wokes bowls to him, and Warner tried the same. Just couldn't get it through backward square, blunted it to cover instead. It's like it's with the conditions and the pitch, Chris, it's challenging early.
Yeah, but you expect that the MCG. I think even in the T20 World Cup, we saw some, challenging periods in the power play, but there's been a couple of shots here which make it look pretty good. And even looking at the pitch here, it doesn't look like it has a lot of grass on it.
Wokes over the wicket to Warner, who pulls, didn't get it. It falls away to mid-on the bounce. No run. Yes, they're not the pitches we've had for some year, well, really after Boxing Day for white ball cricket, where they shine them right up. Before Christmas, there's still good grass cover.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't a lot of cricket on the MCG these days.
Warner faces up to Wokes, and Warner's back, knocking the ball forward a point on this occasion. It sends Salt on a run into the deep. They have 2 down to the punt road end and will come for an extra on the throw. 3 for Warner, who's starting to roll. He's 10. Australia none for 26.
Going just that bit of width, and the bit of width on that back foot, David Warner. He's so efficient at playing that shot just forward a point, ends up rolling out towards the cover boundary. Most grounds in the world that goes for 4.
Yeah.
Not here.
You run a lot of threes here.
So Wokes is bowling from the Warner end. He's bowling to head, clips him off the pads down to fine leg. 2 bounces. It was firmly struck. Stone down on one knee does the fielding and the single taken.
When you have a team meeting, Chris, what do you discuss with Travis Head?
Well, I was just saying, he seems to really be enjoying this role. There's a lot of freedom there, isn't there? He's swinging hard, so you can't give him width. You've got to be as tight as you can, and really hope he makes a mistake.
Warner to see the last ball of the over. He cuts off an under edge, and it falls harmlessly to points. So 8 from the over. Australia none for 27.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
It's important that you vote correctly this Saturday. In a recent election, the Cedar Ribbon was won by just 15 votes, but over 3,000 votes couldn't be included because of errors. Visit vec.vic.gov.au. Your vote will help shape Victoria.
5 overs in to Australia's batting. None for 27. Head is 15. Warner is 10. Willie's bowling from the members' end. The flags stiff in the breeze coming out of the west. Head to see the first ball of the new over, and he watches it go by. So a bit on Travis Head's approach to opening in 50-over cricket.
Don't think it's much different to his test batting at the moment, is it? It's really... And you see it for South Australia as well. He comes out with this unbelievable intent to score, and it's attack first, defend second. So you have to try and somehow get him to defend and build pressure on him that way.
He's 15 from 18 balls. Head, and he goes at the big drive. Eyes up in the clouds. Missed on the inside edge.
Licence, all right. There's no L plate time. There's no P plate time. It was straight to full licence.
I mean, he's just, especially with the ball here from Willie swinging away, he's just trying to get a little bit of width, slightly fuller, and he's going to throw the kitchen sink.
Yes. So it's the opposite to the elegance of Mark Waugh, where every time he stood on the tee, don't be that guy, be Mark Waugh. Well, Travis Head's the total opposite. Swing hard, he's squared up defending the ball to the leg side, no run.
I mean, really, you've got to be on top of the stumps and almost at middle, not at off, because he's trying to kind of create width himself and slash through the offside. So there's not a lot of margin for error as a bowler, but equally, if you can put the ball in the right place enough, you're probably going to get a chance, because he is going to explode.
Doesn't mind releasing that back leg every now and then either, just to give him some more width.
Willie bowls. Head is driving through mid-off for 4. Fluent, powerful backstroke. And they just watched it go by in the field. None for 31. Head to 19.
And the other thing is length. If you over pitch, then he's going to take you down. And like I said, you've got to be on the top of the stumps, really, and that was too full.
That is a tyre power replay. Your trusted local. Put the lot through it. On the follow-up, Head tried to turn to leg, got wrapped on the pads. The cordon was up. Willie toppled over in his follow-through, so there was no luxury to turn and appeal. the studs on his right boot and is yet to rise.
The question, I think, there was just how far across Travis Head went as the ball was delivered. Josh Butler's had a good look at that. He's not going to review.
It's a leg by signalled.
He's not going to get any help from Willie because he was looking at the ground.
Yeah. Again, Head's in the air when he gets hit on the knee roll.
Is that just going over the top?
Probably. Probably on the trajectory of the previous one we saw. Willie's dusted himself off. Gets himself back in the race. He's bowling to Warner. It's full. Warner's drawn to it, and he is lucky to survive. That is the end of the over. 5 from it. Australia none for 32 after 6.
If you're sending gifts across the country this Christmas, make sure you get them in the post by December 12 to ensure they arrive in time. Spread the merry with Australia Post.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
SEN broadcasting every game of the FIFA World Cup. Australia's opening match is against France, live across the SEN network from 6 a.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. The Socceroos legend Archie Thompson alongside Jordan Canellis for the call. So 6 o'clock Eastern Daylight Saving Time tomorrow morning. Australia and France at the MCG. None for 32 Australia. Head is 19, Warner is 10. And, Chris Wokes, after a few running repairs for the stops, he's going to get himself moving for his 4th over. 3 overs, none for 10. Willie, 3 overs, none for 16, I beg your pardon. And Willie, 3 overs, none for 15. Wokes to Head, who pulls, top edge, flies down to the side screen and over the boundary for 4. Straight up over Josh Butler's head.
The drive last over was more convincing. Outside of that, he's been very risky, Travis. He's getting away with it at the minute, as you can when the fields are up. And England will feel they'll have a chance of getting him here. Catching Corden is still supporting the bowler. Travis said any time he gets any length or width, he has an appetite for it. He's just absolutely giving it full throttle.
4 fours in his 23. Wokes bowls to him and Head stands up, knocks it away to mid-off. No run.
I just think the eye you need to have to be able to play like this is incredible, because it's not always that easy. I mean, it looks easy for him. He's just swinging at it, but you've got to pick the ball up so quickly to give yourself that time to swing the bat at it. It kind of reminds me when I'd watched Adam Gilchrist in the nets. It just looked like he had more time than anybody else.
Wokes bowls, Heads, wafts outside the off stump and misses.
England, on one hand, will be a touch frustrated by where they're at. On the other hand, they'll know they're right in the running of getting a wicket here. You know, they'll sense that we're a good pill away or a touch of luck away from having the first Australian wicket.
The trouble with Head is you could feel that way all the way through to when he's 85. Wokes bowls to him and Head leaves outside the off stump.
But what this does so well is it enables the players at 3 and 4 a bit more time to get themselves settled, build an innings. They don't have to take the risks. They know that they can score at a slower rate and catch up just to get ahead of the game. Such an advantage.
He's given out LBW on 8. Travis Head, that was overturned outside leg and over the top. He's now on 23, facing Wokes, and he's cover driving for 4. Spanked it. Down to the punt road end for 4. He's had 2 moments of complete conviction. That's the second of them.
It is complete eye buck. The back and front foot go to the same spot.
Yep.
His hands are so quick through the ball, and it's just that eye watching the ball onto the bat. There's nothing technically where he's taking the flow of his weight through the ball. He's just standing and delivering.
No, his front foot's going nowhere near the line of the ball. He's actually trying to open it up to give himself width.
A runner ball 27 so far. Wokes is in at him. Head flicked across the line. It's slewed away to Gully. It's fielded by Roy, and they scamper through for a leg bye.
Sort of disappointing when David Warner gets on strike.
None for 41 at the end of 7 with Adam Collins coming in.
It's good news in the city. All lanes have reopened after a truck went into the Spencer Street rail bridge and delays have eased off. Elsewhere, going fairly smoothly around the majors. A bit slow inbound on the Monash Freeway, though, heading past Heatherton Road. And delays on the Ring Road to Greensborough heading over the E.J. Whitten Bridge. JB Hi-Fi's Mega Price Blitz is on now with crazy deals like a Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 3 phone for half price. JB stores open till 9 tonight. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
None for 41 after 7 overs. SEN cricket for Henley.com.au. Adam Collins jumping in for Gerard. Got Simon O'Donnell and Chris Rogers with me. G'day, Bucky.
Hello, Colo.
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Soon you've named your squad for your next Victorian game. Nick Nadenson leading the side this week.
Yeah, we've lost a couple of senior players to the Prime Minister's 11 who are playing the West Indies in Canberra later this week.
A 4-day Prime Minister's 11 game. I don't think we've had one of those before. So a proper build-up to the West Indies Test Series that starts here, all on SEN from the 30th of November at Perth Stadium. David Willey's going to continue just being held up here by umpire Wilson, who's away. Into head on 27. Still got a slip. Left arm over. Delivers here. It's full and straight and dug out. Willey has played a fair bit of cricket against Australia now, going back to 2015. His 10th one-day international. Takes his wickets at 25, a best of 4 for 43 at Durham in 2018. That was a one-day that was being played at the same time that Australia were in a World Cup football game against Denmark. And, of course, Australia are playing tomorrow at 6 a.m. Going to get up for it, Simon?
Yes.
Well, you'll be on the radio, won't you?
No.
No, not tomorrow.
They've shunted us.
Willey delivers here. Head over the top of long on. Gets all of that. Over the rope. The South Australian is having a wonderful return to this 50-over side in 2022. Looks set. He's 33 from 30. Australia, none for 47.
This is the challenge for Willey because the ball's swinging, so he wants to pitch the ball full to get it to give it as much chance to swing as possible. But then, as soon as he gets it in the wrong area, Travis Head is just trying to line him up. Got a hold of that one.
Started that a bit straight, didn't he? Started sort of middle. He has to start him off and going away. Make him at least hit across the line a little bit. He really just hit through the line then.
So he's 33, Warner's 10. Making the most of the first 10 overs. 2 out. Willey here to head. Rolls his fingers down the sea. No run. Pushing out towards Sam Curran at mid-on. Good response. I said before you're on radio tomorrow, of course you're not, because every World Cup game is live on SEN.
So giving the breakfast crew the
you got the tin sack
off
tomorrow. That's
yes,
right.
Yes.
Across the SEN network from 6 a.m. with Archie Thompson.
We'll have the telly on with the commentary down and the radio up on SEN commentary. That's what I'll be doing tomorrow, Adam.
Just as it is with the cricket. Mute the telly, sync it with the radio.
Only the best.
You're through to the semis without dropping a set. Willey bowls short to head, tucks him around the corner. There's a man inside the circle, no run. Stays at none for 47. We're in over number 8. MCG. A bit sunnier now than it was when we started. Not many people in. I saw entire Bay, where Bay 13 used to be, Simon, when you played in the old Southern Stand, was vacant when the first ball was bowled. I remember sort of as a kid running in. They'd blow the siren to let the crowds in. First one-dayer of the year. You'd sprint down to what was effectively Bay 13 and lay across to reserve as many seats as you could. You could reserve a whole bay today if you wanted to. Willey up to the crease, bowls again to Head, who sees fit to leave us through to the gloves of Butler. Yes, level 4's not open at all. The artist formerly known as Bay 13 is practically vacant.
So there wasn't hordes of supporters on the train coming in just quietly either.
It's an unusual
Not
day
as many as I saw circling the ground for the World Cup final. That was just a brilliant atmosphere.
Last ball of Willie's set, up to head here, delivers and head across the line on the bounce towards Sam Curran at mid-on. Didn't get all of that. So none for 47 from the 8th over.
Why wait for Black Friday when Priceline's Pink Friday sale is on now with big savings on thousands of products? Get half price on big brands and more. Hurry, ends today. T's and C's.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Going to be a change at the southern end. The Shane Warne stand into the MCG. Ollie Stone into the attack, replacing Chris Woke. Stone didn't play at Sydney, but did make his international return at Adelaide last week, Buck. He's a young man with a high ceiling. You would have played a bit against him in county cricket when he was starting his career, I assume?
No, I never did. I mean, I think he's been injury prone quite a bit throughout his career. But yeah, there's always been big raps on him, and he looked a likely type, in that game you were speaking about.
Bowls the genuine pace up towards 150 kilometres an hour. In here to David Warner on 10. Bowls and Warner slaps him out through cover off the back foot towards the rope punt road end and gets there comfortably in the end. So Warner leaping on the first ball short and wide. He's 14. The 50's up as well. None for 51. One ball into over number 9.
Doesn't matter how fast you bowl. If you bowl short and wide, you're going to get hit for 4 by Davey Warner.
It's the worst way to start your one-day bowling innings. You just want to get through that first 6 balls and get them somewhere near where you wanted them, just to get yourself into the game. Trot in, bowl a first one, a half tracker, and have it smashed to the boundary. Never a nice way to start.
Stone bowls, Warner pulls, and he finds the gap at mid-wicket as well. Back-to-back boundaries to start Stone's spell, and Warner ticks over to 18, none for 55. Another one is sat up and gets whacked.
You know what's worse than one going to the boundary, the first one? This is the second one going as well.
I mean, it wasn't a great ball, but it wasn't a terrible ball. It was just short of a good length, I think. But outside off, but to be pulled through, so they're almost a wide mid-on for 4. That's almost dismissed from Davey Warner.
You can trust the bounce here at the MCG, looking through the CricViz data before the game today. It's the second most bouncy track in Australia across the last 10 years in one-day cricket. So Warner would know that coming in. Stone on the way, bowls to the left-hander. Warner, this time it's wide on when punching the point, no single. We saw both openers get the ball to swing around a bit too, and that tends to be where Stone's at his best, but not quite up on the dance floor yet.
He's hitting the deck those first 3 deliveries. He's probably got to just go a metre further up in the same line as you deliver that third ball, just to tighten things up and give himself a bit of confidence his next couple of deliveries, just to finish the over off with a bit of oomph.
The fielder's back at deep third and fine leg beneath us. Stone to the crease, bowls to Warner, plays and misses a ball that does bounce and go atop the blade there. He tried to cut or slap him out through backward point. In the end, lucky not to feather it through to Josh Butler.
It's an interesting one, Sod, isn't it? Because you look at those first couple of balls he bowled, he almost kind of placed it there. But that, he ran in and he let it go. How do you have to be ready for your first ball. You can't just be a loosener first up, can you? Because you put yourself under pressure. Easier said than done, I know.
Stone to Warner on 18, delivers here, and Warner gets forward to drive and finds the gap again. This time through cover, out towards the rope. The dive will come. It might be good enough. Spectacular effort out there in the deep. I think that was Phil Salt. They get a third. He might have saved the 4th, and Salt is down as well. But he's head in his hands on the artificial turf right near the boundary rope.
He might have got his hand to it inside, but it then rolled in.
Oh, gosh.
No, he didn't get his hand on it at all.
How's the tumble?
Himself on the AstroTurf down there, has he?
Well, I think he landed pretty hard. They've got a couple of fielders out there having a chat to him just to make sure he's okay. He's still down on his haunches. It's his left shoulder that he's favouring here. So the England medical staff will come out and take a look. It'll be the chance for the players to take an impromptu drinks break because they're all the way across the other side of the ground behind the punt road goal, so to speak. And either way, the score will be either none for 59 or none for 60. They'll do a boundary check now on the replay screen. for tyre power?
Definitely a boundary.
Yep, it's definitely hit the sponge, so it will be.
It's been one of the great improvements, Buck, in modern day cricket. See, in the old days, that 2 or 3 balls for a player to warm up. Now they're hitting that early 140s if you're a 145 bowler in your first delivery. It's not 131, 135, 138, then 145, that sort of thing. So I think that's the great thing about the athletic ability of the cricketer today. They get into their work so much quicker than the athlete of yesteryear.
You've still got the England physio out there with Phil Salt, who looks in some real discomfort here. He hasn't yet stood up. He's been in the crouch position for about 60 seconds, if not longer. Not a great sign.
Is it shoulder or head?
Hard to tell, isn't it? He's gone off the field. They've got a sub on. Last ball of the 9th over. Bowls against a Warner, who has a nibble and beaten outside the off stump. So a busy over, 3 boundaries, but goes past the outside edge twice as well. 9 overs gone. Australia, none for 59.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
You don't need a reason to vote early in this month's state election. Early voting centres are now open. To find your nearest voting centre, visit vec.vic.gov.au or call 131 832. Your vote will help shape Victoria.
So Australia, none for 59 after being sent in by Joss Butler. Back in the side today. It's the final over of the tyre power play. Your trusted local, and David Willey's going to bowl it. On the way here to Head. Fielders out at deep square and third man. Head goes up over the top of cover. Doesn't get much of it. You can hear the groan through the stump mic. They'll get a couple though. None for 61. Head up to 35. Adam Collins with Chris Rogers.
Just thinking back to that last over, I think it's always a challenge when you come on as the change bowler in the power play and there's no wickets down. You've got so much to lose. I mean, the players are in, they've got the field up, they're absolutely going to target you. I sometimes think it's a bad strategy.
It's 35 from 35. Facing up here, Willie to him on leg stump, tucks him round the corner. The man at deep square leg comes in and does the fielding. So Head now 36 on a runner ball inside the power play.
Locker, just that on the other side, please.
Australia have a really good record here at the MCG over the years. They've won 74 and lost 46 for England's part. They've won 10 times and lost 21 times on this ground. Going back all the way to the start, the first one-day international of all time was played here between Australia and England on the 5th of January 1971. Willie's got a slip, looking for some swing. Bowls here to Warner, finds the edge down towards deep third. Wasn't in control of the shot, but no catching man at about 4th slip. Warner to 23, none to 63 the score, halfway through over number 10.
Still trying to get that. Thinking about that image of you running down and then lying across about 5 seats, Collar.
It was a big deal. I was here for the Shane Warne helmet night, right behind where the action was down there, and a number of other sort of noteworthy times of my youth. Felt like Christmas morning. You'd wake up the first one day at the MCG. As Willie gets to the crease and bowls the Head this time, there's one out to square leg, none for 64, Head on 37. Back in 2002, the first one day here between Australia and England, most people remember it for Shane Warne going down with the fractured shoulder, which ended his summer, and he was out of the rest of the Ashes. I remember it for seeing a chap carrying around a Mark Waugh life-size cardboard cutout. And when he was flogging the book at the time, he must have taken it from the book launch. And I said to him, "What do you want for it?" He said, 8 beers. I'm like, done. 8 beers, and it's still sitting in my parents' place, that cardboard cutout 20 years later or thereabouts. Here's Willie. 2 left in the 10th over. Warner goes back and punches, not far though, just to the man at cover, stays at none for 64. It was the tsunami one day here as well, Bucky. Remember that? They played a World 11 against Asia 11 game, and 90,000 people showed up here at the G early in 2005, and yeah, the place was heaving. Many memories. We were having them texted in before the game. You can jump in as well. Your favourite one-day MCG memory, 0433 98 11 16. Add them to the list. Last ball with the field up. Willie bowls. And Warner on the back foot, cuts straight to point. Wait on's the call. They won't be getting a single there. So 10 overs gone, Australia. None for 64 with Head on 37 and Warner on 23.
Good afternoon. Heavy delays building currently on the Westgate Freeway. That's from the Burnley Tunnel all the way back to the Balti. There's also a broken down truck in Bayswater North on Dorset Road, which sees it blocked southbound at Burgess Road, and a collision in Sunbury. That's on Gap Road near Horn Street. The barbecues galore. Black Friday sale is now on. Save up to 50% off big brand barbecues, outdoor furniture and more. Up to 50% off now, in-store or online at Barbecues Galore. That's the latest SEN Sky traffic.
So England can now spread the field for outside the circle after over number 10, and they promptly do with a deep point, fine leg, deep backwards square, immediately outside the ring for Stone's second over, 12 taken from his first. Just waiting to go again from the Shane Warne stand end. On the way to head on 37, delivers here, and he's placed him to the onside, just next to the square leg umpire. One from the first ball of over 11, head 38, Australia none for 65. Any memories, Bucky, for you as a kid watching on telly from Perth, what was going on over here and one-day cricket at its best?
I think you'll be able to remind me of the year, but Steve Waugh taking the catch behind the side screen.
So whenever anyone, I think that is still the best catch in one-day cricket, behind the sight screen. Here's Stone bowling to Warner, pulling into the onside weight on, no singles, straight to mid-wicket. Yes, it was Tony Gregg on commentary, wasn't it, Kane? Absolutely wild as Curtly Ambrose hit it high into the night sky, and Steve Waugh, back when the side screen was on the ground, and managed to have the presence of mind to take it looking over his left shoulder. Brilliant stuff.
You had that little box, didn't you? You had to kind of run round it.
Yes.
Did they have the box, or was it just you just couldn't touch the side screen?
Couldn't touch the side screen.
Right.
Very odd, yeah.
Box came in later.
So it's Stone in here, bowling to Warner, who leaves alone a short ball outside the off stump. Bit of elevation through to the gloves. Butler, the highest scorer on this ground, was a man playing today, Jason Roy, made 180 against Australia in 2018, the last time these teams met at the G. England won comfortably. Mark Waugh made 173 against the Windies in 2001. Shane Watson, the third highest scorer, 161 not out against England again back in 2011. Loads of great memories. 0433 98 11 16. Your favourite MCG one-day moment. It's being held up here. Getting the sawdust out, Buck. Umpire Rifle having a chat to David Milan, who goes back out to mid-on. And they start again. So Stone up to Warner on 23. Bowls here. Warner cuts it hard and fine down to deep third. Sam Curran does the fielding beneath us. They get through for an easy single. Warner's 24. Australia none for 66. Mentioned before, the very first one-day international was played here in 1971, which in and itself is a good story. They didn't intend on playing the game. The whole test match was rained out all 5 days. Oh, what are we going to do? Let's play a 40-over game. I don't think they knew then it was going to be declared a one-day international. The jargon came later, but it stuck, it worked. Here we are all these years later. Up to the crease is Stone, bowling this time to head, looking to drive through cover, and does so out to deep point. He's 39, Australia none for 67. So that first ever one-day international. Bill Lawry was leading Australia, not known for his fast scoring. Once played a district innings that went for 5 days, but there he was. For England, it was John Edrich top scoring with 82. They made 190 in their 39.4 overs when they were bowled out. 3 for Keith Stackpole. There you go. Here's Stone to finish over number 11. Warner tucks him around the corner with his front leg in the air in front of square. He'll get a couple out to the sweeper down Sam Billings, I should say. So that's the end of the 11th over. None for 69 Australia with head 39 and Warner 26.
Verve is Clyde Nort's newest land estate. Build your dream home and secure land from $350,000. Search Verve Clyde North for details. Very vibrant, very Verve.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Australia was sent in. They're done for 69 from 11 overs. We're seeing Sam Curran introduced to the attack for the first time today from the northern end, marking out his run here. We've got a message from Joel. Anthony Stewart, one-hit wonder hat-trick. That's from, Simo in Preston, sorry. That was, yes, a hat-trick and a fifer. Never played for Australia again. Imagine that. Talk about depth, such as it was for Australia in that golden generation.
It's like Rodney Redmond for New Zealand, who got 150, I think, in his only test and never played again.
Done.
He was my under-17 coach at South Perth.
Brilliant. The words of Chris Rogers, former Australian batter, Victorian coach. Sam Curran here. Left arm over, away from us. First ball here to Travis Head, who defends it out to the offside. No run is the call. Yeah, that first one-day Australia was set 191, and they got there with 5 overs to spare, thanks to 60 from Ian Chappell. And who else made runs there? 41 from Doug Walters. And despite being in the losing team, John Edrich was man of the match with his 82. So that's where it began, and here's where we are today, 151 days at the MCG later. Sam Curran away from us towards Head on 39. Catches it on the full. Doesn't quite beat James Vincent mid-off, though. They get through for one. Head into the 40s from his 41st delivery. None for 70. So changing formats was probably something that was quite conditioned for the England players who did it all the time.
Yeah, that story about what do we do? We might as well just play a one-day game. There was, in county cricket, I think it was late 80s or up until then, even early 90s. They'd play 2 days of the 3-day game. Sorry, it's a 3-day county championship. Friday and the Saturday.
Warner on strike, Curran to him here. He drives, Wade on's the call. Now we'll get a single on the misfield from David Milana. Just bobbled out of his left mid. So Warner's 27, Australia none for 71.
And then on the Sunday, they'd play a one-day game. And then back and finish the day 3 of the 3-day game on the Monday.
Yeah, that continued all the way into the 80s. Staggering that they used to sometimes cross the country to play a Sunday league game, which is kind of where the 40, 50 over stuff started over in the mid to late 60s in England. And so it is, as Curran now bowls the Head on 40 off his hip. Might be a leg bye. We'll take a look at umpire Wilson and find out. Either way, it's a single for Australia, none for 72. Did get some glove on it.
The other thing about that was I remember John Morris, who was the coach I had at Derbyshire, of course, infamous for being in the Tiger Moth with David Gower. Gower continued to play for England, and John Morris never did again. But he would talk about that the only place you could get a drink on a Sunday, because of the Sunday drinking laws, was at the county ground.
Oh, right. That makes sense. Curran here to Warner, no run down to mid-on.
So they were as famous as the local soccer players, the local football players. Just because of all these punters would rock up on a Sunday and just sink them and get to know the players.
It's amazing to think they would play sort of 2 3-day games, a Sunday league game, and occasionally another knockout game, all in the space of a week. It's a very different world now for professional cricketers in the domestic game. Last ball of Curran's first over, just 3 runs from it. Bowls to Warner on 27, make that 28, pushing into the onside. Collected there again by Milan, who's been busy early on. None for 73 after 12 on SEN Cricket for henley.com.au.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. henley.com.au.
How about a Chemist Warehouse fragrance this Christmas? Like Luminous Christian Dior J'adore 100ml, $159.99. And Spicy Carolina Herrera Bad Boy 100ml, $109.99. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
The text is streaming in, Bucky, 0433 98 11 16. We've got a memory of a domestic one-day here from Big Al, by the looks of things. He says that watching New South Wales against Victoria in the old member stand, and none other than Doug the Rug Bollinger took a hat-trick and the G went bonkers. So not that long ago. Brett's took the signs. Remember the old Toyota signs in the crowd? Ollie Stone round the wicket, start of a new over. David Warner pulls it out towards deep backward square. One of 2 men set back on the leg side. Sam Billings gets 1, none for 74. Warner up to 29. The sign that Brett liked, that he made with his mate, actually. You may win the battle, you will not win the war. Spelt, of course, W-A-U-G-H. We used it the night that Warney came out in the helmet. Mark Waugh retweeted the photo years ago. Nicely done, Brett. Signs at the MCG. That was part of the genre, wasn't it? On a one day. Get the bed sheet out, get the paint out. Here's Stone. Delivers to Travis Head, who slashes away in signature style. Loves that shot. He'll get 2 out to Jordan at deep point, the subfielder. Head 43, Australia, none for 75. Make that none for 76. Legend has it, I can't quite see who sent this text in, but we'll go with it anyway. Legend has it that Bill Laurie thought you could play for a draw in that first one day at the MCG. I like it. Entirely possible. Stone staying around the wicket. 2 left-handers. One of them's Head. Goes back to defend. Stays on 43.
Well, there's a bit to that, Collar, because if you ever played club cricket in the UK, they did have winning and losing draws.
Still got it. Half the season in the Middlesex comp that you never played in, despite being aligned to one of the clubs there, Bucky, in your day.
Are you still at Hampton Cricket Club?
Hampstead.
Hampstead Cricket Club, sorry.
You get the losing draw, the winning draw. I mean, it can be a thing late on a Saturday evening, but never over here.
I remember having a net session with the Australian guys at Hampstead Cricket Club.
Great place. Here's Stone to Head, 43. Dabs it into the offside, can't beat backward point. Indeed, it's played with soft hands, so it doesn't go very far. None for 76. There's 2 balls left in over number 13.
It was in 2013 after the Australia being knocked out of the Champions Trophy, and there was nowhere to train. And I don't know how Hampstead Cricket Club came to the rescue, but they did. So they had nets out in the centre, and there's a slope on there as well. And it's not the place to be facing Australian bowlers.
It's a mile from Lords. It's on the same slope, so you get the same gradient down the hill there. Fun to bowl on. Stone up to the crease, bowls to Head. Up history point, but it doesn't matter. There's no fielder there, only a sweeper. Jordan, again, in front of the Shane Warne stand, keeps it to a single. Head 44 from 46, none for 77. Message here from Brett again. Didn't Dan Christian take a one-day hat-trick at the G? He did, a decade ago. In his brief first stint as an Australian 50-over cricketer. G'day to Dan if you're listening. Lance Can smashing 6 sixes against Australia in February 83. First day-night game at the MCG, says Rowan. Oh, sorry, that was another game in 85 between Australia and England. 2 separate memories there. Stone to finish his over. Warner cuts well, finds the gap at backward point. He'll get a boundary for that. Warner moves to 33 at the end of the 13th over. Australia, none for 81.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Get smart this Christmas with a big brand fragrance from Chemist Warehouse. Like Intense Roberto Cavalli for women, 75ml, $49.99. Or exotic Calvin Klein Euphoria for men, 100ml, $39.99. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Chris Rogers is leaving the commentary position. As he did, he told me that his highest score in one-day cricket was 140 here at the G, where he was drop-kicking Dan Christian over the rope at mid-wicket time and time again. That'll motivate him to text in, I'm sure. Simon O'Donnell returns. Sam Curran continues. He's bowled 1 over, none for 4. Into Head on 44. First ball of the new set. Pushed back at the left armour, collected in his follow-through.
Did I hear that right?
Yeah. Did.
Buck scored 140 in a one-day game.
Of 119 rocks, he says.
Oh, mate, he's up. Well, they had the ropes in. Seriously. He struggled to score 140 in a day. I'm not copping that. I need to see factual evidence of that.
He's sitting at the back of the box, so he might be able to provide it to you between overs. It's Sam Curran needing to do a job for England here. They need a breakthrough. Sun's now out at the MCG. He's into Head on 44, across the line down to mid-on where Adil Rashid's doing the fielding. He's one of the 2 sub-fielders out there at the moment, Jordan the other.
I think he's their best one-day bowler in this outfit, Sam Curran. He skids, but he can also still bowl into the pitch and get a bit of bounce. He's not a big fellow. He's not tall. He's strong enough. And move the ball through the air a little. He's got a really good control with his change of pace. So I think all round, he's probably the best bowler in this lineup.
They went after him at Sydney, took 18 from the final over. Bowling here, back of the length, pulled around the corner by Head. Deep backward square, one of 2 men out. Heads 45, Australia, none for 82. So Curran took, none for 55 from 7, but most of the damage was done in overs 40.
And that can happen.
Of course, at the end, that was Ashton Agar getting hold of him. He hasn't had a great year of it, Curran, with the ball for England. 4 wickets at 56 in this format. So he could do with a good run in 50-over cricket, having played so magnificently in the T20 World Cup. Player of that tournament. It's Curran here into Warner. He's 33. He pulls with control. Again, the deep backward square. Make that 34. None for 83. We're halfway through over 14.
Yeah, that's his key, where you say David Warner, and that was a pull shot with control. I think Sam Curran has very similar with his bowling. His bounces, generally where he wants to put the ball, he can. I think that's the beauty of it. Some of his Yorker bowling in the World Cup was just scintillating, I thought. At crucial times, he was just be able to, just put it on a dime when England were under pressure.
And all the variation too. Curran up to head, bowls here, head, forces off the back foot, bounces it over backward point into a gap, so they'll get a couple. It's head 47 from 50 deliveries, none for 85. These texts are flying in. One of them, ask Scoob if he's ever sat in his seat at the MCG. I'm sure you have.
Yeah, Gerard took me up there a couple of seasons back.
Oh, right.
It was pre-COVID.
So that was was that in a Shield game?
No, it was in a Test match, I think. Oh, sorry.
Where you popped it up there?
Yes, I was in a Shield game.
Level 3, we can see it here. It's no longer red. It's it's faded. It's kind of white these days.
Not the only thing that's faded.
It's on 47. Swing and a miss at a ball that was back of a length from Curran. Just did enough movement off the seam. That will be the end of 14 overs. Australia, none for 85 with head on 47. Warner on 34. And after the break, Gerard Wheatley in for me.
Good afternoon. Heavy going on the Westgate Freeway currently. That's outbound from the Domain Tunnel through to the Balti Bridge following an earlier collision, and inbound heading into the Burnley Tunnel. We've also had an incident in Keilor East on Malera Road near Keilor Park Drive, and a police incident in Tarneet, Thames Boulevard southbound at Prominence Boulevard. You don't need a reason to vote early in this month's state election. Early voting centres are now open. To find out more, visit vec.vic.gov.au. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
Australia none for 85 after 14 overs. Head is 47, Warner is 34. A power play that netted 64 runs, and really only Sam Curran has been able to rein Australia in, so it's to spin now from the Warner end, with Liam Dawson going to take things up. Australia just about got this on their own terms, Simon.
Yeah, they have, Gerard, and funnily enough, after that initial onslaught, they sort of just got there without an enormous amount of risk. The first 5 overs, England are going to really think they're a chance of getting a couple of quick ones here. They just need a stroke of luck, but Australia's just bounced out. 14 overs, 85. That's good scoring under any circumstances.
It does set up for a bigger total than I would have imagined at the start of the game. So Stone was expensive. He's been dispensed with, and Dawson is over the wicket beginning his work. Warner goes back. Can't beat the dive at point. Has to scamper for his own grounds. Gets there. Nice piece of fielding done in close by Willie. Just for a moment, had Warner in strife. Full dive, got back.
Fielding. Commitment there is spot on from England this afternoon, the fielding.
3 back on the leg side, 1 on the off. Warner can't beat Willie again inside the circle. No run. So a deep backward square, a deep mid-wicket, a long on and a deep cover. Dawson bowls and Warner clubs him across the line, wide of long on. He won't quite get the boundary. Nice bit of work done in the deep. And Billings will heave it back as they take 2.
Talking about athletes there before, Gerard. The old days, the opening fast bowler is banned down to fine leg and third man.
Yep.
David Willey's in the covers.
And Woke's doing the athletic fielding down on the boundary, flipping it up to Billings. Warner stands upright, guides the ball through points, helps himself to a single, moves to none for 88, and Warner's 37. Warner's largely sat in behind Travis Head. 47 from 51 balls, and Warner's gone at a runner ball 37. The long off with Head on strike. Dawson bowls to him. He's trying to cut. He backed away, opened the stumps up, missed. It's over the top of middle and into Butler's gloves.
It's a period where I'm really looking forward to see Steve Smith bat.
Yeah.
Enjoying this.
It's a nice turn from Dawson on that previous ball, and Head respectfully blunts him to straight mid-wicket as a result. None for 88, just 3 from the over.
If you're sending gifts across the country this Christmas, make sure you get them in the post by December 12 to ensure they arrive in time. Spread the merry with Australia Post.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Australia sent into bat, 15 overs in, none for 88. Head is 47. Warner is 37. We've got Sam Curran bowling from the members' end. 2 overs, none for 8. He has bowled some challenging stuff to the Australians. Warner has the strike at the start of the over. Stand and deliver as he punches a ball out to point. No footwork, just the slash of the bat. A single, he's 38, none for 89.
Thoroughly enjoying watching these two bat. Seeing Steve Smith on the telly in the first 2 one-day internationals, I want to see live what he's doing, because it's not the gestures there anymore and the exaggerated feet movement, and he's been in scintillating form. You know, I hope he spends some time out there so you can get a good look at it live, what he's been up to with his technique.
Crowd is built, sensing a moment for Travis Head. He's on the back foot, a rearing delivery. He keeps it safely to turf on the offside, no run.
Key to Sam Curran, and we were talking with Colo about it just a little earlier, he can bowl all these different deliveries, and he more often than not gets the line and the length right. If he's going to bowl a bouncer, he gets the bouncer up in that high chest chin region. If he's going to bowl a Yorker, most times he gets it right. If not, it's just a slight full toss just off the ground.
Curran bowls, Head ducks the bouncer. And it's called a wide.
Been okay to Cam Green.
Yeah, yep. It was dug in short, need to go flying through. You had a look at the replay from side on.
Yeah.
Yes, that really did steeple, didn't it? Tyre Power replay, your trusted local. Travis Head stands upright, high bat lift. Drives straight past the stumps at the non-striker's end. What a stylish way to bring up a half-century.
He downed Dave Warner while he was doing it.
Yes. A merciless drive. That has been rapid-fire stuff from Travis Head's. 51 from 55 balls. And he's guided Australia a long way in the early stages. None for 94. 6 fours, a few of them chancy early. But there have been 3 that stick in the mind in particular. Curran bowls in the follow-up, and he gets past the outside edge.
He marked his territory early doors, Travis Head. He came out with intent. Basically, from the first ball that was bowled to him, he took the first ball of the innings, and from then till now, he's just really showed some aggression. He's saying, hey, I want this spot at the top of the order. It's mine. I can set up big totals for Australia playing this way. It's an exciting period for him, and an exciting period for the team to settle into this spot.
Yep. He's guiding this ball to mid-wicket, just gentle hands. Willie does the fielding, shies at the non-striker's head as well home. So he had the thick edge to second slip, which burst through the hand of Dawson. He was given out LBW on 8, but that was overturned both on outside leg and over the top. And since then, he's really warmed into it. And he's trended up and down a little bit more today, I reckon, than he has been. He's been prepared to see off some good tight bowling when it's arrived. Warner to see the last ball of the over, and he is blocking to points. Righto, you heard the instructions from blocker. Time for a drink. None for 95. Australia head 52. Warner is 38 after being sent into bat with drinks on the MCG.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
And he bowls to Warner, who cuts for 4. Through backward point. Curran will try from third man, but to no avail. Now on 23, facing Wokes, and he's cover driving for 4. Spanked it.
Willie delivers here. Head over the top of long on. Gets all of that over the rope. Stone bowls. Warner pulls, and he finds the gap at mid-wicket as well. Back-to-back boundaries.
Have his head. Stands upright. High bat lifts. Drives straight past the stumps at the non-striker's end. What a stylish way to bring up a half-century. Australia sent into bat after Josh Butler won the toss. There were some testing overs early on, but this is really rattling along. 16 overs in, Australia none for 95. As they have taken toll. So on a bowling front, Chris Wokes 4 overs, none for 24. David Willey 5 overs, none for 26. They tapped Ollie Stone 3 overs, none for 25. Liam Dawson 1 over for 3. And Sam Curran, what will he be? This, 15, none for 15 from his 3 overs. Head and Warner have really set Australia some sort of base here, Simon.
Yeah, they certainly have, Gerard, and they set their intent early doors. Dave Warner a little more reserved than Travis Head. He went for it right at the start, and the scoreboard now gives an example of the sort of innings he's played. It's been full of aggression, 52, brought up in 57 deliveries. He's been on top of his English attack, and the good side of it being, the good deliveries he's wanted to keep out. He hasn't tried to invent a stroke. He's tried to stay to his strengths. The balls where he can release his arms, he's been very severe on, and as the innings has grown, he's got better at middling those early doors, a couple over the slips and through the cordon to bring in boundaries early in the innings. Well, those sort of balls now he's hitting in front of point and through cover off the back foot and getting 4s. So his innings is growing, and he's showing where he's at as an Australian cricketer at the moment. He's a very good test cricketer that has played some wonderful innings for the Australian test team, and he'll play many wonderful innings here for the Australian one-day team as well.
The weather's changing every 5 minutes in Melbourne this afternoon, so we've just had some misty rain sweep across the ground as the drinks break clears, but certainly not enough to cause any halt in proceedings. Liam Dawson is bowling from the Warne end. They've gone with the long off and the long on for Travis Head, a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square. 4 in the deep. None for 95. Head 52. Warner 38. Rifle just holding things up for the time being. The lights are on. Half the sky is quite dark and there's a patch of blue the punt road ends. Dawson begins his over, and Head is back and playing late to the backward point. No run. There's a whole smattering of messages that have come through, Simon, remembering one-day internationals at the MCG, this being the 150th to be played at the grounds. Dawson bowling, and Head swings across the line out to deep square. It'll bounce once and be hauled in by James Vince. He topples over as he fields, and they're able to come home for a second. None for 97. There's a memory or two of your career stirring around just outside. Is that right? With a fellow collecting signatures from way back?
Gentleman from the West Indies. And
Dawson bowling to Head, full toss, nicked it away to straight mid-wicket, no run.
He had a collection of bats with him downstairs, and an old friend of mine from India said, do you mind going down and saying hello? He's got a couple of bats to sign. So I wandered down, thinking, not 100% sure what I was going to envisage.
Head from the crease, bangs it back to the bowler, no run.
What I was going to be confronted with. He's a lovely gentleman. Had probably 10 bats with him. He had 3 from the 1987 World Cup that he was still getting the Australian winning team signatures on.
Wow. Dawson bowls, Head turns him out to square. He will take a single as the fielding is done from deep mid-wicket by Billings.
So he's travelled basically from the other side of the world carrying these 8 or 10 bats, hopeful that during the T20 World Cup and this 3-game series that he was going to get some more signatures on those bats to fulfil his ambition of obviously having a complete set.
Dawson to Warner, jumps down the pitch, lifts him up over the leg side. It'll bounce to Billings at deep mid-wicket. And it's a pretty extravagant way to get a single. It tidies up the 17th over, none for 99.
Don't miss Springvale Homemaker Centre's Black Friday sales. Score huge savings plus win your share in over 15k worth of prizes. Visit springvalehomemakercentre.com.au.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
Here's a friendly reminder from SEN and Bendix Brakes. School zone hours are now in effect. Put your foot down with confidence in school zones with Bendix Brakes, the market-leading brake pads to match your driving style. Learn more at bendix.com.au.
Travis Head 55, Dave Warner 39, Australia none for 99 after 17 overs. Sam Curran is bowling from the members' ends in gloomy conditions. He pitches up to Warner. It actually rises quite sharply at him late. He does well to keep it to grass. How many of the 87 World Cup winning team would you say have inscribed on the bat so far?
There was 14 members of the team. He had 4 to get.
Okay.
He had Dean Jones, which for obvious reasons lucky he's got that. Andrew Zessers, he's still needed. Mike Valletta, he's still needed. Bruce Reid, he's still needed. So he's got to spend a bit of time over in Perth.
Yes, yep. Curran's over the wickets. He jams up Warner. It ends up in the mid-rip.
The other bats he had were Ashes tour that he was chasing Brad Haddon, who's here today. I saw Brad a little earlier. So he's another one he was chasing today. It was just made me think, what would I travel around the world chasing?
Yep.
I don't think it'd be autographs.
99 on the board for Australia. Warner faces Curran, full face of the bats, knocks it away to cover. Not fielded cleanly by Milan, but no chance of a run.
And Handel going to Ascot to watch Black Caviar or Nature Strip. Could have Handel going watching Very Elegant in an Arc. Again, I'm not sure I'd pack up 10 or 12 bats into the case and follow a cricket series around the country.
It is where cricket is unique, isn't it? Curran bowls to Warner. Inside edge past the stumps. Butler picks it up. So Curran has Warner jumping around here.
The classic example of Sam Curran, what he brings to the table. David Warner's in really good form. He's trying to take it to Sam Curran. He can't. He's mixing up his pace. He's been getting a bit of bounce, bowling one end of the pitch and then bowling it a little fuller, tightening him up. What's the reaction here? 2 deliveries to go. It's been a really good over to Dave Warner.
Warner faces up, pulls out of a pull shot.
Slowy.
Yep. And he's ended up just dead batting it back to the bowler.
Really
good grin in the aftermath.
Really good bowling. Dave Warner would have been able to have a second swing at that if he didn't stop. That was a slow half-tracker.
So Curran has got his full repertoire at play before us in this over. He might squeeze out a maiden in the 18th over of the innings. Unless Warner can do something about it. Curran bowls and Warner's in behind. He defends to Milan and it is a maiden over. Kudos to Sam Curran. None for 99 after 18 overs.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
The Gippsland Great Outdoor Expo is back from this Friday to Sunday. Heaps of exhibitors, caravans, campers, four-wheel drives, boating, camping, retailer demos and more. The Great Outdoor and 4x4 Expo this Friday to Sunday, Sale Racecourse, proudly supported by Gearing.
Sam Curran pushes the brakes hard on Australia. None for 99 after 18. Head is 55, Warner is 39, and it's Dawson who's bowling from the worn end. Back on the straight hit for Travis Head. Over the wicket, Dawson bowls. Head is back playing from the stumps and milking the single down to the long off. 100 up for Australia. First ball of the 19th over.
It's a good platform, isn't it? They're 5 and over after 20. 10 wickets in hand. That's a nice platform for Australia to launch from.
Hug between Australia's new opening pair. Done it from time to time, but third 100-run stand between them. Warner opens the blade out to short third man. Untidy from Curran, but it didn't cost him a run. Usually a bit sharper in the field than that. Crowd up to 7,000. It was a bit undignified at the start for such a great ground and the heritage that we are talking about this afternoon. It has built a little more. Warner came down. Dawson saw him coming, threw it in fast, blunted it away to Curran. Short third man. A single taken by Warner just to tick it over. He's 40.
It's a nice little partnership between these bowlers. Dawson's bowling a nice tight spell. He's in his third over.
Delivers, and Head is back and playing to extra cover. He'll get runs. Jason Roy died but couldn't haul it in. It races down to the punt road end and is overhauled right at the last. Willie doing all the hard yards. Saves a run. It'll be 3. And for 104.
Just when you say he's bowling a nice tight spell, he bowls a half tracker outside off stump. Deserved to go where it went, but you know, again, they're bowling well together here. Dawson and Curran, they're at least building some sort of scoreboard pressure on these two.
It's Warner who's back and knocking the ball down to long on. So when they started to bowl together, 4 and 3, 7 and 4, 0, and it's 6 with a ball to come. But Australia had really got away, particularly from Stone. We're flowing freely. Head on the advance, clouts it straight down the ground into the sight screen for 6. Leapt out of the blocks and went crunch. 12 from the over to re-establish the momentum. At the end of 19, Australia won a none for 111.
It's the sale you've been waiting for. The Good Guys Black Friday sale. Check out which deals have unlocked now. Shop in store or online. Stores open late at The Good Guys.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Travis Head is 65 from 65 balls, 6 4s and 2 6s. Curran is troubling Warner. They start the fresh battle. Warner plays tip and run forward a point. Good strategy.
Smart cricket.
Gets himself down the other end. None for 112.
Why don't we like this form of cricket, Gerard? Or why don't we like it more? This is fantastic.
Yeah.
It's a spectacle. It's really good players playing good shots and bowlers trying to get them out, and the fielding's been superb. And
it's raining and it's as gloomy as it's been, which plays some role in it. It's just at the wrong time of year, Simon, I think. Curran bowls knocked away to mid-off by Head. No run.
England head home after this match, so it's just sort of pre-preparing them. chilly when they get home.
Yes, that's right.
So some are going to Dubai, I think, for the...
I think we'll be off in a moment's time. This is a persistent and heavy shower. Yeah, they'll call it just for the moment. The way the weather has been, I don't expect it'll be a long delay, but it's the right call just to buzz off now. Everyone will seek a little bit of shelter, ride out the worst of it, get the Hessian down at least. But that is a decent shower. 2 balls into the 20th over. None for 112 Australia. Travis Head 65. Dave Warner is 42. As rain falls in Melbourne at 3:45 on a Tuesday afternoon. That's got heavy quickly.
Yeah, I think it'll come and go quickly, Gerard, with a touch of luck.
Yeah,
there's still a nice breeze. Nice breeze coming.
The weather's changed every 5 minutes, so I wouldn't expect it to last more than 5 or 10. It does get so. We've collected a whole heap of memories as you talk about. We used to love one-day cricket. It was the bright new thing, wasn't it? So memories at the ground is how far do you go back? Did you come here as a kid to watch the one-dayer?
Yes, came here as a kid to watch the one-day. From a playing point of view, I go back to the first game under lights here against England. First ever game at the MCG under lights, which was a fantastic night. Packed house, Australia versus England, the old enemy. Just a brilliant day-night game of cricket, and wonderful to be part of. And I think that the attraction of this place always has been the participation of the crowd, the element that they add to the game of cricket. They were, Australian-centric, Victorian-centric, but they holistically embraced Australia whenever all the Melburnians came here to watch cricket, and they loved one-day international cricket. And the West Indies in their halcyon days in those 80s and 90s, when they had all the quicks, on a Sunday afternoon here, there was no better place to be. You might have been in fear of your life, but there was still no better place to be.
So what are your memories of that first game under lights against England? Who are your contemporaries out of that game? Who can you close your eyes and picture?
Robbie Kerr.
Right.
I can close my eyes and picture Robbie Kerr. AB, of course, was captain. I think Kim Hughes played in that game. So there was a few of those older names. We were in that, the transition period, if you like. Don't think we were beating many nations, but we were trying to be competitive. But just the enormity of the lights. The lights, I reckon they took an hour and a half to warm up.
Yeah.
They turned them on about 4:30 to try and get them to work by 7 o'clock when you might have needed them to give a hand. It was quite amazing. And those, the way the towers were built and the way they looked around the ground, was just something very alien to what you were used to when you played sport. These big towers were actually lighting up the night sky.
So Mick has tweeted through a chronology that he's got. So he goes back to the underarm of 80-81. So I was here that afternoon. I remember we came with Grandpa and Dad, and it was hot as hell. And so I was young, but I can remember the sense of unrest that built during the day. My strongest memory of the day is actually Dad had a blue Ford Fairlane, and when we got back to the car, it had been broken into and the car radio had been nicked. And there was a whole spate, dozens and dozens of cars in the car park had been broken into and the car radio had been nicked. So all the police reports that went into that. But there was sort of a seething sense of unease that had built as the day went along, and Greg Chappell had refused to walk on a disputed catch in the deep, which he ended up going out to a similar one later on, and the underarm was bowled. And you watch it back and there's an absolute clarity of what's happening on television. As that wasn't the case if you were here on the day. It was confusing and bizarre and tremendously uneasy. But yeah,
that series had some nasty moments leading into that. I think was it Glenn Turner or Glenn Howarth. There was some moments in that tour, I think, that kept building that animosity between those two teams. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, we'll bring Colo and Chris Rogers in as well into our chat.
Yeah, I think that's what Greg Chappell has talked about a lot. Certainly more in recent years when he's done more interviews around it. There was the anniversary documentary that Adam Zwar made on Channel 7 maybe, well, I guess it was 81, wasn't it? So it would have been 2 summers ago when Greg Chappell explaining that they were so exhausted that it had gone back to, as far as they were concerned, it went back to a sort of a pre-World Series cricket setting where the players were in complete, in the hand of administrators to such an extent that they couldn't justify doing anything that would drag that series out for another game. And if Australia lost there, they were due to play, I think I'm right in saying, in Sydney the following morning. It's like, no, we're not having it. So I'm not justifying the act, but there was a decision-making process that Greg went through before asking his brother to do as he did, and what was described by the Prime Minister of New Zealand, Robert Muldoon, as the most disgusting incident I can recall in the history of cricket. He didn't miss.
So I think when we do our top 5 by the end of the night, it's going to be hard to displace it at 1. Then Mick takes us to Steve Orr's running catch off Roger Harper, 88-89 around the sight screen.
That's my first, I think if I was to be pressed, that's my first memory of cricket.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We were here that night in the Southern Stand.
Were you?
Yep.
Brilliant. The old Southern Stand too, yeah.
So he was running away from you?
Yep.
Just down here it was.
Angus Fraser's bold charge falling short when Tufnell needed 4 off the last ball in 1991.
Yeah, okay. That was when they had the big Phil Tufnell fielding camp signs all around the ground. I don't remember the incident, but yeah, that was the summer, Simon, when you were playing with one side of the G, with no Southern Stand,
the Hessian,
and New Zealand were the other side in the Tri-Series, and you were giving them a pounding on a regular basis personally.
Wesley Macram wickets of Lamb and Lewis in the 92 World Cup. That'll be in our Quinella, I feel. Anthony Stewart with the hat-trick versus Pakistan, 96-97.
The most staggering part of that is, I mentioned it to Bucky before, that was the final group game of the Tri-Series. Hat-trick, Pfeiffer, never played for Australia again.
Yeah.
So they didn't make the final. Amazing.
Any mention of Bucky's 140 here of 114 balls?
I said that to him off air.
Sorry,
that was
mate.
meant to be kept off air.
Couldn't help it. Too good to not relay.
82,000 Australia versus the Windies, February 2, 1989. I was there. That's Greg from Glenroy. So 88-89 comes through pretty strongly. Nick in Brighton, first final, Aussies by 2 runs. Could you drag that one up?
Yeah.
88-89. I think you routinely see that one on...
that was the first final of the World Series Cup. I think Australia made... Does it say there? Australia made 180 or something like that?
Yeah, I've seen that.
The West Indies, if you made 240, they'd get them in 36.
Yeah, you're just about... Yeah, it was Australia 204 for 9, and they restricted the West Indies to 202, and that was for 9 as well. So it went all the way to the finishing line there with who was in at the end. We've got Ian Bishop and Courtney Walsh there at the end, not known for their batting, trying to get the last few runs.
Who was that the night Bishop and Curtly Ambrose got runs?
Yep, Curtly Ambrose 23. You knocked him over.
Oh, did
Scoob.
I? Oh.
And then Ian Bishop, unbeaten, 33 from 47 at the end. Bowling attack. Alderman, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 29. Probably bowled them off the top, unchanged. Hughes, O'Donnell, Steve Waugh, Peter Taylor, who was very much known for what he did here at the G for that one-handed catch on the edge of the circle a couple of years on. And Alan Border bowled a few overs as well.
16th of December 1993, brilliant game on a difficult pitch. Australia's 202 versus New Zealand, 9 for 199. Warney takes 4 for 19 in a tense run chase.
I was here for that. It's pretty special that summer with Warney up against New Zealand and South Africa, 2-day-nighters here, and he bowled Australia to victory on both occasions when he was just untouchable.
I like this from Paul. I saw Lance Cairns in the Kiwi Brown hit a one-handed 6 with the shoulderless bat. So this is my childhood. Is when I was young, Dad would bring me to the neutral game in the triangular series, and I can remember watching Lance Cairns against India. So you'd come and buy the mini autograph bat. It was a plastic one, and they were all printed on in those days. You didn't get them signed yourself, and run around the concourse for the afternoon, and Lance Cairns with the shoulderless bat banging them down into the Southern Stand.
We used to come down here, wasn't a one-day international, to the Boxing Day Test in Deniliquin every year, and we used to stay at the Victoria Hotel, which was in Little Collins Street.
Yep.
And a lot of country people used to stay and used to get the family room, so we'd be all in the family room. We'd wander down to the MCG each day. And Ian Chappell was captain of Australia. They'd take on the West Indies, and it was the old dressing rooms, and it was lunch. And I went over to the old dressing rooms, and there was obviously the cover over the glass to make it black. So if you put your head on the glass and put your hands on either side of your head, you could see in. And Ashley Mallett was sitting in a director's chair, and Ian Chappell came up the stairs from downstairs from having lunch, and he saw me with my head up against the glass, and he told me royally where to go. And I've never forgiven him. As a kid from Denali, I ran back to Dad, sat down with Dad. Dad said, "What's wrong?" And I said, "Oh, nothing." He said, "You're white." I said, "No, everything's all right. It was not a problem." I thought, I dislike that Ian Chappell. I got on well with him in years after, but I'll never forget it. And Ashley Mallett thought it was hilarious. He was having a bumper at the time. Actually, he was having a ciggy, and it was lunchtime, and I'll never forget it. Never forget it.
The 89's a really strong memory for a lot of our correspondents. Australia, West Indies, 89. There was also 45 degrees in the shade. What a crowd.
I think that was the era. You mentioned it before, Simon, where if you got a halfway decent 50 over total at the G, you could defend it because it was the full boundaries, and the pitch wasn't known for being particularly quick then either, was it? The first day they opened the Great Southern Stand, which is now the Shane Warne Stand, was a one-dayer between Australia and the Windies in December 91. My dad took me out of school for it. I remember he surprised me in grade 1, told the teacher I'm taking out into the MCG. Very exciting as a sort of 7-year-old. And Malcolm Marshall took 4 for 18 to bowl out Australia for about 160 odd, and they defended it deep into the night. My enduring memory, though, was being on the second deck, and there was a huge food fight that broke out between the bottom deck and the top deck, people heaving oranges and apples at each other. And before it was Craig McDermott and Steve Waugh who bowled Australia to victory, and Mark Taylor took a stunning juggling catch in the cordon and all the rest of it. But yeah, defending 180, 190, 200 was fairly common here.
And the recipe to do that was, one of the key ingredients was Terry Alderman. Right. He'd bowl his 10 and it'd be 2 for 20. He could just seem to eke out an early one every time and get the momentum going our way. And it was sort of a lineup in those days. Everyone fed off each other, and you became a side that defended a total really well.
Australia A beating Australia when everyone was barracking for the A side. That's from Damien. We were talking about this in our initial reminiscence about 50 over cricket. They are such strong, like you'd swear to God it happened for 10 years. It happened once, and it's such a rich part and a controversial part of our cricket culture.
He played 3 times in the group stage and a couple of finals. As you say, Gerard, the number of strong memories from 94, 95 with the Australian side being the enemy. I had an Australian flag out here with a big A written on it and waving it here in that day that they're referring to. I don't think the A side won, but Greg Blewett made 100 for the A team, and that was enough to get into the Test side and made a Test century on debut at Adelaide Oval against the Poms a couple of months later. So, yeah, and then, of course, Australia A beating England at the SEG to get into the final, which I think there was a newspaper headline at the time. Forget about Australia A. England wouldn't beat Australia Z the way they're going at the moment.
So often in those 80s and early 90s, it was the West Indies bowling attack that got the headlines. But you remember when Greenidge and Haynes used to walk out in the middle? Like Gordon had cut the first ball, through point or gully at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Just throw his bat at it. Haynes would do the same thing. And then you had Viv Richards coming in at 3. And the guy who I thought was underrated so much in that West Indian batting line, Richie Richardson, just the way he used to cut the ball, off a length sometimes, he'd lean right back and just a full circle of the bat. It was just brilliant the way he did it, and he did it go like a rocket to point. Rocket into the fence. They were fantastic players.
One of the funniest parts about watching those old 80s games now is the presentation is still tacked onto the end of the mini, and you get Viv Richards collecting the gold goblets, and he's in his out on the town gear. He's in his civvies and he's got a hat on. He's got his hat on ready to head out for the night. It makes so little sense when you see it, but that was just how they rolled.
That was always the Tony Gregg job, wasn't it, to do the presentation?
Down underneath. A tray of gold goblets.
Can you imagine if they gave it to them these days, what the players would do with them? Brilliant.
There's McCullum bowled Stark in the 2015 World Cup final. I was watching from Singapore, but pretty sure I could hear the MCG crowd roar. That's one of the most striking moments I've had here at the ground. That was a question, as you were here, Colo. I wasn't for this one. Yes, that was when Warne went in his thongs and his helmet. Gerard, were you at the G the night Warne came out to Bay 13 in his helmet and thongs? I remember being in town that night at something else, and the word started to get through because it was a zoo. That was one of the features of the first World Cup in your town. So we look back fondly, but it degenerated into a zoo in the twilight.
Well, it did. So that's 98, 99, and I think looking back at it, I think that's the peak of the crowd numbers. There was 90,000 here at the G. You couldn't move, and I'd been, as I described to Bucky on air before, when the siren sounded, it would have been about 12:30 in the afternoon. We'd been queuing up since 10 in the morning, sprinting down to what was known as Bay 13, but of course wasn't the true Bay 13, and saving all the seats and so on. And then, a few hours on, or many hours on, then down comes Warnie. And I remember him running down the stairs of the old Ponsford stand, and they flashed him on close-up on the screen, and everybody kind of sensed Warnie's coming over, and the sense of, this is unbelievable. He's got the helmet. This is the best. You went and talked to Alex Stewart, then grabbed the helmet, popped it on, and danced down and told everyone to, calm down, and we duly did. But I guess that's the era when he was invincible as well, isn't it? And one-day cricket was at its best, and he was leading the Australian side. Remember, he captained throughout 98, 99 in one-day cricket, and it was a close-run thing for him becoming the one-day captain. So we obviously loved him.
What's the catalyst to that?
It was. Wasn't particularly flattering. That I can't remember who the England bowler was, but they were getting pelted with everything.
Yeah, so
everything that was
Alex
available.
Stewart called his team in and watched him talk to the umpire, and then it's he who senses the moment, and what he does is he flips his hand over.
Yeah, that's right.
Leg spinner. That's his signal from it's like the bat signal goes up. He just flips his hand over, and everyone right, Warnie needs to. So Alex Stewart sensed that the only way to calm the crowd, and the game was going to get cooled off, was to get Warne out.
But what set the crowd off?
No, it was just degenerating.
Australia were flying. It was Mark Waugh was bossing it, and I think he had Ponting with him. They were cruising to a 9-wicket victory. It was really no tension in the game, and I suppose we were bored. I mean, that's the best excuse you can give, right? That the England bowler, whoever it was, just had to cop it.
So the rain's just about through here. They're standing diligently around the square with the covers down, but they're about to start lifting them, so I would suspect we're not too far off a resumption. I went to the Australia versus West Indies game in 1992. Mark Waugh took 5 for man of the match performance, and apart from Lara and Richie Rich, the Windies batting was poor. Steve Waugh dropped Richardson on the boundary. The next ball was 40 metres over his head.
I think they lost about 8 for 40 that night, Gerard. It was a precursor to the 96 semi-final, very similar rhythm to that game, except it was Mark Waugh bowling medium pace instead of Warner, McGrath and Fleming, who did it a few years on in the World Cup semi. They completely capitulated, and the G was right behind Mark Waugh, running in, bowling medium pace and taking 5 for spit.
Matt in Jindovic has texted through, my mum took me to my first one-dayer at the G in the late 80s. Yes, it was the match Scoob smashed Malcolm Marshall for the famous 6. I think we made 181, but wasn't enough to defend. Could not believe how fast these Windies legends could bowl and how you could possibly bat to it.
Stop it, Gerard.
Do you remember the game with the construction site when you kept popping balls into there in 1991 against, it was New Zealand, wasn't it, when you 70-odd off 30-odd balls? And
I don't think it was the most distinguished New Zealand attack we've ever seen.
Well, yeah, but I think given the era we're referring to here, no people over there, and you just kept losing balls over the into the construction side as Australia made the way to the end of their 50.
We had a very good batting lineup, and we used to switch it around a bit in those days. We had the confidence to switch it round. I think that day I batted with Dean Jones, and really the only way for my survival was to hit boundaries. Because the way he ran, I was going to get run out by half the pitch. No doubt. Absolutely no doubt. So it had to be maximum balls nearly every time I faced one.
How about the day, and Gerard, I suppose you probably were here as well, when at the end of the 96 World Cup, Australia returned home, and 3 days later, it's not a one-day international, but it is a one-day exhibition game, the World 11 are playing Australia, and Dino gets picked to bat number 3 for the World 11, rattles off 100, hits Mark Waugh bowling off spin this time, for 6 back over his head into the southern stand to finish it in the last over. Yeah. It was a pretty emotional night here.
Well, at a time where when Jones was being mistreated by Australian selectors.
It was peak bring back Dino.
Yep.
The banners everywhere, and there was probably 50-odd thousand here. It wasn't the same kind of crowd you get for a one-day international, but it was pretty remarkable to see him walk out. And I spoke to Dino about the shirt that he wore that night, which was doing the rounds on eBay a few years ago, and of course I had a pop at it. Didn't quite get there, but I think it went for about $4,000. That shirt from that night is still in circulation in collectibles land.
He is one of the few athletes, I think, that could transform from that era to this era. His running between the wickets, his dynamic fielding, his pace to get to the ball, his running between the wickets. I think in any era of cricket, he would have adapted. He could play this game very easily now in every aspect of it. Fielding, batting, running between the wickets, and that was way before what we're seeing from the athletes that play today.
So from the infamous night when Warnie becomes the masses, Richard from Taylor's Hill, it was all about Alan Mullally, who was from Western Australia, was playing for England. I was right there and the crowd was getting stuck right into him, throwing all sorts of stuff.
Big Al.
Did you face him in club cricket, Bucky?
He's the first ball I faced in club cricket, actually. Big Al Mullally. He's a bit of a strange man at times, so I assume he might have been riling up the crowd as well.
Loves Twitter. Alan Mullally.
Does he?
Yeah, but
I must follow him.
Don't.
Yeah, we'll leave that one alone, I think.
Bill Laurie recruited Alan Mullally to come and play for Victoria. So he was over in WA, I think. We got him over here, and whether he played a year or 2 years, I'm not too sure. But probably, the eastern side of Australia didn't suit him as well as he would have liked. And then off to England he went, and a couple of years later he's...
Hampshire, wasn't he? He was at Hampshire.
Opening the bowling for England.
Covers are up, so we won't be too far away. Play will resume in the 20th over. Australia none for 112. The skies have broken up overhead. There's even a patch of blue to be seen. So this is the 150th one-day international to be played at the MCG. So we're trawling your memories and ours. Is what we're here for. What do you remember? And they don't have to be iconic moments. They might just be moments in your life. And that's where Brett sits. I was at the G when McGrath smashed Kevin Peterson in the ribs. I met my now wife at that game.
Ooh.
Well done.
Yeah, me.
Have the ODIs as your...
The MCG becomes Tinder.
That's right.
That'd be quite a good idea, Scoop. Entrepreneurs out there. MCG-based dating app. Let me work on that.
We took the day off school to go to the Dean Jones testimonial game at the G. The joint was half full midweek. That's Sam in Roval remembering that game.
Remember who took a famous catch in that game, Gerard?
Tell me.
This will test you. Well, forget about all the footballers that did great things. Gary Ablett, Jason Dunstall, Dermot Burton. But the most noteworthy moment of the day was one P. Duck, Plucker Duck, who took a great catch, a great snaffle. Talk about dating that game.
Yeah.
There's a scorecard circulating somewhere online. If you want to find it, you probably will. P. Duck being listed to come in at number 8 or something like that.
Remember Joel Garner at the MCG come in and swat 3 towering sixes way up into the grandstands high on the top deck. Was just like swatting flies for Big Bird. I remember going to the ODI at the G, Australia versus India 1986. Greg Matthews was having a purple patch. We made a poster saying, Greg makes Dev beg. We caught the train in from Bacchus Marsh, but got to the game late. Matthews was promoted to bat at 3, but was run out for 11 before we got to unveil our banner. JT from Mildura. Some of those games, there's one year where Melbourne's right in the middle of the Olympic bid for 96, and I presume it's Australia and the West Indies because they're the ones on high rotation, and you can just sort of see the build up to where our hearts are going to get broken in the corrupt IOC process. But the whole town was involved in it. There's massive signage at the ground. There's the big hope for it all.
Sorry, Gerard.
Our restart's 9 minutes away.
The signs as well. We briefly touched on it before, but you could get away with anything on those bed sheets. So long as you had the sponsor's logo on it, you could win whatever it was, $500 or whatever. And it was quite a competitive process, wasn't it? Where fans would have all of the advertising boards were covered in I'm sure they banned it because of that. Why would they allow the sponsor signs to get covered up? But all across the G, you'd see them hanging down. And remember the Barmy Army got quite into it for a couple of summers as well. And it was a a hugely identifiable part of the one days here at the G were the Toyota signs.
The old days at Channel 9, they used to always open the batting in the commentary with Bill and Greggy. Any of the big one-day internationals, it was Bill and Greggy at the top of the roster every single time. Then Test matches, Bill and Greggy. First morning, first half hour, Bill and Greggy was amazing. The enthusiasm Bill Lawry had from start to finish of his commentary, his love of the game. If the game was starting at 2 o'clock, Bill would be sitting in your chair, Gerard, at midday, waiting for players to come out and run a lap, and he'd be watching, and he was an extraordinary enthusiasm that was unmatched in those guys that I saw for so many years.
And that was immortalised by the 12th man, of course. And it was quite funny. I think last week there were the Vic players listening to the 12th man for the first time. They'd never heard it before. It's
wow,
amazing,
hasn't they?
Yeah.
You've got to have
some of them hadn't, yeah.
You've got to issue some homework, I reckon. Yeah. All of the albums in order and make sure they do a written test afterwards.
With laughter, yeah.
Be careful where you distribute that these days.
That's true.
Anthony's text through. Does anyone remember the day Stimmerol Chewing Gum did a promotion giving away gum and beach balls to the MCG crowd? You can imagine giving the crowd that much stuff to throw around. That was a zoo. Oh, God, can you imagine? There's a few memories of the styrofoam eskies that you used to be able to bring in, and the ice fights that would develop between bays and between decks. Imagine being able to bring your own esky.
It just seems like another world, doesn't it? Those documentaries that Mike Howard made for the ABC, and I suppose it would have been 10, 15 years ago, cricket in the 80s, it featured a lot of many scenes of one-day cricket. But yeah, the standing on the esky or being able to bring in, wasn't it a limit of 24 beers per person or something like that?
There used to be those big blue esky, and there'd be one on each end. They'd be coming out of Richmond Station, walking up to the G, and there'd be one guy on each end of the esky. Took two to carry the esky they had that many beers and that much ice in it. Like, it's extraordinary. In the gate they'd go, they'd pay their $5, and then they came.
Can you still take a bottle of alcohol into Lords these days?
I think we're down to 2 pints for a bottle of wine, which is funny, isn't it? Because obviously a bottle of wine's a lot more boozy than 2 pints of beer. But you can. It's the only ground in England where that tradition remains, where you can actually bring your own grog in.
Can you?
Yes, it is. Yep. Not loads, but enough to have your picnic and all the rest.
So if there's 2 of you, you can take a bottle each.
Yep. And they do.
We'll duck over there, Buck, for the Ashes, shall we?
You'll find yourself at the champagne bar, I'm sure.
They pop the champagne corks out onto the ground. It doesn't reflect well upon Lords, that, I don't think, when you see all the champagne corks. It kind of leans into the cliche of Lords being a posher venue.
I remember being at a game one night at the G, and someone threw a barbecue chicken at South African spinner Pat Simcox, who was in the field. Not sure why. Strange times. Yes, strange times indeed. It's all not perfect nostalgia.
You used to get that stuff thrown during the Mexican Wave, didn't you? The Mexican Wave would have I'm not obviously wasn't good by modern standards, but gee, it was fun with the cake being thrown in the air, or the pies, or I suppose a lot of beer as well. But it was all part of it. How long did it take Bay 13 to decide, right, we're pulling the trigger here, we're having a half an hour Mexican Wave in the middle overs of the chase?
Yeah. How long do you reckon that bloke thought, well, I throw this chicken at Pat Simcox on?
Sam from Warragul just rewatched the warning telling Bay 13 to stop throwing stubbies onto the ground. Bill's comments, just a few dills. it was the entire bay. Yes. If you soak a crowd in that much alcohol, that's where you can end up. Nathan in Corio is just straightening us up a little bit. Still remember it like yesterday, a one-day international in 2003 against England, where Ponting and Gilly both made centuries. It was like they were both trying to outdo each other. 0433 98 11 16, Tempera mattress like no other, to share your memories of one-day internationals here at the G. The event is the 150th, and the skies have parted overhead. We will resume in 3 minutes' time without any overs being lost. So we'll be in the 20th over, and Australia yet to lose a wicket. Harps in Pheasant Creek. Have you pre-read this? I worked in the police command post at the MCG in the old Northern stand for many years. The old Channel 9 box was next door to ours. Both Channel 9 and ourselves had to use the same steps to the respective boxes. We had many a chat with the commentary team at the time on the stair landing. So, yeah, that'd be pleasant.
Well, Harps missed that bloke with the chicken.
Yes.
There was a big... Remember when they brought in the CCTV for the first time, where they could have the close-up cameras? The idea was to sort of clamp down on the southern stand by knowing that if you were behaving poorly, you'd be locked up underneath the ground. And they used to sort of count the numbers of drunks, they used to say on the news.
Is there a cell under the ground?
Yeah, they put them in the drunk tank for 4 hours underneath the MCG.
Yeah.
Never ended up in there myself, thankfully.
Nick texts through, Dad tells me stories that he used to go to the G with an esky and take Mum with her own esky. They'd get in and then she'd go home. And Dad would have 2 eskies for the day. Now I'm paying $10 for mid-street. Oh, and I have heard these stories before. Get in with a bottle of cheap whiskey snuck in a hollowed out loaf of bread. Yes, I have heard those stories.
Did you hear the latest one over in Qatar with the no beer in the ground? Coca-Cola have brought out a sleeve.
Yeah.
And the sleeve goes over the, I think it's Budweiser is the brew for the World Cup, the endorsed brew.
Yep.
And the sleeve goes over and they walk in thinking they're drinking a can of Coke. And they're having a mid or a full strength, whatever they like.
Yep. A bit of a change in the game. Moen Ali has replaced Phil Salt as a concussion sub following medical assessment. So Salt dived for a ball on the boundary, first his shoulder and then his head. He's been ruled out through concussion, so Moen Ali replaces him. So we won't see him high up in the English batting order. We're back out in the middle. So we'll digress to the cricket for a while. You might keep sending your messages through, 0433 98 11 16.
I did have 2 questions for you though, Gerard. Why did you go to the neutral? Why did your dad take you to the neutral game?
Because the crowd was small and well behaved. So it was just easier when I was really young.
Right.
Not to be in the middle of all of that. The chicken throwing and the like.
And what was the shoulderless bat?
It's a beautiful piece of carving where the shoulders were taken off the bat, so the handle...
Yeah, what was the brand?
Oh, right.
Newbury?
I think it was Newbury.
Because there was the woodworm that had the... for a while.
Someone will know absolutely the answer to that. Play resumes. Curran is bowling to head. He blocks the first ball. So what was the brand of Lanscow's shoulderless bat? 0433 98 11 16. Ping it through and answer Buck's question.
I'm going with Newbury.
Another 4 overs in your memory.
I reckon it was an orange type sticker, an orange and black or orange and brown type sticker. Went with their uniform.
None for 112. Travis Head is 65. Dave Warner is 42. Sam Curran's been the pick of the English bowlers. He's in over the wicket. He bowls to Head, who runs the ball to backward point. Just with soft enough hands to get a single to Jason Roy. Move it to none for 113.
Buck, as a coach, how do you coach Travis Head? Gerard and I were talking about it earlier. It'd be quite a unique relationship you'd had with him, I would think. But how would you coach him?
Good question. Simon, you probably have to give me a couple of seconds.
Take a while. It's quite an intriguing question, I think.
Warner across the line. Whacks this ball out to mid-wicket. He will get just the one into the deep. So not for the first time. Extravagant play to get a single.
Well, clearly he wants to play a certain way. So you want to support that. Keep helping him educate on how to make good decisions. But I think along the way you've got to understand that there's going to be some bad times to go with the good, and knowing that that's part of how his outcome's going to be.
Head pulls forward of square quite powerfully, pounced on the length. It will get to the boundary for 4. Travis Head picks up where he left off before the rain delay. He moves to 70, and at the end of the 20th over, Australia none for 118.
Good afternoon. There's a broken down truck currently on the Monash Freeway inbound after the Yarra Boulevard. The left-hand lane is closed, and outbound delays on the Monash Freeway patchy around Eastlink through to the South Gippsland Freeway. You'll also find heavy delays currently on the Westgate Freeway. That's in both directions, in and out of the tunnels. If you're sending gifts across the country this Christmas, make sure you get them in the post by December 12 to ensure they arrive in time. Spread the merry with Australia Post. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
Head 70, Warner's 43, SEN Cricket for Henley.com.au. The Newbury Excalibur is coming through powerfully as the answer to the question of the shoulderless bass.
We have any money on that?
Ian Dawson is bowling. There's 3 in the deep on the leg side and a deep cover with Dave Warner on strike. From the crease, he swings deep into the mid-wicket field for 6. That'll do. Dave Warner's come out with real intent. And that is crisp, clean hitting beyond the rope.
That's right in the slot too. Come around the wicket. If you bowl that length, that's a step hit, and there is a big gap at mid-wicket. I'm sure Warner's looking at that one. Just needs the right length.
Warner plays back, tucks him around the corner. Heads off for a single, his 50th run. Dave Warner, who's just operated in at the shoulder of his new opening partner. He reaches a half century. Raises his bat to the MCG crowd here. And these two have a real taste for it to push well beyond none for 125. Now to Travis Head. He's moving around at the crease. He takes the single to the short, fine leg. None for 126.
I think back to your point, though, and your question, Simon, is when you play like that, sometimes you can try and hit 360 degrees and it can get a bit frantic, but for Head, it's about him knowing his strengths. So try to stick to those areas as much as possible.
Warner bat down on one knee, pulls the ball to backward square. There is protection there. James Vince does the fielding, single taken.
And then also trying to help him understand when his tempo is at the best, and how do you get him to consistently do that? So I'm sure he can go too far with it.
Dawson to Head, tucks around the corner, the same single again as it trickles past Blocker Wilson, square leg umpire. These are good overs for Australia, so they took 12 from Dawson's previous over. And now they've got him on the hook for 10 with a ball to go. Warner clubs it across the line out to deep square, and will get the single to close out. So 11 from Dawson's over, giving Josh Butler a few things to think about. Australia none for 129 after 21 overs.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
You don't need a reason to vote early in this month's state election. Early voting centres are now open, or you can vote by post. To find out more, visit vec.vic.gov.au or call 131 832. Your vote will help shape Victoria.
That's a big old stint for Gerard Wheatley. The cricket, the rainfill, and now he's out to have a breather. Adam Collins joining you. I'm with Chris Rogers and Simon O'Donnell and Sam Curran. He's been replaced at the northern end, members end. Holly Stone back into the attack before the rain for 25 from 3. Pretty dark here at the G now, Chris. All the lights on. Swirling breeze from west to east. I'd be surprised if we got through the entirety of the game without another rain delay. Just that the energy in Melbourne throughout the spring, hasn't it? Stone away from us towards Warner. He's 52. Bowls here, and Warner calls weight on as he pushes towards mid-wicket. No single there.
Haven't had hail like we did yesterday, though.
Could you believe the snow yesterday as well? The pictures coming through. It was colder. You like this, Chris, being someone that also spends a lot of time in the UK. The weather was colder yesterday in Melbourne than London on the 21st of November.
Wow.
They can't be too often on the 21st of November. That's been the case.
Just interesting case, yeah, sweet.
Fielders out at deep square, fine leg, deep third, deep point. Stone operating round the wicket to Warner. Off his hip, down the leg side. Butler appeals. I think that's to prevent a wide being called. Blocker Wilson is staring at the England captain.
I think he's going to call it a wide.
Well, he's going to call a wide or he's going to review here, one or the other. Butler's considering it. 5, 4, 3. So no review, no wide. Must have been 5.
I was sure Blocker was going to turn around and call a wide there.
Back and forth there. Some news coming through in relation to the Big Bash, Bucky. Some changes to some squads. Some big names as well. Both out of England. Stone delivers. Warner again tangled up on his hip and also isn't far away from landing on his stumps. Legs almost straddling the woodwork, but all is well. None for 129 halfway into over 22. So Liam Livingstone, who was the #1 pick for the Melbourne Renegades, is withdrawn from the Big Bash, citing an increase to his workload. He was expected to be available for the first 8 games of the competition before moving to, I think, South Africa or UAE, one of the 2 comps. But he's now not going to be here. That's a big out for the Big Bash, losing Liam Livingstone. Stone delivers here. Warner on 52, using the pace of the ball down to deep third. Square of that fielder. Oh, David Warner falls over when coming back for a second, so they'll stay tight. Hold tight. Number 130, Warner up to 53. So that's the first bit of news. Liam Livingstone out. And then maybe even bigger news, due to the circumstances. Laurie Evans, who was instrumental in the Perth Scorchers getting the job done last year in the final. He was player of the match in the final, wasn't he? He and the Scorchers have, I think the words, mutually agreed to terminate his contract after he tested positive to a banned substance in August. This just came through from the Perth Scorchers during the rain delay. Stone to head on 72, driving down towards mid-on, no run. So just to recap, Livingstone out on his own accord. The Renegades saying he's got too many commitments, busy boy. And Evans, who was a big player last year and retained by the Scorchers, out due to a drug test. First response to that, Simon O'Donnell?
Livingstone, very disappointed.
It is, isn't it? I mean, we might come back to it in the next over. Last ball of the 22nd here. Heads on 72 and Stone to him on the angle. He works him just behind the square leg umpire. Gets 1. Warner wants 2. Head sends him back. So Head retains the strike. He's 73 from 73 balls. 22 overs gone on SEN Cricket for henley.com.au. Australia after being sent in. None for 131.
Big W's Black Friday deals online now. 55-inch Eco Smart TV for only $449. Plus get 2,000 everyday rewards points. While stocks last, T's and C's apply.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Adam Collins with Chris Rogers, Simon O'Donnell. It's going to be Liam Dawson to continue. The Shane Warne stand in. He's taken none for 31 from his 4 bowls. Here to Head. Turns it into the onside. Wait and no is the call. So the BBL losing some pretty big names. That's significant, I think.
Well, Liam Livingstone was a platinum pick, wasn't he, for the Renegades?
Dawson here passes umpire rifle, left arm around, bowls to Head. Tries to get him through the gap at cover. There is no gap, no run.
Not sure about Laurie Evans.
Yeah, I suppose we'll learn more about that when the England press get their hands on that news. They'll get to the bottom of it. Warner make that head rather, going back and taking a single down the ground off Dawson. He's 74, none for 132. They've already lost a couple of players who, David Wheatley in this game, of course, pulled out a couple of weeks ago, saying that he's going to stay home for the winter as well, maybe playing some other comps. Dawson bowls. Warner pulls out towards deep backward square. A couple of bounces before reaching the sweeper. That's James Vince. They get 1. Warner up to 54 from 60 balls. None for 133.
Well, there was a couple of big players who weren't picked up in the draft, were they? So you think that they'd come into contention now?
Andre Russell's been picked up in the repercharge, so to speak. Dawson bowls here, and Head goes back for the second time in the over, taking one to long off. He's 75, none for 134. It was quite notable, wasn't it, in the auction, or the draft rather, that they were going for players that'll win them games rather than maybe sell them shirts, which is of course their prerogative as sides that want to win trophies naturally. Warner facing up, last ball of the over, shovels it into the onside, gets one, wants two. No, they won't take on the arm of Jason Roy. So David Warner will keep the strike. He's 55 after 23 overs. Australia none for 135.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Aussies need to keep going their own way. That's why at Isuzu Ute, we offer a 6-year warranty, up to 7 years roadside assist, and up to 7 years cap price servicing. For terms and conditions, visit isuzuute.com.au.
On our screen for Tyre Power, your trusted local young bloke in the crowd with a mullet, wearing one of those novelty baggy greens that you can buy from the shops these days. As Ollie Stone begins his 5th over, bowls here. Warner tucks him off his front pad behind square, gets one. He's satisfied with that. Sam Curran doing the fielding, none for 136. Warner up to 56.
We're going to see more pace in 50 over cricket than we have the last few years, was particularly the Pakistan attack, how well they did during the World Cup, and Mark Wood for the Poms. We're going to see more genuine speed in this form of the game.
They certainly want to have more pace.
More chest to chin stuff.
Yeah, well, they've talked about that a lot. There's just availability issues, don't they? The Stone bowls, he is quick, and that's short and fast and over the head of Travis Head, who's underneath it comfortably. It is called a wide, but yeah, maybe Stone won't be too worried about that. Just giving something to think about for Travis Head, none for 137. Because if they had their ideal lineup, their World Cup lineup had, of course, Jofra Archer and Mark Wood in the 11. They're both injured. Or sorry, Wood's in Pakistan with the Test squad and Archer's on the way back. But based on Instagram, Archer's not far away. He's been working up ahead of steam in the nets.
Coach should know. He's not giving much away at the minute.
Stone bowls here, Fuller straight back over his head. Travis Head gets all of that. Couple of bounces and thuds into the side screen. Into the 80s he goes. We'll make that 79 rather. None for 141, but he'll be in the 80s in a sec, and going the way he is today, he'll have 100 soon enough. What a shot. Stand and deliver.
Said the pace is playing a bigger role. He pitches one up and goes straight back down the side screen. I think the next one you might see back where we see a lot of balls delivered in the T20 World Cup. It's sort of from chest to chin.
Yeah, there's two back for the short ball. Stone to Head. Uppercuts down towards deep third square of that fielder. They could get a second, and they will. They take on Wokes. This time Head's up to into the 80s. He's 81, none for 143. Sorry, Simon.
You're thinking that's an actual tactic in the shorter form of the game, the pace being more prevalent? Huh?
Oh, without a doubt, because the players, and as you've seen here from Head and Warner, they're more aggressive than ever. So you need defensive strategies. Pace is one of them. I mean, the other thing too is that it means your slower balls are, more valuable because the discrepancy between.
It's 81. Stone to him here, has a waft at one, well outside the off stump, off pace delivery, and doesn't edge it through, but nearly does. No footwork there.
I think also too is particularly at the death, you're trying to kind of confuse the batters. You're trying to kind of almost bowl in 3 different areas. And so if you don't have the pace to surprise a batter, you're not going to get away with it.
And that was the telltale sign that Jofra Archer was on, wasn't it? It wasn't necessarily bowling 150. It was the slower balls they had no idea about. Back of the hand, knuckle ball. Such a clever operator. Stone here, bowls to Head. That's better. Cutting hard, but doesn't get it beyond the man at point. Jason Roy, no run.
But you might be going for a wide Yorker, a straight Yorker, a bouncer, or a slow ball bouncer kind of thing. So you want to be able to confuse the batter to make sure that you can get away with it. If you haven't got that you haven't got the variation or the pace, then the batter has enough time to kind of adjust.
So the slow clap around the MCG as Stone gets up to the crease, bowls to Travis Head, and he's defending into the onside, out towards mid-wicket. The end of 24 overs with Head 81, Warner 56, Australia after being sent in. None for 143.
Get the power of safer tyres before you go on holidays. A road safety message from Tyre Power.
There's one wheel that affects the performance of all the other wheels on your car, the steering wheel. And if your steering is out of alignment, it affects handling and vehicle stability. Poor steering alignment also causes rapid and uneven tyre wear. If you feel your vehicle pulling in one direction on a straight road, head to your nearest Tyre Power store and get your alignment checked and adjusted as soon as possible.
Get the power! Back to David Warner. He's there on 56. Chris Wokes returns to the attack as well from the Shane Warne stand in. Warner coming into today's game averaging 32 at the G in 11 one-day internationals, so practically half of what he averages at his home ground. 1 century, 156 here against New Zealand in 2016. So great opportunity. Gerard made the point earlier that a number of the Australian players today may be playing their final one-dayer at the G. They're not scheduled to play one here for a couple of years or a one-dayer at all next summer in Australia, so we'll want to make this count. Just talking about fast bowlers and how they come through the pathway now, Chris. Have you got a couple of young quicks that are in your pathway who will be good for all formats of the game, or are they mostly starting to think about whether they're going to be sort of white ball cricketers with lots of tricks, or red ball cricketers who can land it on a handkerchief? Or question on notice as Woke starts his new spell. His 5th over, bowling to Warner on 56. Warner gets big on him off the outside edge down towards Moeen Ali, the sub who's into the game for Phil Salt. With concussion, they get a single. Warner 57, none for 144.
I think there's a young guy coming through named Tommy Nelson from Camberwell, and he bowls pretty quick. And then another one, a left armer named Max Berthasol, actually bowls. He bowls quite a bit of variations and stuff, but I don't think that they're quite at that stage.
Head facing Wokes, he's 81, pulls out into the onside, make that 82, none for 145.
I think they're probably, and Simon may attest to this, I think that they're just learning how to bowl to be consistent with their action and all those kind of things, and be durable. Then probably when they get to that 20, 21 age, they might start to think more about, okay, well, which is, my body can take this now. Which way am I going with this?
Right. So it's Wokes, all his experience up to the crease here, bowls to Warner, inside part of the bat, spills that into the offside. No run, good restart from Wokes. So it's kind of like a body type question for these guys with high pace.
Equally, we don't have the malingers coming through, like the guys who are playing maybe taped up tennis ball stuff that are doing crazy things, and there's always a place for that. So yeah, so if there was someone coming through who had all the variations or wanted to bowl round arm rockets,
place for that. Wokes bowls, Warner plays off his back foot out towards deep point. He's 58, none for 146, 2 left in over 25.
And T20s, it's only going to get bigger. So, I think you'll see probably even white ball contracts in state cricket, or at least there's some talk about it. So, yeah, there's going to be scope for that kind of thing.
They're quite controversial, the white ball contracts in England, as you know, Bucky. I sat down with Sam Billings for an hour for a chat yesterday as Wokes gets to the crease and bowls to Travis Head, who turns him very fine, down towards fine leg and the rope, and it gets there. Off the face of the bat, Head got inside the line and handled it nicely. He's 86. The 150 partnership up between this pair, none down. We're not yet halfway. They could go huge today. Watching the replay back for Tyre Power, your trusted local, went across his stumps. He's helped it with a minimum of fuss. Travis Head throwing in on a 3rd one-day international ton. He's 86. Last ball of Wokes is over. In here, and Head goes back and defends into the offside. Knows the call. 25 overs gone. Australia after being sent in, none for 150.
Big W's Black Friday deals online now. iRobot Roomba Vacuum, $329. Plus get 2,000 everyday rewards points. While stocks last, T's and C's apply.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
So the 150 stand between this pair, of course, they have put on an even bigger partnership in one-day cricket. 284 back on the 26th of January 2017. If these two can bat for another 20 overs, they'll be up and around that, if not higher. Right on a runner ball at halfway. Stone starts a new over. Bowls to Warner. Punches the outset. Cover point. Gets one. He's up to 59. None for 151. Yet talking to Sam Billings yesterday, and he reflected on Will Smead, who I assume you would have at least met at Somerset when you were there. And he's taken a white ball only contract at age 20.
Yes.
And he looks like he's going to be just everything as a T20 player. All the tricks that we talk about. Dominated the PSL earlier this year. And he's like, well, I'm not going to play red ball cricket at all. He's already effectively retired from first-class cricket at age 20. Stone bowls here. Head straight back over his head for the second time in a couple of overs. Doesn't hit that one quite so cleanly, but the result is the same. Travis Head to 90. Australia, none for 155.
You can't bowl with the Head there. I mean, he can do whatever he wants with that. And you know, if you're going to bowl to him, you have to tuck him up. You have to get in almost at his hip. And that's twice now that Ollie Stone's missed out there.
So Stone taking some tap here. Bowls to Head, stays around the wicket, uses the pace down the deep third. Head 91 from 87. None for 156 for an over 26. So, yeah, so the Will Smead example of a player who's already pulled the pin out there, and Sam Billings' perspective as well. You just got to accept that players will do that. On the other hand, he's been in the past thought of as a bit of a white ball specialist. He's pulled out of the IPL to play county cricket early next season in order to try and get in the test team at age 31. He played a couple of tests this year, but interesting that different players are sizing this up in different ways. Stone to Warner this time, defending from the crease, out to point, quick single, Head gets through. They go to Warner's end instead. He's through comfortably, up to 60, none for 157. But, I mean, it's the very idea that players would specialise as T20 cricketers that young. Even when you were playing a few years ago, Bucky, it would have been unheard of.
Indeed, but, I mean, it's a career, isn't it? It's
yeah, sure, absolutely.
It's the way for these guys to make money, and you know, people have different motivations. Interesting that Billings he's motivated by, no, I want to play the long form. Yeah. I want to get back into there.
Encouraged by that. Stone bowl short to Head, who has a little fiddle at one outside the off stump. Nearly places it into Butler's gloves, but it's a dot ball. Yeah, no, absolutely no judgment there from me or from anyone, I don't think, who's following that Will Smead story. But it's more that with far more opportunities to play domestic T20 around the world, that it will be hard for some players to say no to that.
Oh, yeah. Well, we've got Glenn Maxwell, and, you know, there was every intention for him to play the Shield match starting on Thursday and the following Shield match after that as well.
Last ball of over 26. Stone goes short again. This time he gets it over the keeper, Travis Head. Couple of bounces down towards third man, gets another 4. Clever from the South Australian, who's 95 at the end of over number 26. It's none for 161.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
Travis Head nearing 500 runs since his return to this side in 9 innings earlier this year. So really making it count. 5 away from another one-day 100. David Warner back on strike here. Chris Wokes to start his 6th over from the Shane Warne stand end. On the approach. Couple out on the offside. Wokes delivers and Warner pulls to one of the two on the leg side. Deep backward square. He's 61, none for 162. So the lure of Test cricket is certainly still there. It's just that young Brevis, isn't it, the 19-year-old from South Africa who wasn't available to play for the South African white ball team this year when in England on a Mumbai Indians development squad. And that does jar, I think, when players are taking it to that extreme. But that's the challenge for administrators. Wokes up to the crease, bowls to head on 95. He pulls him down towards fine leg for an easy single. Head 96, none for 163. Stone does the fielding.
Well, that is the worry, isn't it? And whether you call it a worry or opportunity, but players who are going to be attached to these franchises and then play in multiple places in the world throughout the year, and that's it. That's all they're going to do.
Wokes to Warner. He's 61. He pulls. Doesn't get this though. Straight to mid-wicket. Yeah, I think the tests for administrators will be how do they keep players wanting to take central contracts if they fall into that boat. I mean, you touched on Glenn Maxwell before. He's always had a central contract, but he's travelled around the world, and as you point out, it felt like he was being prepared to play Test cricket as early as maybe even this summer, but certainly in India in February and March, and very sadly that seems unlikely with his broken leg. He's added some more detail to that today in an interview that he's done. Warner on 61. Wokes bowls off the back foot, off pace, places it with a flat bat down to mid-off, gets one. Warner 62, none for 164. Any sense of how Glenn's recovery is going from a Victorian perspective at the moment? Any sort of engagement between you and the medical staff? Or too early for that?
No, too early for that. I think he's, it's going to be a while, clearly.
So he was playing that Shield game, and then.
No, there's a good chance he was going to play this Shield game, yeah, on Thursday after this game.
Wokes delivers to head on 96, gets plenty of that. Lovely shot out towards deep backward point, and that's his century. Travis Head, wonderful return to this one-day international side. Very much making the most of it. Cradles his bat like a baby. Wonderful celebration from a man who's taking this second chance. 2 centuries upon his return, and looks the perfect fit alongside David Warner as they make their way to the next World Cup. Chris Rogers.
Yeah, well, I think the Australian selectors indicated they wanted Travis Head as an opener for their one-day side, and he's shown that he's loving this position. I think the way he's played without fear. We've seen it in the Test arena, and sure enough, the way he's come out, he's just been so aggressive and put the bowlers under so much pressure, and it's been an incredible innings today.
12 fours, 2 sixes, just 91 balls. Long way from done yet. Facing Wokes, off cutter, slower ball. Punches it straight back to him. Travis Head on an even 100. Warner with him on 62. None for 168 after 27.
Good afternoon. Heavy outbound delays currently on the Calder Freeway. The delays are starting at the Tullamarine Split and going all the way past the Ring Road, through Keilor and out past Taylor's Lakes. You'll also get solid delays on the Westgate Freeway. That's outbound from the Domain Tunnel and again at Williamstown Road. It's Nespresso's Black Friday sale with 15% off the purchase price of all coffee machines and selected accessories. Ends November 29, while stocks last. T's and C's and exclusions apply. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
We're here for henley.com.au. Adam Collins, Chris Rogers at the northern end of the MCG, which is the end that David Wheatley is going to return to the attack. None for 26 from 5 so far from the left armour. But Australia, quite the flyer here. 27 overs in, an unbeaten stand of 168. Travis Head, we've got to look just then on the Tyre Power replay screen. Your trusted local. When he got to 100, I said he cradled the bat like a baby, almost like he's at the Football World Cup.
Well, we're trying to find out, aren't we? Fiancée Jessica had a baby girl, Miller, in September.
Oh, love it. That's wonderful. Celebrating that in style here. I'm sure that'll be a moment that baby Miller gets to look at when she's a bit older and see it on YouTube or whatever it is. The day that Dad made a ton when I was a kid and celebrated for me. David Wheatley away from us towards Warner on 62. Bowls here full. It takes him over deep mid-wicket, out towards the Olympic stand, and it will clear the ropes. It hanged high in the air. Wasn't entirely sure he was going to make it, but no fielder to contend with. Warner up to 68. That's his second six. Australia, none for 174. And if they bat the whole way through, well, this is going to be huge.
Well, that was a lovely 9-iron, wasn't it? It just hung in the air for a long time, cleared the rope by about a metre and just stopped dead.
So Warner putting the foot down as well. Willie in his new spell, bowls here. Warner short, and he tries to just fiddle with it through the slip and then pulls out at the last moment. Had enough time to make a cup of tea before it reached him.
There was a slower ball bouncer. I don't think we've seen enough variation from England. I mean, Ollie Stone just kept running in, bowling pace on, and even one time he bowled a ball that Travis Head tried to kind of ramp over the keeper and missed, and then very next ball did exactly the same.
So two slower balls to start, 118 and 111 kilometres an hour. Willie again, pace off once more. Warner pulling his front pad in the end, out to deep backward square. 1 of 3 out on the leg side. He moves to 69 from 73 balls, none for 175. So they did make an adjustment to the field after that sixer. The cow corner going back. So just to close the loop on Maxwell, he got distracted by Travis Head's ton. So the plan was Shield game or games, the PM's 11 maybe, I'm not sure if that was a consideration. The Australia A game against South Africa, I gather was in the thinking, and that India, if not a test this summer. Willie up to Head, he goes back and can't beat the man a bit off. Instead, he'll have a long rehabilitation process and have to do it the hard way.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the Australia A game. I think he was just the selectors were quite keen to see him in 2 Shield matches, really.
Travis Head was in that Australian test side in Sri Lanka earlier this year, and it didn't really go to plan. It is at the moment, though. His 94th delivery here. He goes back and finds a gap in the onside that might be worth 2. No, it won't, because James Vince hairs in off the rope from the Olympic stand, where they made the field change earlier in the over. So he's 101. Australia none for 176. 1 ball left in over 28.
That was a T20 field. I mean, they had third man fine leg up, deep square, deep mid wicket, and deep mid on, so that short fine leg, and that was the leg side field. So it was a 1 every time you want it.
Last ball of Willie's over, 8 from it. Bowls to a Warner, who goes up and over the top of the cordon, gave himself room, placing it over about second slip. Makes it a big over. 12 runs coming from it. Warner 73, Australia none for 180. And after the break, Gerard Wheatley's in for me.
Do you hold the keys to a car or van? Deliver Amazon packages and get paid weekly with Amazon Flex. Sign up now at flex.amazon.com.au.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
All manner of ground records are in play for Australia. None for 180 off 28 overs. Travis Head is 101. Dave Warner is 73. And this is unrelenting stuff from the Australians. So we noted at the top of the broadcast, the record score here is 344. It's in the Curious World 11 game. At the Tsunami game posted by the World 11er. And the highest individual score at the ground is Jason Roy's 180. Mark Waugh made 173. So given how little way through the game we are, it's all there for Travis Head and Dave Warner. Head's beaten past the outside edge of Woke's 7th over. First ball of it. Chris Rogers, this is an imperious position to be in.
Well, they can do whatever they want now, Australia, and it'll be interesting to see what happens to the batting order. I suspect Steve Smith will come out, but after that, I'd assume Mitch Marsh, Stoinis, and even Sean Abbott will be pushed up to really put the hammer down.
Head faces Wokes. He lifts him up. Mid-on's in play, getting back with a flight. It just clears Dawson. It comes over his left shoulder and lands safely 3/4 of the way to the boundary. Travis Head suspiciously looking at the toe end. He survives with a single.
It was a pretty average effort that by Dawson. He didn't really turn and run back or shuffle back as quick as he could. He just kind of almost just strolled back. Maybe he must have not been able to see where it was in amongst the clouds.
Bit of no man's land. Works around the wicket bowls. Warner tucks him away to backward square. He runs the first hard. Butler's had to do the fielding. Warner sends Head back. They'll settle for just the one.
And that's just the little bits of urgency you need in the game, and you wonder where England are with that right at this time.
Oh, they can't be bothered.
Yeah, I saw Chris Jordan come out and have to field one out in the deep early on after he came on as a... he came on as a sub-field for a bit, and it didn't look like he was herring round to get the ball, to get it back in to stop 2.
There was enthusiasm in the first 5 overs, but it has steadily drained away as Australia has taken this position in the game. Head clips off the hip. He's placed it wide of Dawson at mid-on. They will get 2 this time as Warner hammers home to the Warner end. Down for 184.
I think what I've been impressed by so much, Gerard, by both of these players is the ball that's been kind of up around waist level a bit, that their ability to kind of cross-bat shots, just knock them into the gaps, get 2s, get off strike.
Heads on 104, Wokes around the wicket. He jams down on a ball that threatened the off stump. It squirts away to short third man. No run. The variance in speeds in this over, 118, 109, 134, 118, 132, which is what you were pointing out, had been totally missing from the bowling.
Yeah, this is what you have to do in this situation. You just can't be predictable as a bowler.
The angle just followed Head all the way in. So Wokes trying to work something from around the wickets. Head reaches, flays it away, past mid-on for 4. Just dismissed, hard swinging across the line. And he made sure they bank 8 out of the over. At the end of 29, Australia 1 for 188.
The E&S Black Friday sale is back and bigger than ever. And for 10 days only, you get big savings, like a Bosch dishwasher for only $7.99, an 8-kilo Westinghouse dryer for just $9.99, or a huge Westinghouse fridge for just $16.49. Plus, get free delivery and removal on fridges, dishwashers, washers and dryers. We'll also install your dishwasher from only $99. And we won't be beaten on price. So visit one of our 9 showrooms today or shop online and get the E&S feeling. Sale on now, T&Cs apply.
Late afternoon in Melbourne, none for 188. It is a record opening stand in a one-day international at the MCG. It eclipses the mark of Gordon Greenwich and Desmond Haynes, 182 versus Pakistan in 1981. So this is the 150th one-day international at the ground, and as far as an opening stand has gone. Head's 108 from 99 and Warner's 74 from 75. Willie's bowling from the members' end. Warner to see the first ball of the over. It's pitched up. It's whipped away off the toes out to deep mid-wicket. And a single taken. David, the crowd is about... Well, the last registered crowd we had was just shy of 7,000. It will have grown a little since then. I was told on the way in they were budgeting for 16,000 by the time the evening session was in full flow. I think we'll battle to get there. Not quite as indignant as it was at the start when there was only 4,000 in to see the first ball, and we felt like we were in Sheffield Shield territory. And a par score, as Australia's going to race past any par score. Willie bowls ahead. He's in the back foot defending to the offside. Warner came a long way down but was sent back. I thought a par was probably somewhere around 270, 280 looking at the pitch, but this is going way beyond 300.
Yeah, high. It's hard to tell, isn't it, these days? Because when, you know, 2 players like this, Warner and Head, they get going and then they just blow those par scores out of the water.
Yep, and as you point out, is with the power hitting that is there and can now be fully deployed. Heads, he nibbled at it again. It was the short rising delivery, and he is magnetically drawn to nose to try to fend it up over the keeper. He doesn't run it into Butler's gloves.
It's a risky tactic, that, with third man up.
He was going to let it pass and then couldn't help himself. He just has the twitch fibres. It was through, and then he went, nah, got to have a piece of that. Willie Bowles, short, slow, drags backward of points. They'll have one, and Head will come for the second. Throw comes into the keeper's end. Head well beats it home. There's nothing on it from Billings in the deep. None for 191. Deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on and deep cover point. Willie rounds his mark and gets down the leg side for a while.
Well, he's already bowled his 2 over the shoulder in this over, and his previous 4 outfielders are on the leg side. Fine leg up, so he almost has to now bowl at the heel and risk bowling that wide down the leg side, or a slower ball on the length, really.
So what's he got? He bowls into the pads. He's turned away to short fine leg. I don't know whether there was any bat in that, but it trickles away for a leg by. None for 193.
That's almost the best case scenario, but it's still conceding runs.
Yeah, there is a bit of concession around all of this. Last day of a long tour for England. It's been hugely successful. Willie Bowles, Warner drives, Moeen comes up from mid-on to do the fielding and the single taken. 30 overs gone. Australia none for 194.
Good afternoon. Solid outbound delays on the Monash Freeway currently. That's between Eastlink and the South Gippsland Freeway. There's also a broken down truck on the Monash Freeway inbound after Yarra Boulevard. Left-hand lane is closed there. Delays are building. We've also had a collision in Dandenong on Stud Road southbound after Heatherton Road. Now's the time to travel with friends. Fly Air Asia X to Kuala Lumpur, Bangkok and more from only $429. Hurry, book now. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
Australia none for 194, so in the first 10 over power play, 64 runs. The next 10 overs netted 54. That 10 overs has netted 76. And Travis Head has gone to 110 and Dave Warner is 76. And Australia pretty well doing as they please. Dave Warner to see the fresh over of Liam Dawson. And he's driving the ball to a straight extra cover and not getting a run. Simon O'Donnell, welcome back.
Gerard, nice to be back. This is excellent. Really good from the Aussies, 300 plus. Me look like a fool again.
Warner back, clubbing it across the line, out to deep mid-wicket. He has one. Billings does the fielding. The loud call of no. Billings made the ground quickly. None for 195. Like it's a mammoth total on offer here. The ground record is 344. Like Australia will have to collapse not to reach that.
And they're doing it so easily. So easy.
The bowling is unthreatening. Dawson is around the wicket from the worn end. Head turns him around the corner. He rolls it beyond the circle at backward square and takes a single.
Talk about the wonderful improvements in this game. You know, one of them is running between the wickets, the placement of the ball. You know, there's hardly a ball you can bowl with only 5 in the circle that good batsmen can't get a single to at least.
Warner across the line, drags it down to the leg side, runs the first hard. Billings makes the ground. They're going to come for the second. Unloads to the non-striker's end. Head beats it home. Warner knew that time it was there. Head trusts him the whole way. They double up, none for 198.
Hit 111 from 104. David Warner's striking at over 100. Yes. 79 from 80.
And he's looked like Jeff Marsh. It's been the sheet anchor. Warner stays home, turns the ball to leg, ambles through for a single. So Richie's old method of doubling from 30 overs, which is a bit outdated, had Australia at 388. It's a bit gloomy. There is the potential that we might lose some overs, I suppose, if there was another rain delay, but that's about all that could put the brakes on Australia, I fancy. Head moving around at the crease, knocks it back to Dawson in his follow through. That is the end of the over. 5 from it. None for 199 after 31.
Looking for a quality, safe and friendly retirement village that's affordable? Move to Latrobe Village in Reservoir, a lifestyle village by Centennial Living. Go to centennialliving.com.au.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price, completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Travis Head is 111. Dave Warner is 80. England is on the rack. David Wheatley is bowling from the members' end. Warner to see the first ball of the fresh over. They're deep on the leg side, and he's turning with soft hands past the square leg umpire. He's thinking about the second, but it's not there this time. And that is the 200 up for Australia. First ball of the 32nd over. And any number you like is in play, including their own record stands. 280 plus from that Australia Day back in 2017.
Going it better than 6 is a real good effort. 10 wickets in the shed. A long 19-odd overs for England.
Head pulls powerfully, but there's a deep backward square in place. Single taken. So we've just been noting during the series, Simon, Warner, 43 centuries for his country, but the most recent was January 2020. That was in India. He's gone 58 matches and 67 innings without a triple-figure score. Well, it is all before him on 81 on the MCG today to bring that run to a halt. There's been plenty of runs in there, just no centuries. Owen Ali called up inside the circle from long on. It would have been a no ball had they not spied it. Willie over the wicket, bowls, and Warner tucks him away to backward square. Takes the single to move to 82.
The really interesting part of this innings to me is, it was a bit swashbuckling early doors. Now they know that they'll get a run a ball if they're facing 6 good deliveries. They're just capable. They're just seeing the ball that well. They're just waiting for that loose one now and make sure it goes to the boundary.
Willie bowls to Heads. He tucks it around the corner as well to the short fine leg. 4 consecutive singles.
Massive place when you need to defend here.
Yeah.
That's a big ground.
Yeah.
It just seems to be gaps everywhere. You look from our height looking down and you think, wow, how do you protect this place?
Moody skies overhead. Dark grey clouds. It's 5:10 on Tuesday afternoon. The breeze out of the west. It's chilly. And Willie is bowling full down the leg side for a while.
Knock him there. He's trying to do his best from a team point of view, bowling full and into that leg stump. That's where the protection is on the boundary. Now, if he pitches up outside off stump and he only has the one out in the deep, and that's at a deep point, he's asking for trouble from a boundary point of view on the offside. So he wants to be slanting into that leg stump where he has the boundary protection on the onside.
He bowls to Warner, who pulls him to backward square. There's 2 in the deep. Warner runs the first hard, but he won't come for the second. Sam Curran does the fielding. Singles and a wide to get 6 from 5.
Interesting to see if one of the Aussies now that they can see the plan. It's as plain as the nose on your face. I wonder if they're going to try here at some stage to just take that step back outside leg stump and try and bring the offside into play. Yep. hard to get boundaries on the onside with the field that's been set.
Deep cover point, the lone man in the deep. Willie Bowles head drives. Moen is in the play at long on, so he'll keep it to a single. So without doing anything extravagant, 7 from the over. None for 206 after 32. So they run a few drinks onto the field.
Holidays are just around the corner, but before you get away, get into Tyre Power for their big holiday sale. At Tyre Power, you get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Falcon 4-wheel drive tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Falcon tyres. That'll help you make the most of your holiday. But before you go, get into your local Tyre Power store during the big holiday sale. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
Australia none for 206. Travis Head's 3rd century in one-day internationals. His first was in 2017 in Adelaide when he opened and made 128 against Pakistan. His most recent was in Lahore earlier this year, 101 at the top of the order against Pakistan. And today he is unbeaten with a century to his name. He's on the strike, dancing down the pitch to Dawson, dragged it away to leg when he arrived. The spinner threw it through a bit faster once he saw him coming. They ran into each other, exchange apologies and pleasantries. Heads 115 with the run.
Toughest part about the spirit of the game.
Dawson around the wicket, bowls. Warner is back, didn't get it away this time as it just dribbles across the popping crease off his hip.
That'd be nice there, so there's not an international incident. Yes. You actually want an international incident.
I like this from Paul. Should Australia declare soon, Simon? Warner's on 83. Dawson bowls to him. Comes down the pitch. Just blocks it away when he gets there. Out to long off. Little throw at the stumps. Warner had sized it all up well. Willie's always in the play. Now he trots off down to long off. Always back on the straight hit for Travis Head. Dawson around the wicket, bowls to him. Head opens things up, blunts it away to deep mid-wicket. Dragging the ball down a bit. Billings is doing a lot of the fielding out there.
This is probably the bit of an innings, as silly as this may sound, you know, when they're going at 7 and over. But it's so clinical, the 7. There's not that innovative stuff that you're seeing in the first 10.
Warner faces up to Dawson. He clouts the wide one out to deep cover. Takes a single.
Placement of 1 delivery to get a 2, and then you just take the other 5 for singles. You've got 7 in the over without taking any element of risk whatsoever. Whereas when the field is up and you have to play a shot early doors in a power play and try and get those boundaries, that's where the excitement is. There's sort of a lull here, as silly as it sounds. You know, with 210 without loss, they're going along beautifully.
Dawson bowls to Heads, goes straight down the ground, all the way across the grass. It's something to be dealt with. It's parried back into the field of play in the deep. Wokes did pretty well. He shoveled it away to Willie, and they keep it to 2. And that is the end of the over. 6 from it. None for 212 after 33.
Equip your business for what's ahead with NAB Equipment Finance. Search NAB Equipment Finance. NAB. More than money. T's and C's, fees and charges and lending criteria apply.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
I can't imagine Australia just knocking it around for too many of these overs, Simon. They've got 10 wickets in the shed. There are records on offer at none for 212. You wouldn't wait to accelerate to 40, would you? You'd be looking to go from 35, I reckon.
Yeah, I think they'll go early, particularly with 10 wickets in the shed, as you say. You can just, licence to kill for all concerned from now on in. Sam Curran coming back into the attack for England. He's been their best bowler so far. 5 overs for 22 for Sam Curran. 4.4, and has had a nice battle with both these players.
Yeah.
Really good battle. So
the last 4 overs have gone for 24 runs, so at a run a ball. None for 212. Curran begins the new over. Full into the pads of Warner. Whipped away into the deep. They have one. That'll be it. Warner moves to 86. That's where he got to in Adelaide before he was dismissed. 6 fours, 2 sixes. He's seen 88 balls. It's 13 fours and 2 sixes in his 118 from 111.
He just says he wants to hit a big one. Put it in the right spot. He's dying to hit a big one.
Mid-off is up. Head off the pads to deep backward square. That has been the scoring zone for the past few overs. Just tuck it around past Paul Rifle.
I wonder if you take the punt here and just try and get a wicket. And so look, let's get our line to wicket balls, top of off. Bring one of those up in the deep, make them do something, or let's have 2 back and 1 in front of square, and bowl 4 chest balls.
Curran's your guy. He bowls a full toss. Warner flays him away to deep cover. Just a single again.
He's still the most valuable currency out there at the moment is a wicket.
Yeah.
At least to somehow stop momentum. And I don't think you're going to go much worse. So sort of saying, look, let's have at least a couple of overs of trying to get a wicket here, do something different, bowl there and set up a leg trap. At the moment, there's just this sense of this is just going to flow and we're going to be chasing 300 plus, and that's the game.
Curran bowls, head opens up the offside, but again can only find the sweeper at deep cover.
That admission bothers me. It's part of the game where you sense where you are. You say, well, you've got to try and change the destiny of this innings, and doing what England are doing just at the minute, it's not going to change the destiny of the innings, I don't think, because they're not trying to get a wicket. They're just trying to survive out there. Well, sense of competition, I think you've got to give it a little more than that.
Curran bowls. Warner waited on the slower ball, just tip and run. He blocked it to the offside. 217 on the board. Is this Head and Warner's best partnership? No, it's not, as they have the record opening stand for Australia at 284 on Australia Day back in 2017 in Adelaide against Pakistan. So still a bit to do to get there. Australia's batting to Calm, Smith, Labuschagne, Carey, Marsh, Stoinis and Abbott. So there's some fearful hitting in there. A single off every ball thus far. Curran dug it in short. Head again had a little waft as it went by, thinking down the third man boundary. He missed 5 from it. None for 217 off 34.
Have you got a dream renovation, a dream man cave?
Robots got it.
Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done. Robot's been servicing the building, fencing, engineering, roofing and cabinet making industries for over 70 years now. So when it comes to experience and reliability,
Robots got it.
With 24-hour delivery, dream one day, build the next. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
Australia none for 217. SEN cricket for henley.com.au at the MCG this Tuesday afternoon. Travis Head 120, Dave Warner 88. Australia was sent into bats. There was some testing times in the first 5 overs, but since then the bat has had it all over the ball. And there's a lot of possibilities in where Australia might be able to drive this. Woke 7 overs, none for 46. Wheatley 8 overs, none for 50. Stone 6 overs, none for 46. Curran 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 27. And Liam Dawson is bowling his 8th over, none for 45. Dave Warner sees the first ball of it, clubs it to backward square. There is protection though back. James Vince down on one knee does the fielding and keeps it to 1. Chris Rogers back in to join Simon O'Donnell. Just a conservative period of a runner ball batting. He's going to take the singles that are on offer all the way around the spacious MCG. Dawson around the wicket, bowls. Head opens things up, goes straight, takes on long on, hangs it right into the stands, and it's caught 8 rows back. Patron in a sleeveless North Face jacket has a memory he'll like for the rest of his life. None for 224. Head lashes out, 126. What's he got on the follow-up? Heads plays to the offside, but he knocked it straight to cover, no run.
Well, I reckon if these two bat for a little longer, that's exactly where you want to be standing.
Yeah. Crowd around there, start catching them all.
Deep min on. It's going to get a hammering.
Heads on 126. He was moving, but stayed conservative. As he punches the ball to deep square.
I'm an old fogey, Buck. But what do you do here in the modern day? How do you try and arrest this, or at least halt some of that momentum?
Well, you have to figure out a way to take a wicket. That's the...
Warner clips to the short fine leg, takes a run.
It might be worth trying to take a risk somehow, bring a fielder up, try to get a miss hit. But yeah, I mean, Gerard talked about these two are batting conservatively, but they're still scoring runs quicker than a new batter would.
Head on the advance, almost caught at the straight mid-wickets. He lofted it just beyond the infield. The dive of Jason Roy just couldn't lay hand on ball. 2 for Head at the end of the over. It's none for 228 with Adam Collins coming in.
Good afternoon. There are reports of an incident coming in from the Ring Road Greensboro bound at Pascoe Road. Heavy delays there from the Tullamarine Freeway. Also a collision in Hampton East. That's on South Road westbound just after the Nepean Highway. 2 lanes are closed with a car on its roof on Highbury Avenue, which is blocked. Equip your business for what's ahead with NAB Equipment Finance. Search NAB Equipment Finance. NAB, more than money. T's and C's, fees and charges and lending criteria apply. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
Records everywhere for this pair. They've now got the highest partnership ever in one-day cricket at the MCG, overtaking the 225 that a couple of blokes you might have heard of, Gilchrist and Ponting, put on against England here in 2002. Adam Collins joining Chris Rogers. Still got Simon O'Donnell with us. Sam Curran, round the wicket to Warner. He's on 90. Clips it down towards 5 leg. Make that 94. Easy pickings, the way he's going today, David Warner. 94 from 93, none for 232. Gerard mentioned before, these two have put on a partnership of 284 in this form before. That's well and truly in striking distance. They could do anything here. Curran's got 3 back on the leg side. Warner is on 94. Down the leg side, wide signalled.
Sure, the scoreboard's got enough digits.
Well, you look through it, the highest one-day total here was 344. And that was the World 11 in the Tsunami game. So if you can almost put that to one side, it was a bit of an exhibition game. It was 9 for 342 Australia against England here in the World Cup in 2015 on Valentine's Day when Aaron Finch made a big 100, so not far from that. Second biggest Australia against the Windies here in 2001, 338. That was when Mark Waugh made his 173. Curran here to Warner on 94. Helps it out to deep mid-wicket. He gets a couple for it. Waits it well. Takes on David Willey. Warner to 96. For 235. You get the sense this could be record breaking on a number of levels. If they're here in 5 or 6 overs.
They're definitely eyeing up 400 here.
Yeah.
15 overs to go, 165. It's very gettable. You think the game's probably already gone for England. But then you think back to Joburg in 2005, 2006.
David Warner on 96. He plays with hard hands out towards point, gets 197. None for 236. We're in over number 36. During that World Cup of 2015, there was only 4 outside the circle then. That wasn't probably ideal, but you could pretty much double the score at 35 rather than 30. Not quite dramatic a rise these days, but yes, 400 plus. That's in the frame. Especially Travis Head going the way he is. It's 129. He's got half an over here from Sam Curran. Towards him now, bowls and Head inside edge onto the pad, knows the call. Travis Head averaging 74 in one-day cricket this year, Bucky, as his live average. That's just in 9 innings, way above 500 runs now, about 550 of them, which does speak to him taking the opportunity. And Bharat made the point when we were in Adelaide that David Warner's quite fussy about his opening partners, and we spoke about you and the bond you had at the top of the list in Test cricket for a couple of years there. And Warner's spoken ever since, really, about what he lost when you retired, and in the one-day form, he has a guy here in Head who's making it easy for him by batting so quickly. Facing up here, Head plays out towards backward point, no run. Just the importance of Warner and being able to feel at ease with his opening partner.
Yeah, I'm sure he's happy that there's someone down the other end who's doing or sharing the scoring responsibility, so he can put his head down a little bit. He doesn't have to take over and above risks.
So 1 ball left in the 36th. Brett's in on the text, so 4 3 3 98 11 16. England need a man-cad. We saw that in the subbies this week. Oh, this is helpful for Australia. Sam Curran has overstepped. We see that very well. I say very clearly. It's touch and go, but Rod Tucker, who's the third umpire today, has said, no, you haven't got the boot behind the line, so a free hit. Travis Head, the beneficiary. He's on 129. It's full and straight and dug out to deep point. So Head 130. None for 238.
That was an excellent delivery. He went for I think it was the wide Yorker. I think Head was probably expecting a slower ball into the pitch with the fielders all out on the leg side.
So David Warner is on 97. He's been waiting a while for an international ton as well. On the way is Curran. Last ball of over 36. Bouncer gets underneath it. Strike goes back to Travis Head after the drinks break. Drinks are coming out onto the field with Australia at none for 238. Travis Head on 130 and David Warner on 97. Our coverage is for henley.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
The Man Cave, shed, garage, sports room, home office, whatever you want to call it, Robot Building Supplies has everything to renovate or build it.
Robot's got it.
Metal roofing, cladding, wall panelling.
Robot's got it.
Structural steel, timber, insulation.
Robot's got it.
With 24-hour delivery, get it done fast with Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. RobotBuildingSupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
Freely. Head on the advance, clouts it straight down the ground into the side screen for 6. And Dave Warner on strike. From the crease, he swings deep into the mid-wicket field for 6. Plays back, tucks him around the corner. That's off for a single, his 50th run.
Stone bowls here. Head straight back over his head for the second time in a couple of overs. Wakes delivers to Head on 96. Gets plenty of bat. Lovely shot out towards deep backward point. And that's his century. Travis Head, wonderful return to this one-day international side. So Travis Head has a ton. David Warner not far away from joining him on 97. This has been a demolition job so far. Australia was sent in at the toss by Joss Buttler. On a gloomy Melbourne day, the lights have been on throughout, but they have taken advantage of batting first on a track that's suiting them. Plenty of bounce, plenty of carry, and the ball is pinging around. None for 238. 14 overs still to come. A reminder that the Big Bash League starts on Tuesday, the 13th of December, across the SEN network and on the SEN app. And you can get every single ball of the 2022-23 Men's Test Summer of Cricket live as well across the SEN network and the app. It all starts next Tuesday with the first test between Australia and the West Indies, live from Perth Stadium. We'll be over there. Bucky, in your old hometown. Looking forward to that. And they put the whites on for the first time this summer. Still a bit to go in this final one day. Australia won the series in straight sets in Sydney. And I think that's worth remarking upon as well, Chris. I mean, it's the first time since 2013 that Australia have won 3 one-days in a row, 13-14 against England. I mean, they've had a pretty poor record against England, who've been the world champions in that span of time and have really taken one-day cricket to a new level when it comes to scoring rates. And Australia winning the series in England in 2020 and wrapping it up here. And, yeah, they're taking strides here, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, even the way that they're playing, I think this kind of aggression they're showing straight from the top. I think they're still fiddling a little bit with the middle order and their all-rounders, because they've got such good talent through there. But that's what they'll be aiming to do, to settle in on who are those players that they want to now fit into that side and stick with them for a while.
Is Kerry a 5 or is Marsh a 5? Or is Stoinis a 5? Are they the three you can switch around a bit?
I think it can be match dependent, a little bit, or situation dependent, really. I mean, here I'd definitely be looking to elevate, maybe even Stoinis next. Mitch Marsh or Stoinis, and just, okay, here's your chance. Here's a perfect opportunity. Within 15 overs of the end, go and show us what you can do, and with the power and clear ropes.
Tony, around or over?
Over. You don't often get this platform to do something like that, do you?
No, and this is the perfect time when you do want to be flexible with your batting lineup. You ever get a situation like this? This is why you pick a guy at 6 or 7, because you want them to finish off an innings.
So it's head on strike. Australia, after the long drinks break, can continue at none for 238. Over number 37. Head makes room, goes straight over long on. Doesn't get enough of it to go for 6. It'll stop and prop. No, it does go for 6. My apologies. The bats these days, even when you miscue it, it'll still go all the way. Travis Head having quite the day out. He's 136, none for 244. Sorry, Buck, misled you there.
Well, I don't think he did hit it in the middle, did he? But, he swings so hard. If he gets enough of it.
The way that Sam Billings was running back with the flight, I think he thought he was in play for a moment there.
I think he got backspin on it.
So Head really firing up here. He's hit 4 sixes. Facing up to Stone. Up over the top of third man. That's 4 more. Well, Travis Head up to 140. The boundaries are flowing. The partnership is massive. None for 248. And the pain shows no sign of abating for the tourists. They've got a long way to the finish line.
Well, this is bad bowling. With the field he has, there's a deep point, a deep mid-wicket, deep square and a fine leg. You've got to be targeting in at that hip, not giving width or bowling full.
So he's got 14 4s and 4 6s. Head. Stone to him over the wicket now, and he's squeezed up a wee bit. Out to deep backward square. You can hear Warner saying maybe 2, and they do get the second, taking on Vince. There may not be many people in the MCG today, but they're appreciating what they're seeing with this pair. The partnership up to 250. A significant milestone. Rarely happens in one-day cricket. These two on the cusp of doing something very special today at the cricket ground, Chris.
They have.
Indeed. But they could take it to very unusual territory. Head making room, getting squeezed up again, but still helping it down to deep fine leg where there is a man position. So they only get a single. Head 143, none for 251. By that I mean they might break the all-time partnership for one-day cricket here. Might get that from the back of the box.
Listen to on the way back, I think. Ollie Stone. Did he just request a shovel?
Gosh. Well, those last 2 balls have actually been quite good.
They have.
They've been on or outside leg stump, and one went for 2, one went for a single.
An individual milestone for Warner as well. On the cusp of it here on 97, down, pass long off, should get a boundary, does get a boundary. David Warner's had to wait for nearly 3 years to raise his bat for Australia, and does so here. His 19th one-day international century, second at the MCG, gets there in 97 deliveries, and you can see how much that means to him. Had the weight, made the most of it today. David Warner, 101, not out.
Yeah, there's been a determination there, hasn't there? Once they've got the platform, he's been happy to play second fiddle to Travis Head, but knowing full well that he'll score fast enough, he'll get enough deliveries to get this 100.
He's still on strike here, down the leg side, helped away Stone. Ropey at best, they'll get 2 here. Warner wants it, herring back. None for 257 at the end of the 37th over. Warner on 103, Head on 143.
Ken!
Yes?
You stand before me today to take the Cannot Hire Customer Service Pledge, the Ken Oath. By taking the oath, you hereby pledge to help everyone, everywhere, make their job easy. What say you?
Ken Oath?
Ha! I can't hear you!
Ken Oath!
Another personal milestone for David Warner in that over. 6,000 one-day international runs. Not many players have done that for Australia across his long career. He was a world champion in 2015 in the 50-over format here at the MCG. Player of the World Cup last year in T20 stuff when they held up the trophy in Dubai. He's been a colossus for Australia against the white ball and not finished yet at age 36. On strike here is Travis Head. None for 257. 38th over. Pulling through the onside. Finding a gap at mid-wicket. 4 more for Travis Head. None for 261. This partnership, outstanding. Passing the stand now that Finch and Warner put on in Mumbai in 2020. Records galore.
Just watching Sam Curran there. He bowled that ball. It was hit. And then kind of in disgust, he indicated that the fielder should have been square, but it wouldn't have made a difference. That went look like a bullet.
So 3 out on the leg side. Fine legs up if Head wants it. He's 147. Short pulls down towards long on. Only for 1. Moeen Ali's down there, the man who came in as a sub for Phil Salt earlier today. I bet he wishes Phil Salt hadn't have.
I don't think I've seen domination like this.
It's just the ball striking's incredible.
Oh. So they've passed, well, they're right up there now in terms of the...
It's one of the world's best 50-over sides, this England side.
They may be depleted, but nevertheless, you're right. They are the world champions, Scoob. Oh. World champions here a week ago in 20-over cricket with Sam Curran bowling here. Again through the onside goes Warner. Into the gap, but enough time there for Jason Roy, the sweeper, to retrieve. Warner 105 after that 2. None for 264.
Who you putting in next, Sod?
Smith. I want to see his technique. I haven't seen it live. I've only seen it on the telly.
Well, I'm definitely...
I think that... Look, I actually think the damage is done.
Yeah.
You know, if you're trying to learn something about someone, as we said 5 minutes ago, it's the perfect platform to do it. So whether that's Marsh or Stoinis, Kerry...
Curran bowls here. Not a lot he can do at the moment. It's flat batted by David Warner on 105. Off balance. Still middles it straight to mid-off, but no run. All the fun of the fair with David Warner at the moment.
They're both kind of backing away. They just want to be able to free their arms. So they're both kind of ending up outside leg stump trying to hit it over mid-off because mid-off is up.
So I'll note that Australia's highest score in one-day cricket, it's worth thinking about. It's the 434 day at the Bull Ring back in 2006, which was duly chased down by South Africa. Curran bowls at the block hole here is Warner. Out to 106. Collected at cover. None for 265. Their second highest score was against Afghanistan in the 2015 World Cup, 6 for 417. That was the day where Warner made 179. Their third highest score was at the SCG in November 2024 for 389 when Steve Smith made a 64-ball century. So all of those on the shelf.
You're pretty stiff to get 164 off 105 and playing the losing side, aren't you?
Ricky Ponting that day. Complete carnage.
They have 2 player of the match.
Last ball here from Curran. A gap found at cover. Yes, it is. And in doing so, Travis Head will go beyond 150. What an utterly dominant performance this has been from the South Australian. He's only faced 128 balls. He's made 2 list day double tons, and you wouldn't bet against him doing the same again today at the Melbourne Cricket Ground against the world champions, Australia. At the end of the over, 38 gone, none for 269.
Find where you belong with Harcourts. Here's CEO Tony Morrison.
The only thing constant is change, especially in property management. From changes in legislation, interest rates, tenants' rights, if you're paying a property manager, they need to be all over it. At Harcourts, it's our mission to keep landlords and tenants informed and to ensure all expectations are met. It's another reason we've been around for over 130 years.
Visit harcourts.com.au and rest assured.
16 fours and 4 sixes for Travis Head. 12 overs to go. None for 269. He's got a couple of double tons in 50 over cricket. Back to Warner on 106. Facing Stone round the wicket. He pulls out towards deep mid-wicket. Doesn't find the gap. Is taken running back with the flight by David Wheatley. The partnership is complete on 269. Warner finally falls for 106, trying to let the good times roll, and why wouldn't he? But what a contribution this has been. David Warner reaching 3 figures for Australia for the first time since January 2020, before the pandemic. Couple of 90s in one-day cricket this year, 86 at Adelaide. But a job well done today, Chris Rogers.
Yeah, well, you don't often say it, but he played a bit of a support role to Travis Head today, and he didn't get as much as the strike, and he still scored at a very healthy rate. But I just think he was prepared to get the job done today. He was determined to get 100, as you said, the first one in 3 years, and you saw with that celebration, his trademark celebration, just how much it meant to him.
19 one-day international hundreds for David Warner. He's got 24 in Test cricket, 1 in T20 cricket. And if this is the last time that he plays a one-dayer for Australia at the MCG, and look, in all probability it probably is, what a way to sign off from this format at this ground. Stephen Smith is the man who replaces him, enjoying quite the purple patch in 50 over cricket as well, with ample time, still 11.5 overs left to really punch the bruise. England, at least, though, are in the book, and it was via Ollie Stone. He ran his fingers down the seam, prompted the miscue out to deep mid-wicket, and very good catch from David Wheatley running back with the flight.
It was an excellent catch. I thought it just kind of got away from him there. He's about 20 metres off the rope because that boundary is so big. I wonder if one of the coaching staff just kind of walked up to Steve Smith before that to tell him he might slide down the order, and Smith just responded with no chance.
Can you imagine how that would have been there? Because you could definitely make the case for one Mitchell Marsh or Marcus Stoinis to walk out in this situation, but I suppose 2-0 up in the series. And Smith has had the hot hand in recent times. He was brilliant at Adelaide and at Sydney. Unbeaten on 80 and then out for 94. Facing Stone here. His first ball plays conservatively down to deep third. 1 for 270 with that single. Back to Travis Head. Feels like the right call. Give the strike back to the man who's bombing England at the moment. Steve Smith in 2022. 10 innings, 518 runs at 74. Including that fantastic 100 against New Zealand at Cairns in tough conditions. A couple of scores already in the series. Back to Head. He's 1-5-2. Facing Stone. Makes room, doesn't make contact. Tries to force it down to deep third where there is a gap. Big gap between Butler and Milan on the edge of the circle at short third. So any wood on that and it's 4 more, but not to be. Halfway through over 39.
It actually has been, you know, interesting, humorous, I think, to hear Smith talking about this change in his technique and how he's back and things like that. When you look at his record, he's peeling them off in one-day internationals.
Head again, mid on up, and he gets bowled. Travis Head loses his middle stump. Bales go flying in the air. Knocked over for 152, so it's 2 wickets in the over for England. Both men with 100 to their name have walked off the MCG. In Head's case, 152 of the best, and a partnership that is already going from strength to strength. And with a nice little run up to the World Cup in India in October next year, they'll be 2 of the first names on the team sheet for Australia.
Yeah, I think this innings gives Travis Head that freedom now to go and play exactly how he wants it. When you're playing for your spot, to prove people that you deserve to be in that position, there's always that bit in the back of your mind. Should I be doing it this way? Should I be taking these amount of risks? But with that innings today, he's silenced probably any doubters and any doubts he had himself, and that'll give him that freedom to go and play with that kind of a reckless abandon that he's shown today at times.
Just the timing as well for him to get this opportunity at the perfect time. He's back in the Test side He's made bulk runs for South Australia in 50-over cricket for a couple of years now. It's not just like a short run of form. He's been the best player in 50-over cricket in Australia. And then Aaron Finch, I wouldn't say surprisingly, but I suppose most would have thought that Finch was a bit of a lock for the 50-over World Cup next year, so long as his form held up. And suddenly this gift to open with David Warner at the right time.
Well, I think the challenge will be when he does play a couple of shots and he gets out, and they are bad outs, and the criticism comes, whether he has the conviction to say, no, this is exactly how I want to play.
So it's a kind of what England had instilled in them with Owen Morgan as captain, when he just wanted them to back themselves regardless of the form they were in. Marcus Stoinis has been elevated. Stone's got 2 wickets in the over. Still got 2 balls left in it. The first is back of a length, pushed out to Jason Roy, extra cover, no run. Here's another man who really does need runs, averaging 20 this year. He gets to make a half century, his 12th innings for Australia in 50-over cricket, and no one doubts his match-winning capacity. We saw that against Sri Lanka in the World Cup recently, Bucky, but runs are runs, you need them.
Yeah, and batting low down doesn't mean you'll always get big scores, but when those opportunities come.
Stone to finish his successful over. Again, Stoinis is happy, pushing this out to cover. Well bowled, Ollie Stone, removing both Warner and Head. 39 overs gone, Australia 2 for 270.
Yeah, when those opportunities come, you want to make the most of them. So, and there has been a few opportunities in recent times. Some of the pitches that Australia has played on against Zimbabwe and Sri Lanka haven't always been easy, but he's been in with time to spare. Probably just hasn't quite got it done.
Yeah, I suppose the concerning thing for him is that he's not been getting starts. He's not actually getting in. We saw the other night he hit a big 6 and got to 13. He was out the next over. And of course, it was late in the innings, what you're describing there. It can be tough for players known as finishers. They've just got to keep going with the foot down. They have to be fearless, but and still there's that pressure, isn't there?
Yeah, you've got to put context around it.
Yeah.
You know, strike rate at the end is a 20 off 10 actually exactly what you need.
Sure. So we're going to see Chris Woakes reintroduced for England. Up a couple of wickets and bowled really well at the death in Sydney. He sent down 7 overs, none for 46 so far. Still 11 overs to go here. Slip back in, though, with 2 new batters. Smith on 1, facing up. Woakes to him here, and he tucks him into the onside for a single. They might consider 2. No, they're happy with 1. He's 2 from 2. 2 for 271, the score. We're in over number 40. What you're saying, there's a big part of the T20 data, isn't it? Oh, yeah, sure, a player might average 19 or whatever it is, but so long as there are other metrics, boundary percentage and the strike rate are up, then you can find easily justify where they sit towards the bottom. And you know, of course, 50-over cricket's becoming more and more like 20-over cricket in the back 10, isn't it? As Chris Woakes sets off away from us, northern end. Into Stoinis. He's faced 2 dot balls so far. Stoinis block hole, dug out, gets 1 out towards mid-on, taking on Jordan, who hits the stumps, but Stoinis is through. 2 for 272.
Only one winner there,
Still here, the Barmy Army. Don't know where he is, but the bugler somewhere. Find them around the ground. Shouldn't be too hard. Not many people here. Last count, just a tick over 8,800.
I think the English fielders have looked sluggish as well. I'm not sure if it's the outfield.
Woakes to Smith on 2. Smith deflects out towards third man for his 3rd single. 2 for 273.
Or the weather. I mean, sometimes it's hard to get moving when it's pretty fresh. But yeah, they've just, the way that they've moved in the field has had that sharpness you probably expect from one of the best white ball sides in the world.
What we were talking about in the previous over, the mantra is that Owen Morgan really rammed into this team after he took it over, and they had that dreadful run here in the 2015 World Cup. Woakes bowls and beats Stoinis outside the off stump, having a prod at one into the gloves of Butler. No footwork there. But yeah, Morgan, Butler's predecessor, would often talk to the media and say, look, I back these guys to fail and fail and fail as long as they fail the right way. Is that sort of something you can identify with as a coach as well? As long as they're getting out the way you want them to get out, they kind of get a bit of a leave pass, if that makes sense. Consider that. Woakes is nearly back. Bowls here to Stoinis on 1. Beaten again. Super bowling. Test match length. Nothing wrong with that.
That's just angled in and straight. And you see the openers put on 270. You don't expect to get a lovely little leg cutter. Yeah, look, I think it's are you learning from those errors and are you getting better? I mean, you have to expect that the results will come if that's the case. And then it's just having faith in the process.
So Wokes here, lovely start to his new spell. Last ball of over 40, dancing is Stoinis and does beat just the man at mid-off who falls over at Sam Curran. He takes some pace off the ball. Chris Jordan to do the tidying up beneath us here at long off. They get back for a third. So Marcus Stoinis up to 4 at the end of the 40th over. We're into happy hour. Australia 2 for 276.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. The National Tiles Black Friday event is on now. This is the biggest National Tiles online and in-store event of the year. Spend $4,000 and we'll only charge you $2,750. Or spend $2,000 and we'll only charge you $1,450. This National Tiles Black Friday event is absolutely massive. So go to nationaltiles.com.au now. But you'll have to be quick.
Smith and Stoinis are 3 and 4 respectively after Warner made 106 and Head made 152. The 13th highest partnership for any wicket in one-day history. 2 left-handers today. And after taking those 2 wickets, Ollie Stone has been taken off. They'll keep him for the death, replaced by Liam Dawson. He's bowled 8 overs, done for 56 so far from the southern end. The end from which he'll continue. And looking up, Bucky, it's quite dark again at the MCG. Lots of thick cloud cover above the floodlights, so that might be a factor. It may not be dry for the rest of this match, although we hope it will be. 10 overs to go. Stoinis goes back and plays and misses to a conventional left-arm orthodox delivery well outside the off stump. Doesn't catch up with it. Dawson up to the crease here, round the wicket. Stoinis goes back and helps it out to deep point. It's 5. Australia 2 for 277. You would have played a bit against Liam Dawson over the years.
Yeah, bits and pieces. He's just a handy cricketer. I think he can bat a bit as well. A good all-rounder.
2.
Interesting juggling act Butler has now. All his bowlers have bowled 8 overs, so he's got to swing at least one bowler around.
Can't get his sums wrong. We were talking about the underarm earlier today, the ultimate captain getting their sums wrong. Here's Dawson delivering to Smith, who makes room and slaps it out through cover. Should have the gas to make the rope. Does. Too quick for James Vince, who is dashing around from deep point. Smith, his first boundary, he's 7, 2 for 281. Halfway through over 41.
That's an excellent shot, because that actually wasn't a bad ball. That was hitting off stump if he'd missed it, but just backed away. Had to pierce that gap between cover and deep point.
Dawson bowls, 3 out on the leg side. Smith dances and defends really down to long off. Walks a single through. He's 8, 2 for 282. And sort of the tweaks that Steve Smith's made. We've watched him so closely playing Test cricket with a lot of movement. Really calmed down, hasn't he? Looks a far more steady presence at the moment. Seems to be paying off. Stoinis facing Dawson. Goes back and gets 1 to deep point. He's 6, 2 for 283. They might consider 2 actually, and so of course they do. The way they've batted today, whenever there's been half a chance for a second run, that was the starting point for Warner and Head, and so it is here for Smith and Stoinis, who's 7, 2 for 284.
I wonder if we'll have more young batters coming through standing side on like they used to do in the old days.
Play next to the ball. Here's Dawson to finish the 41st over. Stoinis plays it uppishly, just past the bowler Dawson, down to long off. Gets a single, retains the strike. He's 8. Australia 2 for 285, 9 overs to go. So, I mean, the Smith game plan since about 2013 has been to go a long way across his stumps, and often, off the 6th, 7th stump, and he's wound it right back. How tough is it to make an adjustment? I'm not sure if you ever did, but making a big adjustment like that so deep into your career?
No, it's probably easy to do deep in your career because you understand what batting is and you can try different things. And I think the problem you have is when you're younger and you're trying to emulate these guys, you haven't hit the millions of balls that Smith and Marnus have hit to kind of almost perfect that style. So it's a really difficult style to use if you haven't done the work behind. And, you know, they can make it succeed because of their history with how much batting they've done. So it's been a little tricky one, seeing that the young guys come through trying to bat like Smith and Marnus at times.
Wokes to Stoinis on 8. Over 42 begins. Bowls here, pulls him out to deep square leg, 2 for 286, and Stoinis frustrated didn't get more of that.
Yeah, Sod's not here, but and if he was, I wouldn't tell him, but he was 100% right to send Smith out, because you can see Smith is just, you know, he's in good form. The ball's hitting the middle of the bat, whereas Stoinis is almost just, he's trying to find it, isn't he? Find a bit of that form, a bit of that rhythm.
Isn't it funny that you think about Stoinis, was it 3 weeks ago, that innings at Perth, the 17-ball half-century against Sri Lanka to break the back at Chase when he was just invincible. Struggling a wee bit here. Smith 8 from 5, facing Wokes away from us. Smith plays with soft hands out behind point, gets a single. David Milan cuts it off. Smith 9 from 6 now, 2 for 287. So is that what you're detecting when you're seeing players come through your pathway, that a lot of them do preference that back and across Smith, Labuschagne, that it's really floating through the juniors as well?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think how I grew up and watching the guys that I admired, it was more on straight lines. You know, you hit back.
Wokes to Stoinis on 9. He'll make that 10. He actually wants a second again, but Smith says no this occasion. It's in off the rope from deep mid-wicket, David Willey. So Stoinis in the double figures, 2 for 288.
Kind of side on, hitting the ball back to where it came from, you know, working in those straight lines. And then as cricket's evolved, particularly with T20, you know, you see a lot of that front on, working to leg, kind of opening the face down to third man, that kind of thing, which is...
Mid on a mid offer up for Smith. He tries to cut and the ball ends up above his horizontal blade. Extra bounce from Wokes through to the gloves of Butler.
Which is, you know, like it is definitely a tactic to have if you're good enough. I just think it takes a long time to understand that style.
So if you're trying to perfect it, it requires sort of, as you described before, being able to face thousands and thousands of balls compared to, I suppose, batting more air quotes conventionally, as Wokes gets to Smith again, bowls here. Smith, that's not conventional, that's the tennis swat. Only gets one for it, but the crowd enjoyed it. Moeen Ali collects it. It's like he's thrown the ball up so high in the air and waits and slams it down. There's the first serve. We know that Smith loves tennis. He's now 10 from 8 balls, always keeping us on our toes. 2 for 289.
That's incredible to see.
I remember seeing him play that shot at Old Trafford back in 2019 when he could do whatever he wanted.
Yeah.
In that Ashes series. So just 4 singles from 5 balls in this over. Wokes to finish it here. Over 42. Bowls to Stoinis. Short, slower ball. Pulled out the deep mid-wicket. So Stoinis is 11. Smith is 10. 42 overs gone. 2 for 290. And after the break, Gerard Wheatley will complete the innings.
Good afternoon. There is a broken down truck on the Monash Freeway, this time outbound before Warrigal Road. Left-hand lane is closed. Delays are building. We've also had a collision on the Ring Road Greensboro bound at Pascoe Vale Road. Right-hand lane is closed there with heavy delays now from before Airport Drive. It's Nespresso's Black Friday sale with 15% off the purchase price of all coffee machines and selected accessories. Ends November 29, while stocks last. T's and C's and exclusions apply. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
How far might Australia be able to push this? 2 for 290 after 42 overs. Got rid of the plodding openers finally. Now the middle order can go to work. Smith's 10, Stoinis is 11. Dawson is bowled. Oh no, here comes the rain. Rain squall. Sweeping across the G, and it is significant. Dawson bowls from the Warn, and Stoinis clubs it down to long off and takes a single.
Oh, we got rid of those two. Starting to bore me.
Some incredible hitting in there and just a domination of an opposition like you rarely see in any form of cricket. An opening stand that was worth 269. Warner 106, Head 152. Dawson bowls to Smith, opens the stumps up, flays the ball out to deep cover for a single. Yeah, that's it. They're going to head off. So that might be the only thing that stops records being achieved, is whether Australia loses any overs in this rain delay. We are in the 43rd over. 2 for 229. Stoinis is 12 and Smith is 11. Second rain delay of the innings. The first one, the best part of 25 minutes. Didn't lose any overs. I imagine we would lose overs pretty quickly here.
Done. Still a strong breeze. Those flags still going to the southwest. It's a strong sou'easter, so we'll. I think whatever's there will get blown over pretty quickly, and I'll consult the radar, Gerard, just to, because I have an extreme amount of trust in the bomb.
What do you got?
Don't worry.
Just blow through?
Yeah. Nearly gone already.
Yeah, should be fine.
Nothing heavy. Nothing
right.
heavy.
So here's what's happened. England won the toss and sent Australia in, figuring that the atmosphere and the pitch would offer plenty. There were 4 or 5 testing overs, and then it really did settle, didn't it? Oh. And the first wicket didn't fall until the 39th over. Dave Warner 106 from 102 balls. Court Willie bowled Stone 1 for 269, and then Travis Head in the same over bowled Stone when he opened up the stumps, and a rare miss, 152 from 130 balls, 2 for 270, and Australia's just ticked it along since, 2 for 229. So 64 in the power play, the first 10 overs, then 54. They up it to 76 and then 82, and you would think from where they were is something in the vicinity of 400 was in play. Now, that might come back just a fraction. They'll certainly, if they don't lose too many overs, they'll certainly achieve the highest one-day score on the ground, which stands at 344. And they broke all the partnership records on the ground. Warner and Head couldn't quite reach their own mark of 284, and they fell just a little short of that. But Dave Warner, his first century we'd been counting, 58 matches and 67 innings between centuries for his country. It's not that he'd been out of the runs, it's just he hadn't been able to get to triple figures.
He was in good form today, so the week that was, and there was a fair bit of controversy around him for the week. I don't think it seemed to have any effect on him. It mentally drained him or physically drained him. He was his old bouncy self out there, and that's as clean as I've seen him. We're used to him hitting the ball clean. We're not used to him getting to 100 anymore. It was as clean as I've seen him hit it, for a while. His T20 wasn't a great series for him, but he's resurrected all that today, or in this series.
And Travis Head's knock, he's going to be memorable in the ground's history, I think. 152 from 130, so he lands something in the 150th one-dayer at the ground.
You don't pencil him in anywhere. You pen him in there. Yes. Pen him. If there was any debate prior today about his role in this team or the Test team, that's been put to bed. He's a permanent. He's a fixture. I was interested to hear Chris Rogers talking about how do you coach him, because that's the interesting bit of the stimulation to say go for it and be Travis Head, and the yes, but there's still 2 or 3 deliveries you need to block.
Yep.
Sometimes you need to, instead of thinking 4, 3, 2, 1, you need to think 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep.
And it's picking those deliveries, and will make a very good Australian cricketer in at least 2 forms of the game. And I don't see any reason why he ain't going to be part of the third one either.
So he has answered that question. Australia had sort of 3 or 4 questions to answer between now and the World Cup. He's answered the first piece of it. 69 in Adelaide when he looked really good. He had a 19 at the SCG. and then the big century today. So he's right. He's almost sort of set and forget now.
Interesting, yeah, coming off the text from, he's not a test player, horrendous technique. And I'm assuming that's towards Travis Head. Yeah. And he may have, but,
buried back in the past, that is.
Yeah, Alan Border would have been a horrible test player.
Yeah.
He had horrible technique, Alan Border. But it's what you make of what you've got.
He's just been the man of the series in the Ashes in the last home summer. So I was a holdout on him in Test cricket until you see it work. And then you go, okay, so he rapidly advances games. He did it at their Gabba and then especially in Hobart when Australia was under immense pressure. And you go, well, this is not the time for a swashbuckling innings, but it was. He adjusted the whole mood of the Test playing that way. So that's just... So, Billy, I know what you're saying, but those techniques belong to a bygone era. And you need a mix within your team. You can't have 6 of those because when you perish, you can perish quite grimly. You don't want a whole sequence of those, but you can certainly have your number 5 batting like that in modern cricket.
I've met Travis Head a couple of times briefly, just saying g'day, passing at an airport and at a cricket ground. They also tell me he has very good leadership qualities. He's a good person, a good human. So that's the next chapter. I think he's cemented himself where he is now as a one-day player and a Test player. I wonder if the next era will be he's Australia's next Test captain.
Yep.
In the next 2 years, if he gets things right, Pat Cummins is going to be into his 30s. Who knows? Fast bowler, breakdown, all the things that can go wrong. I wonder if he's the man.
Can he get himself to that?
I think he's earmarked. They've taken a piece of his ear. And
I think that the 2 South Australians are in that category, aren't they? Travis Head and Alex Carey, who are both rated incredibly highly for their leadership skills.
I want to see some more from Carey. Yep. Do you want to see some more from Carey? I do.
Yeah. No, I think I'm comfortable with him for the next set of, probably through to the 24 T20 World. Oh, no, he's on the T20 team. Can he force his way in there post-Wade? Not sure. I think he's the one-day, he's the long-term one-day keeper, and he looks like the Test keeper to me. When he first arrived, he missed chances that you need your keeper to take, and they sort of half got glossed over. But he is improving. I think for me, he's well ahead of Inglis, and Inglis was sort of seen as the wonder kid who might be able to unseat him.
I love that attitude he brings from footy.
Yeah.
Those couple of years he had, I think with Sheeds, might have been the boss at GWS. When he was at GWS, you can just... He has that will to work. He wants to work and get better. And we've spoken about that earlier today. You can't keep bringing the same thing to the table year in, year out, because the game passes you by, and you eventually... lose your position to those that are working harder and being that little more creative. And I just see Alex Carey as one of those guys who just continually works. So I expect to see a better wicket keeper in the long form of the game this year.
Yep.
So those things that were going missing, the odd thing can go wrong on a day in Test match cricket, but I don't think we'll see them as often. We'll see a more complete batsman when he goes out and plays in Test cricket, and he'll make better decisions than at times he has with balls to try and score boundaries from in the long form. They're 2 really exciting prospects.
They're peeling the Hessian back here. So the question David was asking, can you explain, will we lose overs, and how did the Duckworth-Lewis method work, please? So the second part of that is a much longer conversation. It's just actually easier to read from the sheet which comes in before the innings starts, so we'll know exactly where England need to be. And the way that sheet is drawn up, there's an over by over, but also a wicket by wicket. Is as you lose wickets, the runs multiply exponentially is what you need to get to. But the teams will know when they walk out there for the evening session precisely who's in front at the end of every over by the fall of wicket, the number of runs, and then the rest is just a time equation. So given that we didn't lose any overs through the first half-hour delay, say, it wouldn't surprise me if we lost 1 or 2 here. It's the end time. They work backwards from when the lights have to be switched out, and then they divide it in half as to how long each team can have, and then the overs equation sits in there somewhere.
Don't even look at me for backup in what you're saying there, Gerard. I'm with you.
I've seen
Send the sheet up.
But yeah,
email the sheet. We'll print it off, and then we'll know the facts. Right. Prior to that, I'm a lost cause. Absolute lost cause.
Craig, sensing the rain delay, didn't get in earlier with memories of MCG one-dayers, given that this is the 150th. My most vivid memory of ODIs at the G was back in the late 70s, watching Viv Richards limping to the wicket after an early breakthrough for the Aussies. Then at the end of the innings, watching him limp off the field with 150-odd to his name. What a legend.
He's a cricket.
Got to play hurt.
It's, you know, for people that aren't aware of Viv Richards and his greatness, and there's a generation of youngsters that aren't. You know, go to all the available opportunities to watch former players and punch in Viv Richards to YouTube. Some of the innings he played and shots he played, just underwrite his greatness. It was just extraordinary shots, to really good cricket deliveries. He made them look like they were absolute rubbish.
Thin bats clearing fences, no ropes.
Yeah, no ropes. And clearing them at quite a distance. You had that V on the bat. It was a V12, I think. V8 used to be the biggest engine, but Viv's bat was a V12. Had a little bit more oomph in it. God, he could hit a cricket ball. And field. Yeah. We spoke earlier about athletes that could go from decade to decade and keep up as an athlete. You know, Viv Richards is an athlete. Roger Harper as an athlete. You know, they'd be able to go out there and field as well as any of these guys can. They were brilliant athletes.
So the rope doing its thing, being driven round on the two carts, just clearing the surface water on the outfield. There won't be much. It wasn't heavy and it didn't last long. Shall we clear the last of our commitments so that we've got you all ready? Play is going to resume in 6.5 minutes' time, and Australia's innings has been reduced to 48 overs. So there'll be 5.4 overs remaining when Australia walks back out. 2 for 292 with play about 6 minutes away.
Yes?
You stand before me today to take the Cannot Hire Customer Service Pledge, the Ken Oath. By taking the oath, you hereby pledge to help everyone, everywhere, make their job easy. What say you?
Ken Oath?
Ha! I can't hear you!
Ken Oath!
Cannot make your job easy.
I'm a third-generation construction worker. My dream for my kids is that they'll be able to have the job security that I've been lucky enough to have. I'd be rapt if they, continued on in construction. Knowing that Labor have got $200 billion in the pipeline of work coming up, it's pretty mind-blowing, to be honest. And some of these projects are saying they have over 20,000 workers, all different sorts of trades. So this is it. This is the election that is going to set up your future and the security of your job. I'll be voting for not just my generation, but the generations to come.
Authorised by ESETCHES for the CUPU Plumbing Division, Victoria, Melbourne.
Welcome back to the MCG, where play will shortly resume. 5 minutes away, Australia will have the best part of 6 overs to go to see if they can break the ground record of 344 on even with the reduction. They'll probably get there. Gerard, Wheatley and Simon O'Donnell with you. There's so much live sport coming up on SEN, and tomorrow morning is your next appointment, 6 a.m. Australia's first game at the FIFA World Cup against France. You'll get the call from Socceroos legend Archie Thompson and Jordan Cornelis. 6 a.m. Australia and France. Then the Test summer begins next Wednesday in Perth. Ooh. Australia and the West Indies. 2 tests, Perth and Adelaide. And then Brisbane, Melbourne and Sydney for the Test series against South Africa. So every ball of the Test summer beginning next Wednesday. And then the Big Bash League, every game. Tuesday the 13th of December is the starting point there. So across the SEN network and the SEN app, so much live sport to savour in these summer months.
Socceroos will be warming up.
Yeah.
Taking on the world champs.
So there's been, I guess it happens we are an optimistic people, I think, in the lead up to these main tournaments. So there's sort of been a swell of pride and hope ahead of tomorrow's game. I feel like it probably comes unstuck in the early hours of tomorrow morning. This qualifying was a huge triumph, I think, for this Socceroos team, which is nowhere near as accomplished as more recent teams. But they've got themselves there and they get a crack at France. I feel like in most things I've read, we've just omitted the fact that France are the defending champions. That's okay. We're going to skip over that. We seem to have taken some offence that the French players don't know who the Socceroos are. I think that's probably fair enough. So I don't know. There are days in this campaign, but I don't feel like tomorrow morning is one of them.
Sportsmanship or lack of it is alive and well at the World Cup. This morning, as we were coming to a conclusion of our breakfast program with Sammy Edmund and myself, I was taking a peek at the USA versus Wales.
Yes,
I've never seen more people in the last 8 minutes of that match hit the deck from frivolously than in any other soccer game I've watched. Then one brought about a penalty. And now the guy who got the penalty, Bale, who was the captain of Wales, that penalty was on.
Yep.
But there was guys hitting the deck in the middle and on the wing and half forward. And when they went back to the replay, they were missing by 1.5 feet. And over they went. It was extraordinary stuff. Absolutely extraordinary stuff.
Rather desperate to protect the lead, and that didn't eventuate. And then there was a very strange concussion episode in the England-Iran game, wasn't there?
I missed that.
The keeper seemed to get knocked into the middle of next week and get the all clear to continue on before sort of stumbling and falling down. It was all rather odd.
That was the Iranian keeper. Hope he's okay.
Strange times. All right, our umpires are on our way back into the middle. 292 on the board, 2 wickets down. Smith and Stoinis just hovering the other side of the rope. There's 4 Englishmen who are willing, and probably 7 who are going, oh, bugger this. Do we have to come out?
I think there's been a number of inquiries while the Poms went downstairs. What flight are we on tomorrow? There's a little bit of that in the way this innings has progressed. I thought early doors, with the way they were throwing themselves around the field, thought this is all good. That seemed to fall away a little once Australia got to, I think it was, I noted it down, it was the 14th over, we were none for 85. I noticed a distinct change in manner of the English fielders, as if, this is not looking good, I'm not sure whether we're up for this.
Yeah.
And it is tough, and people can sort of say, we're a far better team than England in this series. Yes, we are. But, it was 9 days ago they won a World Cup here. Gee, it's a tough ask then to say, come on, and now back up and be enthusiastic and throw everything at this. They're looking forward to the double-decker bus through the West End of London. That's what they're looking forward to.
Yeah, and Moeen Ali said right at the start, didn't he, that the prospect was horrendous of playing this series. And they've been half-hearted about it. I think that's fair to say. Half-hearted in selection, half-hearted in the way that they played it, and half-strength as well.
They lost Salt earlier, and Moen came on as the concussion replacement. I think Moen was like, come on, Salty, up you get. Out you go.
Yeah, so he's got a sore shoulder and concussion, poor old Phil Salt, diving at a ball against the boundary. Okay, so 3 bowlers can bowl 10 overs and 2 can bowl 9. So there's a whole lot of equations that need to be resorted here by Joss Butler. But the first is to get Liam Dawson to finish his over. He'll be the first to 10. He's got 4 balls left in it. 2 for 292. Give us the nearest the pin, Simon, at the end of this over. Is how far you think Australia might be able to take this.
The end of the over, you want it?
Yep. So 5.4 overs to go. The restart happens. Stoinis is on strike. Sliced it straight up in the air. Jordan gets under and takes the catch at points. So Marcus Stoinis can retrace his steps and leave the scene. 3 down for 292.
Dawson hasn't been too bad tonight. He's really, hung in there. He's been competitive all the way through, and He's going for just under 7 and over, or just over 7 and over. I don't think he's been bad because he's bowled right in the middle of the Head-Warner partnership when they were absolutely carving every bowler that came at them. And I thought probably Dawson was nearly the best of them. Sam Curran, again, probably was the pick of the paceman, but I've liked the way Dawson's gone about his work under absolute sufferance.
1 for 67. Yep. There were a couple of heavy overs from his bowling, but he's got plenty of friends. Righto. Mitch Marsh out in the middle. Jordan's come into first slip. 3 in the deep on the leg side and a deep cover. Dawson around the wicket, bowls, and Marsh is forward, taking the single out to mid-wicket. They should be able to come for a second. Smith in and out quickly and running to the danger end. There is no danger. Marsh played that well. He just trickled it to the circle. It landed right in the middle of the markers as Willie had to come in from the punt road end. 3 for 294. Two to come in the over. Marsh on the drive. He's got it straight and hard and low for 4. In any form of the game, that is a glorious off drive.
Right through the T20 World Cup, I thought he's about to explode. Every innings he came out and looked like he was in complete control, and he's doing it again here. Just dabbed that first one for 2, but that was just a beautiful drive and gave the mid-off absolutely no chance of cutting it off before it's gone over the boundary for 4.
6 from 2 balls. Mitch Marsh back across the line, whacks it out to Willie in the deep. They have one. Smith will go. The throw is a long way from the punt road end. And that's the 300 up for Australia at the end of 43 overs. Marsh is 8 from 3. Smith is 11 from 9. All right, how far, Simon? How far could they get there? Could they get?
334, Gerard.
334. That'll be 10 shy of the ground record.
334 is the number I've got in my head.
34 from the last 5. I reckon you've underclubbed. I reckon they will get 356.
Oh.
10, 11 and over.
356.
Yeah. I reckon they'll get 11 and over from here. Smith and Marsh in the middle. Labuschagne and Carey, who I don't think would bat. I think Abbott would come in and swing for the fences, wouldn't he, next?
Kerry's next.
Okay.
Kerry,
I reckon it depends who goes. If Smith goes, Carey would come in. If Marsh goes, they might bring Abbott in for better home run hitting. Wokes sets in from the members' end. Bowling to Smith. He's on the advance. He got cramped up. Ball falls out to the offside. They're able to scamper through for a leg bye.
Oh, Wokesy.
It's giving you something to cheer for.
Get in here.
It's 10th over. He's bowled okay, Chris Wokes. Just on 6 and a bit and over so far.
Yeah. So Dawson's through his work, 1 for 75. Wokes will be through his at the end of this.
No one in the circle on the on side, so I'm thinking they're going to be slanting into Mitch Marsh here. Trying to cut the singles off in the deep.
Wokes bowls to him. Marsh pulls, dragged it down to deep backwards square. I don't think he would get back. If Smith had been running to the danger end, it might have been on. Get a single and go to 302.
It's 2 from 2.
2 from 2.
To get to yours 356, we're wanting to go at 11 and over.
Yep, you're going to get double figures every over, I reckon. Wokes rolls in and bowls. Smith clubs the ball with that tennis serve style. It was only shoulder height. He dragged it down to deep mid-wicket. As only Steve Smith would. 3 for 303.
3 from 3.
Singles are not getting it done.
No. Might even get to my 334 with those.
I'm just trying to do the sums on the bowlers. So Wokes will bowl out here, and then one of Willie, Stone or Curran would bowl 2, and the other would bowl 1 each. So presumably Curran would get to his 10. Mitch Marsh, slower ball, pitched in, dragged down the deep backward square. It's all been the same in this over. All singles.
So they've got to do something here. So Steve Smith, as Chris Wokes bowls, he's got to leave it as late as possible. He's got to go back towards Paul Rifle at square leg, and he's then got to flat bat him between mid-off and cover for 4.
Mid-off and cover, yep, I'm with you. Only man in the deep on the offside is at deep cover point. Smith backs away. He's knocked it straight to mid-off. He goes with the stroke. Doesn't throw Jason Roy. Just for a moment, he was sizing it up.
The idea was right.
Yeah. Perhaps realising Smith was going to get home, thought better of it. So they're keeping the 4 in the deep on the leg side for Marsh. That is his best hitting zone here.
You're just throwing him out with changes of pace and bowling into the pitch. So, well, if you can hit us for 6 over square leg, go for your life.
Wokes bowls down the leg side. Marsh picks him up, knocks him down to fine leg. No, he won't get a boundary there. Billings got across. Marsh will be thinking, I should have left it. It was a leg side wide, but he helped it on its way. Australia get only 6 from the over, 3 for 306 from 44. So that puts advantage Simon O'Donnell.
Just under club by 6 runs. I should have said 340.
Okay. You're still going to be closest to the pin on that evidence. Got to get a couple of double figure overs to finish off in style, though. It's been so many runs in this.
Sammy Curran, my main man, coming in here.
But yeah, so he would bowl. Yeah, he bowled this, then either Willie or Stone.
That's right.
Yeah. So you bowl 45 and 47, and then Willie and Stone will mix and match.
Just got a bit of an issue with Stone. He hasn't a great night.
No. He's got the 2 wickets, but there was an over he went for 19 at one stage.
Bring the undone late.
They could get a big over out of Stone, you know.
He says with a big smile on his face.
All right, so a deep square, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, and deep cover. 5 around the rope. Sam Curran, none for 49 from his 8 overs. Mitch Marsh removes a bit of debris from the pitch, and he'll settle himself.
Suicide here if he gets anywhere short of a length on, off stump, or just outside. Suicide.
Curran from the worn end, bowls, bang goes Marsh, 6 over square. It was dug in, and Marsh was there to ferociously whack it into the terraces. Oh boy, when he hits it. 17 from 7, Mitch Marsh. 3 for 312.
With the window open here at the MCG, so you can hear the clatter of ball on bat, and when the batsmen get it right, in particular Mitch Marsh. Oh, it's a beautiful sound. The ball sailed 6 or 7 rows back.
Where a patron just dropped the soda.
Yes.
He'd set himself so well in the Kathmandu jacket and then fumbled it when it arrived. And his mates are going to hold that over him probably for the rest of his life. Curran bowls, Marsh inside out, over extra cover. It will land safely. It won't go the journey. Vince gets around. And Marsh will get 2. He's 19 from 8.
Good hitting. Good hitting. And this is how he opened 3 or 4 of his innings in the World Cup. You know, just as if he was in complete control, and then boom, he was gone.
Marsh readies himself. Couple of quick steps back in. Curran sets in past umpire rifle bowls. Marsh had this head in the clouds, inside edge into his pads. Curran standing and asking for it. He's got 0 support from anybody else. They squirt through for a run. 9 from 3.
He's such a laconic character, Paul Rifle. As a bowler, you run in, you try as hard as you can. And by the time you turn around, this was just wandering off.
Yeah.
Quite heartbreaking stuff, really.
It's onto the back pad but it took the edge on the way through. Steve Smith, 13 from 12. Curran bowls to him, and Smith lifts it up, down to third man for a boundary. He just opened the blade on a free swing. So good on the angles. One's brute force, and one is deft touch.
It's poor bowling. You know, he's got third man up, point up. Sorry, third man up, gully up, point back. So, you know, to bowl wide of off stump just on a length is just a given. It's a given boundary.
So third man has to trot back now. I doubt Smith's reprising that stroke. It's 3 in the deep on the offside. So they've opened square leg up to him. 17 from 13. Smith, Curran bowls. He drives the ball down to long off. There's time to get back for a second. Marsh in and out quickly. Big strides down the pitch to take toll. 3 for 321. Oh, Simon, you've underclubbed horrendously. 15 with 1 to go.
It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. So just pack up and go straight home. Embarrassing.
This has been a good over. We know the quality of Curran's death bowling, but he's gone for plenty. Smith looking to finish it off. Curran bowls to him. Smith reaches for the wider ball, guides it out to deep point. There's certainly room for 2 there.
What's up?
Rolls beyond the circles. Vince comes in from the deep to field, so 16 from the over. 3 for 323. Smith 21 from 15. Marsh is 20 from 9. They needed better from Curran than that.
No, they sure did. They sure did. That's a good over for the Aussies. 3-3-4. My feel is they're going to get past that quite plenty of time to spare.
Go past that in the 46th, and then they've got 2 overs of hitting to go. Ollie Stone, also this could be the big over, Simon. Ollie Stone is going to bowl from the members' end.
8 overs, 2 for 66, Ollie, and just hasn't got it right at any stage today. He's put himself under pressure early over all the time by going for a boundary. Never sort of recovered. He's never got a rhythm today, Ollie Stone. We've heard good things about him. It was a nice bit of pace, but today he just hasn't been able to have that consistency and bowling on one side of the pitch and not giving room to the batters. Both Warner and Head really enjoyed facing Stone today. He'll want to get his zone back at some stage. He'll learn from it.
It's the long boundary to the leg side. If Marsh did decide to take it on, he would take a hell of a hit. Stone pitches up, swing and a miss from Marsh. So straight is the short way home always at the MCG. And in our pitch block, we're 3 from the left. So he was able to clear the boundary and put it into the stands at the punt road ends. He would have to reprise every bit of that to get it there under the Ponsford stand. Stone bowls, Marsh inside edge to short fine leg. He'll take a single. 3 for 324. A little bit of great escape to get out of this England later on.
Sorry?
They're playing the Great Escape, the trumpeter.
Oh.
It echoes around with the small crowd. It's a welcome sound this Tuesday night. Smith's on strike. Stone bowls to him. He's going to try to flip it up over the keeper. He got himself clear of the stumps. Josh Butler says he's hit it, and he's going to review immediately. How was that?
I think he's given him.
Oh, he has.
Given him.
Yes, they hadn't appealed. They'd gone straight. Josh Butler had gone straight to the tee, but he hadn't given Paul Wilson the chance to give him out. So he said, how's that? And Blocker put the finger up straight away. Steve Smith is out, caught behind in a most ungainly way, right across his stumps. Tried to flip it up over the top of Butler, just feathered it through. Yeah, off the face of the bat, but no elevation. Butler sort of held the ball over his head, but nobody asked anything. Stone certainly didn't appeal. Maybe they were waiting for Smith to walk, Simon.
Sure, that's what Blocker was up to then.
Funny old dismissal.
Yeah, it was funny. And Josh Butler held the ball up. I would consider that's an appeal. You don't have to speak to appeal, do you?
And
you have to infer that.
Yeah.
You know, put your hand up and say how. You don't have to say how's that, do you? Or was Blocker just waiting for the former captain to walk?
Yeah. Either way, Blocker knew it was out, and so when the moment came, he raised the finger. Just getting a look at
what seam bouncer it was.
Took a little while for Smith to catch up with it.
Spooned it on.
So caught behind for 21 from 16. 4 for 324.
England get a bonus review for that. A review that didn't get reviewed.
Stone's taken 3 wickets. He's been tapped around, but he has taken 3 wickets. Alex Carey is the new man in. Stone's around the wicket to him. Carey, he goes whack wide of deep mid-wicket. Sliding fielding done in the deep by Dawson. They get 2. Chris Rogers, welcome back.
Hello, Gerard. It was actually no snicko for that one, I think.
So if Smith had reviewed, would he have been called back? No, maybe by the time you finish the hot spot, there's a mark in the middle of the bat.
I thought it was off the glove, though. I don't know what I'm saying.
326 on the board. Stone bowls to Carey in the block hole. He jags it out to deep mid-wicket. They will go. Oh, well, Marsh was coming. Carey sent him back. Probably was 2 there.
Morning, Stoney.
Just willing him to your number, that's all. This is now just straight personal interest for you.
100%. You could have some interest, eh? And Marsh on strike's probably not a bad result from an Australian perspective as we watch our replays. Well, how's that then? Yeah, of course he's out. Stone bowls to Marsh, full toss, only clipped away to long on. In off the rope, Roy comes, a single. So 1 wicket and 5 runs from it, 4 for 328 with 2 to bowl. So Stone did well. Wriggled out of his set.
I'm not giving up on my 334 to 340. My margin bet.
You've got a range now.
I've changed the rules.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, you know how I went chips in on 28 black? What I actually meant was all of the numbers around 28 black. How do you think that'd go?
Bit of competitive nature he's got.
It's good to see.
I'm not used to. You know, it's come out of him tonight. Just that little bit of I'll show you type scenario.
Willie's gone to the far end, and Curran's going to finish off from the members.
Been nasty.
He's got a big ego. He can make this.
So 16 to equal the ground record is really the first marker. That World 11 in the Tsunami game, 344. David Willey, 8 overs, none for 50. He's bowling to Mitch Marsh, who flays it out to deep mid-wicket. 1 bounce.
Text in,
10 metres inside the rope, takes a single.
Text in from Trev saying, yes, you must appeal. But I thought, when you put your hand up, well, that's an appeal, isn't it? You're looking at the umpire and you hold the ball up. That's my...
What else are you doing?
Yeah, what else are you doing? What's he...
Polite inquiry rather than an appeal.
So there's a definition on appeal that you must speak.
Got to shout something. So Butler is going to sacrifice the short backward point to go to mid-wicket, I fancy.
Is that the very definition of where they're at, though?
Yeah.
They just...
They couldn't be
not even appealing.
Oh, this morning you were packing your bags and stuff.
329 on the boards. Carey has the strike. Willie bowls to him and tucks it down to fine leg. Around the boundary comes Milan. They have one and they'll turn for the second.
Comes a stage in the tour where the tour finishes.
Well, after you won a
World Cup, the tour's finished. Now, that's what they came here for. They didn't come here to say, right, fellas, what we're going to do, we're going to do our best in the T20 World Cup, and then we're going to really get into those 3 one-days against the Aussies after that's finished. Okay? We all up for that? So, well, sorry, mate, I'm checking out after the World Cup, I'm afraid. I'm winning that. I'm out of here.
Willie bowls to Carey. He backed away. Willie followed him. It went down the leg side, and that's a wide.
That's harsh.
I guess there's the case of personal pride as well about your performance, but equally you'd think there'd be a few players who are playing for their position. They're going through the motions is not in their best interest.
3:32 on the boards. Willie bowls, Carey backs away, flat bats it straight down the ground. 1 bounce, 2 over the rope for 4. Lovely stroke. 3:36 on the boards. 9 legal deliveries to go.
I think the other thing is, though, you're getting outplayed. It's not easy, and it looks bad at times when you're getting this outplayed. Australia on their turf, they can be hard to beat, as we know.
What's Carey got on the follow-up? He pulls the ball down the fine leg to Milan, a bit firmer than the previous, so only a single on offer. 4 for 337, a couple to go in the 47th. We're reduced to 48 overs with a couple of rain delays. Carey's 10 from 5, Marsh is 23 from 13. Kept long on, deep mid-wicket. Deep square. Willie bowls full outside the off stump. Carved into the deep by Marsh, but he picked out the cover. Sweeper. Vince tosses it in. A single taken. 3:38 on the board.
Good over so far. I like it. Nice control. Bowling to his field.
He's gone for 10.
Yeah.
Okay. Only 1 boundary.
You bad as a harsh. 5 balls, 1 boundary. I think that's pretty good.
Last ball from Willie.
Oh, it's a shot.
Down the leg side. He's going to have to bowl that again.
Yeah.
Carey twitched to head to leg, and Willie threw it right down there.
It was stiff the first wide, where Carey went out there. He followed him. That was stiff.
Why is it stiff? If he missed on the leg side, he's going towards the leg side. Surely that's even wider.
The markings
on
this
bad as
so wide.
Start talking common sense and logic to me.
Willie tries to finish off again. Carey takes him away to the leg side. He'll be able to get a couple. There's a lot of work to be done from Vince coming around from deep mid-wicket. 341 on the boards with 1 over to go. Carey is 12. Willie finishes his work with 63 from his 9 overs.
There's a little incident there that explains England's night and probably Willie's night for that matter. The ball was thrown in from the deep. He missed it. It hit him on the shin. What else can go wrong? Haven't got a wicket. Absolutely smashed. Gerard and the coach are ganging up on me.
All right, 341 at the start of the last over. Ollie Stone is going to bowl it.
Come on, Stoney.
Mitch Marsh has the strike. And he's gone whackety-whack into the stands at deep mid-wicket, 15 rows back. That's the biggest hit yet. Half tracker. Oh, that did go a long way. Marsh is 30, 4 for 347. Stone bowling this over is a mistake. That is the ground record too. 344 was the previous marker from a World 11 in the Tsunami game. Australia has gone past that. It has been an afternoon to rewrite all manner of 50-over records here at the MCG. Stone back in. Marsh inside out, slices it up in the air. Dawson gets underneath on an extra cover and takes a tumbling catch.
Good catch.
Good job. That hung for a long time. There's a bit of rain falling as well. It could easily have slipped through his fingers. Marsh goes for 30. 5 for 347.
4 wickets, Ollie Stone.
4 for Ollie Stone.
4 wickets.
Imagine if you got a 5 putt.
Tell you what, that was an excellent catch. Just a bit of drizzle coming down as well. But it wouldn't have been that easy to see. He took it like a rugby player, over his shoulder, got both feet set on the ground.
Manus.
This is all you want, isn't it? Just expect it to come in and throw your wicket away. If you're good here, you can work out how to just hit the ball on the ground, run hard, make it look like you're doing the right thing.
So over to Manus, it passes. Ollie Stone bowls to him. He swings and misses. Short ball.
Ollie Stone, 4 wickets. His 10th over. Fantastic. Good work.
Which probably suggests his best stuff is high quality, but his worst stuff needs a lot of work.
He's in and bowling to Labuschagne, who pulls this away for 4. That was high up. It was the Steve Smith diagonal bat above the shoulder. Dragged it to ground and put it wide of mid-on to pick up the boundary. 351 on the board.
Some of these shots are quite extraordinary.
Yeah, it's an amazing shot. Well, so when you look at Ollie Stone here, because I'm probably thinking he's just a bit predictable. What do you see?
Well, he's going to bowl short to you. Everything he's bowled under pressure has been short.
Stone bowls. Labuschagne stayed upright, goes straight down the ground. It'll pitch in front of the sight screen and pull up. Sliding in is Roy to do the fielding, and they'll get 2.
And that was good thinking. Drive them back thinking you're going to bowl short, so they're looking for a bit of room. But then that one that goes up, just outside off stump, pull the pace back a bit. They've already got their weight on their back foot. Well, generally it's going to be some super shot to be able to get the full bat on that to go the journey. So you learn something.
Last ball of the innings. 353 on the board. Stone bowls to Labuschagne, who drives him away to deep mid-wicket. He hairs through for the first. He'll take his chances getting back for the second, and he forces a fumble from Wheatley. So 2 more to finish it off. It's a record-breaking innings for Australia on the MCG. It finishes 5 for 355. Labuschagne on 8, busy at the end, and Carey 12. And that's from 48 overs. What do I give you, Simon?
You're the cat that got the cream, aren't you? You're the cat that got the cream. 356, you said. Well done, Gerard. Very well judged.
Just by that much. Well, what do we say about that? Travis said 152, Dave Warner 106, and then Smith 21, Stoinis 12, Marsh 30, Carey 12, and Labuschagne 8, the 2 unbeaten at the end.
I saw some extraordinary hitting. The Head Warner start really, I think, obviously gave Australia the momentum. I think England were in the game at that stage. Once they sort of hit that 14, 15 over mark, there was distinct body language change, and I think they started to really not set international pressure on the Australians like they should have, and they paid a price for it. The Australian batting was some of the shots there in the last 10 overs was simply superb. I'm not sure where we put the bowling to be able to play those sorts of shots, because I hope England turn up with a bat. I think they'll come out and have a dash. It'll just be a dash, and if luck isn't with them, then we might be home pretty early.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I think that Qantas flight number 1 is calling for a few of these players. But yeah, I think when you have 2 players who are so attacking, score so quickly, any kind of partnership.
Dropping on Dave Warner here.
Beautifully. It's great rhythm when we're out there. He's hitting the ball as well as he can, and had a bit of a fright. He bent over putting something in his bag early today and almost missed out on playing. So he did say last time it happened he scored 160. So, credit to him today.
A little good luck charm for him. Congratulations on your 19th ODI 100 too. How did you find it? Because it seemed tricky to start with. The ball was nipping around a bit, but then you seemed in complete control. Yeah, look, I was just playing second fiddle with Trav. As I said, I was just, trying to rotate strike as much as I could and all up. It was actually quite challenging, but look, we just, played the percentages, and there was a lot of cross-bat shots out there. They bowled back of a length. And then when it was full, we tried to dispatch it. So, look, all in all, I think we've got a very, very competitive total. And personally, do you cherish these milestone moments even more now when you look ahead of the jam-packed international schedule and realise I don't think there's an ODI on home soil until January 2024 now? Yeah, exactly. This could be my last time. So, who knows? The 2027 World Cup might be on my agenda. Did that go through your mind, though, when you were... Hello, Candice. Did that go through your mind, though, when you were walking off, that this could be your last ODI on home soil? Yeah, a lot of us were talking about it last game at the SCG. We actually didn't realise that I think it's 14 test matches straight that we play before we play another white ball game here in Australia. So, look, if it is, it's an amazing moment. Look, I'm still fit as a fiddle, I think. Speak to the wife and kids at home, and you never know, I might be here in 2024. What a treat it was to watch you here today at the Chi. Congratulations. Thanks, Kath.
Dave Warner with Kath Lockton there on Fox Cricket. So Warner's 19th one-day century behind only Ricky Ponting and the all-time charts. I'll give the scorecard, then we'll take a break and get stuck into our chat, and then set you up for the run chase of 356, as fanciful as that might be. So Australia sent in by England. Warner caught Willie Boldstone for 106 from 102 balls, 1 for 269. Travis Head went in the same over Boldstone, 152 from 130, 2 for 270. Stoinis caught Jordan bowled Dawson for 12, 3 for 292. Smith caught Butler Boldstone for 21, 4 for 324. Marsh caught Dawson Boldstone for 35 for 347. Carey not out 12. Labuschagne not out 6. 5 for 355 from 48 overs. On a bowling front, Chris Woakes 10 overs, no maidens, none for 62. David Willey 9 overs, no maidens, none for 63. Ollie Stone 10 overs, no maidens, 4 for 85. His best figures in one-day international cricket. Sam Curran 9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 66. And Liam Dawson 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 75. That's where we are at the halfway mark at the MCG. On a day that's had a couple of rain interruptions. It's bright overhead for the time being, and the cloud moving quickly out of the west on what has been a breezy day. We'll see where it leaves us. You can correspond all the way through 0433 98 11 16 on the temper text. Right to the box here at the MCG.
Delivers here, Head over the top of long on, gets all of that over the rope.
His Head stands upright, high bat lifts. Drives straight past the stumps at the non-striker's end. What a stylish way to bring up a half-century. Really. Head on the advance, clouts it straight down the ground into the side screen for 6. Dave Warner on strike. From the crease, he swings deep into the mid-wicket field for 6. Warner plays back, tucks him around the corner. It's off for a single, his 50th run.
Stone bowls here. Head straight back over his head for the second time in a couple of overs. Woakes delivers to Head on 96. Gets plenty of that. Lovely shot out towards deep backward point. And that's his century. Travis Head, wonderful return to this one-day international side.
Dawson around the wicket, bowls. Head opens things up, goes straight, takes on long on, hangs it right into the stands, and it's caught 8 rows back.
The individual milestone for Warner as well. On the cusp of it here on 97, down past long off, should get a boundary, does get a boundary. David Warner had to wait for nearly 3 years to raise his bat for Australia. Back to Warner on 106, facing Stone round the wicket. He pulls out towards deep mid-wicket, doesn't find the gap, is taken running back with the flight by David Willey. Head again, hit on up, and he gets bowled. Travis Head loses his middle stump, bails go flying in the air.
Mitch Marsh has the strike. And he's gone Whackety-whack into the stands at deep mid-wicket, 15 rows back. That's the biggest hit yet. Last ball of the innings. 3:53 on the board. Stone bowls to Labuschagne, who drives him away to deep mid-wicket. He hairs through for first. He'll take his chances getting back for the second, and he forces a fumble from Wheatley. So 2 more to finish it off. It's a record-breaking innings for Australia on the MCG. It finishes 5 for 355.
Yes, Australia 5 for 355 in their 48 overs. Travis Head, 152 from 130 deliveries. David Warner, 106 from 102. So they put on 269 for the first wicket. We thought for a while they might bat the whole way through the innings, not to be. And then it was Stephen Smith, 21. Marcus Stoinis, 12. Mitchell Marsh, 30 in a hurry. And at the end, Alex Carey, 12 not out from 6 balls there with Marnus Labuschagne, who hit a boundary in the last over, 8 not out from 4 deliveries. Now, that's been adjusted. The target now, we've just been told by the match officials, is 364, and with the Duckworth-Lewis calculation from that 48 overs. Adam Collins with you, Chris Rogers with me. David Warner and Travis Head, they've batted together in one-day internationals 13 times at the top of the list for 1,106 runs at an average of 85. They're lovely numbers for a pair that's only been together again for 3 one-dayers after a 4-year absence.
Yeah, that was the story of today, and looking at those statistics, I mean, they're so impressive, and to have that kind of cohesion amongst your opening bats, that's a great omen for Australia, and it wasn't just the fact that they put together 269. I actually like their 10-over splits and the way they went about it. They with the field up in the first 10 overs, they went pretty hard. They got to none for 64. And a lot of the times you get into that position and you keep going, and that's when you sacrifice a few wickets. But they just pulled it back a bit, put on 54 for the next 10, and then gave themselves a real platform. And from there, they got 76 in the next 10, and you know, we just saw that run rate increase when a few of those other players came in and gave cameos. So it was just a brilliant partnership. They kind of read the momentum well when they needed to, pushed hard when they had to, and then pulled back at that time as well. So just an impressive partnership, and it must be a good communication between the two of them out there.
Yeah, I was going to say, you spent a lot of time opening the batting with David Warner in Test cricket, and he's spoken a lot publicly about how well he gelled with you, and he's spoken about Travis Head in recent days, saying how much he's enjoying this. It seems clear. Yeah,
and I mean, back then, and this was a long time ago, the thing that stood out to me, because it's easy just to look at it and go, what an absolute talent Davey Warner is, but to actually bat with him and hear him talk about it and understand what he's trying to do, how he's trying to structure his innings, build that platform is actually quite impressive. So, you know, you chuck on another 7, 8, 9 years of experience, and you know you've got just an unbelievable opening bat that Travis Head can lean on as well.
So I thought they were pretty interesting comments to Fox Cricket at the end there, David Warner. His first century for Australia in 1,084 days I saw pop up on Twitter, nearly 3 years, and acknowledging that whilst this might be his last one-dayer at the MCG, he keeps talking like a man who wants to go until really deep into his 30s. He said then that I might still be going in 2024. Chris, you were there with me when he made his triple ton. Well, I guess it was 3 or 4 summers ago against Pakistan at Adelaide Oval. And after that innings, he said that, well, I'll probably get rid of the white ball stuff first and stay on as a Test cricketer. But it feels like he's done a bit of a 180 and is now thinking about being a one-day cricketer and a T20 cricketer for quite a while yet.
Yeah, I think sometimes you think and other people think that you fall off a cliff pretty quickly. But if you still have that passion, that drive and the fitness, which he spoke about, you can play on for a lot longer now. The professionalism of the game, the way that the players look after themselves, it is different. So, I mean, there'll be challenges to come. I think, you know, the quick bowlers of South Africa, I think that's going to be a real mark for him for where he's at. If he can get through that, and he can deal with the likes of Rabada and Nookie, then yeah, he probably could play on for a little bit longer. And then in terms of Test cricket, the challenge after that, you know, to go back to England, which he's never really conquered, has he? that's one I'm sure he would love to. Whether he's got what it takes now, we'll find out in time.
Yeah, India and England have been those two tours that he's never really dominated, as you say.
And India, yeah.
He's spoken in the media about how he might see England as the end for him, and this might be his last summer. If it is, and he provided he's fit and all the rest of it, his 100th Test match will be here at the MCG on Boxing Day, which would be just a massive moment for him, and also the fact that he's now, I suppose, not that it would worry him too much, but he has got that baggage off him, having not made a ton for a few years.
Yeah, and I think the way he celebrated too was pretty clear that was something he wanted to shake. I think he had a 99 against Sri Lanka in Game 4 back in June in one-day cricket, but he hadn't got that 100 for a while, so that'll give him a lot of confidence as well, and probably maybe even ease a couple of the fears that he can't do it. What was interesting was he threw it away pretty quickly after that. It was almost like I've done my job. You other guys can have a crack.
He was pretty punchy yesterday by Warner's modern standards when talking about the Code of Conduct review that CA announced yesterday, which does mean that, and we're jumping down a couple of steps here, but in all probability he'll be upon appealing, able to captain sides again after the life ban in 2018. Look, I don't imagine he will captain the Aussie team again, but clearly this means a lot to him that the life ban isn't a mark against his name, even if it's just a sort of academic process.
Yeah, I mean, it probably is the process. As much as the result, whether he does captain, who knows, but in his mind, he'll think that he's contributed so much to Australian cricket and probably owed something in return. And he did make a monumental mistake that he will no doubt reflect on and think that he's had his time. He's done his time, I guess, and that's done and dusted.
In terms of looking down the list for Australia, Mitchell Marsh again making a contribution, and even 50 at Sydney on Saturday, 30 from 16 balls with a couple of massive sixes here this afternoon. I mean, if Glenn Maxwell was fit this week, it might be the case that Marsh wouldn't even be in the side, but he's taken the opportunity, and he's probably complicating matters for Marcus Stoinis as much as anybody else.
I mean, when you see him play like that, you see the power, and if you can put him in those kind of positions, then opposition are just so fearful. They can't afford to get it wrong, and he can be a weapon at those stages. So, yeah, I mean, Australia has a wealth of talent in their all-rounders at the moment. In terms of Cameron Green as well, there's even Aaron Hardy's behind those guys as well, and he's a very talented player. So. With Stoinis and Marsh and Maxwell, they can't rest on their laurels.
Yeah, Aaron Hardy, who made that big 100 in the Shield final last year, he had a match-winning hand in a really important game in county cricket over in England in the middle of the year as well. So one to watch if you haven't caught up with him as yet. As for England, as one of our correspondents on the text line, 0433 98 11 16 pointed out, they might have been up late last night watching the football, and they looked a little bit sluggish, and it might be the case that for a few of the World Cup champions who were part of the side that won the T20 trophy here a little bit over a week ago, they might be 1 foot on the plane.
I think I saw a tweet something about when England are 6-2, it's when Joe Root's coming out to save them, not in a World Cup football match.
Yeah, so it is. We saw England's bowlers really take some tap. Although it must be said, Ollie Stone, I know he conceded 85 runs, but stepping back from that, 4 wickets and just getting through 20 overs in this series, it's no exaggeration to say that his career was beyond at the crossroads. He was nearly finished. 2 serious back operations. One of those he only had late last year. I mean, to see a bloke of that talent back who can bowl up towards 150 kilometres an hour, it's a good story out of this series.
Yeah, what was really interesting was that he bowled that last over. He didn't have to bowl it.
Sure.
Curran could have bowled it, but what are they finding out from that? So I think that they probably have high hopes for him, and they want to see what he's learning. And as you see, when you end up for 4 for 85, that means, you're doing a lot of good things, but there's a lot of things you've got to tighten up on. And we saw even in his first over, he went for 3 boundaries. he was loose on his first 2 deliveries. He probably doesn't have the variations at the moment, and he needs a bit more experience, I reckon, in death bowling. Just knowing that, like that ball he bowled to Mitch Marsh, that was waist high. That's just asking to be hit. It's got to be either, right on the Yorker length, or it's got to be up kind of head height.
I mentioned a text line a moment ago. I should read this out while we're here as well from Ryan. Bucky, is your arm guard in the MCG Museum while we're here? It should be. That's Ryan's opinion. Where is that ratty old arm guard of yours?
No, it's at Lord's, at the museum there. How did that come about? No, my time at Middlesex, and
yes,
and I forged some pretty good relationships there, and they asked if I would donate, so I was more than willing to.
You've been very lucky to call Lord's your home ground, and the MCG your home ground as well. Not many players get to do both of those things. That
was a pretty good 4 years of my life, I must admit.
I thought that might.
Yeah.
You were 8,800 people here right now. I'm sure that'll swell a bit after work as people come in to watch the England chase. A reminder, their target's 364 after that re-evaluation on Duckworth Lewis. But that's clearly the talking point out of this, beyond what David Warner and Travis Head have done together. It's the fact that there's just, in Melbourne MCG terms, there's just nobody here, and the attention will move to how they can, in the future, give these games a better chance of having people through the gates, won't it?
Yeah. I think I did read somewhere where one-day matches at this time of year don't really get, or historically haven't got great crowds, but clearly you want a bigger turnout than this, so the schedule's just so packed these days. To put this series on the back of the World Cup, you knew that the appetite for it wasn't going to quite be there, but you've got to do it. You've got to, for TV rights and all those kind of things. So it's
everything running against it too, doesn't it? It's a Tuesday. Yesterday, the weather, if you're not listening in Melbourne, it was feral. It was snowing. It was horrible.
Hailing
the whole bit. Yep. So, and you can understand, that sense that the summer hasn't really started, and we're not conditioned to coming out to the MCG for 7 hours for a cricket game when it's bitterly cold. Not quite as chilly today, but the weather has been grim, and the fact that it is immediately after the World Cup, there are points of mitigation, but there's also a fairly stark message being sent here about where one-day cricket, unfortunately, is probably out in the national consciousness.
Yep, and although if England chase this down, it'll be one of the great games in history.
It will. It'll be a record-breaking chase if they can pull it off, and they do have walking out to bat shortly. A bloke called Jason Roy. Last time he was here, they chased down about 310 when he made 180 of them with overs and overs to spare. We should be so lucky for a thriller. Australia 5 for 355 with Head and Warner both making centuries. When we return, England will be walking out to bat. Their target, adjusted by Duckworth Lewis term, is 364 in 48 overs. Adam Collins and Simon O'Donnell with you on the call here at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Australia made 5 for 355 in 48 overs, a rain-affected game here at the G. England need 364 to win. They've done a little adjustment, Simon O'Donnell. That's what they do with Duckworth Lewis stern. And it'll be Jason Roy opening the batting. I suspect, trying to get a look at him, David Milan, because Phil Salt was subbed out of the game with concussion when diving away to the punt road end inside the power play. It is David Milan who'll open, as he does fairly regularly in short form cricket. So he goes up from number 3 to the top spot. Roy prepares to face the first ball, and Jason Roy's been having a stinker of a time in one-day cricket, with the exception of the century and half-century he made in Amsterdam back in June. It's been very slim pickings, including a duck in Sydney a couple of nights ago.
Yeah, he'd like to get off to a good start tonight and just spend some time out in the middle and finish this tour on a high. Important he does. A lot of cricket to come in front of him, and he's an important cog in the wheel here for England. They need him firing. He's a player that can score quickly, and he's been horribly out of nick, horribly.
But he does love this ground. Made 180 here against Australia 4 years ago. Hazelwood bowls the first ball to him. Northern end defended out towards mid-off, where the fielding's done by Marnus Labuschagne. Yes, he kind of just did that little shimmy thing, didn't he, that Roy likes doing.
I think there's going to be good intent here, Colo. That's the one thing. England, they can't sit back on their heels and let the game flow here. They've got to try and make a game of it. And I think, from the moment they start, and sort of see a ball or two, they're going to be, really wanting to, while the field's up, score some boundaries and get some momentum into their innings.
Hazelwood has 2 catches in the slips. Bowls here to Jason Roy, close to the stumps off his hip. They get through for what will, I expect, be signalled a leg by Blocker Wilson, waiting here for the signal. So it is. So England none for one. The Barmy Army doing their thing with Jerusalem after the first ball, as they do in every match they play around the world. Great little stat. It's been fired up for me on the screen. So I mentioned their target tonight's 364. England's highest chase in one-day cricket, also that number. They made 364 for 4 against the Windies in 2019 with Jason Roy top scoring, 123 from 85 balls. So if you like your omens, this could be quite the night, but it is heavily tilted in favour of the home side, no doubt. Josh Hazlewood, who was the Australian captain a few nights ago, of course, in Sydney, the number 2 ranked bowler in the world, has a wonderful record since returning to the white ball sides a couple of years ago. Into Milan, he's got 2 slips over the wicket. He bowls, catches him on the hip by the inside edge. Quick single! Had that hit. It was charging in. Had that hit from close range, it would have been out, I suspect. Get a second look here, Scoob. Or maybe they would have had a look upstairs.
Well judged in the end.
So they get their second run either way, and batters consult for a little chat.
Who was that in the field?
It's a sub out there at the moment. We'll get eyes on that in a moment. No numbers. Tougher these days with these things. Hazlewood to Roy, facing again. That's off the middle of the bat, but straight to mid-wicket where Sean Abbott does the fielding. Yes, Josh Hazlewood. His economy rate in one-day cricket this year is 4. I mean, there wouldn't be many bowlers who take the new ball and bowl inside the first 10 who can boast that kind of economy rating in cricket.
Quite right. He's a beauty. He has been for a long time now.
Yeah.
So those few back issues he had 4 or 5 years ago, he's been able to get a clean run at it.
I think he didn't
developed into a beautiful bowl.
Didn't play in the World Cup in 19. Hazlewood to Roy here, gets forward and defends out towards mid-on. No run. Fielders outside the circle at fine leg and third man in the power play. Yeah, Hazlewood went 2 years without a one-day international and came back in that series in the bio bubble against England in Manchester, which was a thoroughly bizarre week to attend, I must say, Simon. There was nobody there apart from us commentating the game and the players and a couple of journos, and that was your lot. It was a weird time, but Hazlewood bowled beautifully in that series. They just could not get him away.
So we never see those times again.
Yeah, absolutely. Although it does feel rather cavernous here tonight. Hazlewood delivers and Roy off the outside part of the bat down to deep third. He'll get off the mark with a single to complete the first over of England's chase. 364 is their target in 48 overs in their number 3.
Good evening. There is a broken down truck on the Monash Freeway that's outbound before Warrigal Road, with the left-hand lane currently closed and heavy delays from before Toorak Road. We also have a fallen tree in Camberwell on Riversdale Road outbound after the railway line, and an incident in Paran on Chapel Street near High Street. JB Hi-Fi's Mega Price Blitz is on now with crazy deals, like over $1,000 off a 65-inch LG TV. JB stores open till 9 tonight. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
It's the Captain Cummins to take up the attack from the Shane Warne stand end. Didn't play in the second game. Picked up 3 for 62 in the opening rubber at Adelaide last Thursday. Great point coming in off the text from, there's no name here, but about the lack of people here tonight. Don't play a one-day international on a Tuesday. It's a training night for most cricket clubs. That's a good point. I mean, I hadn't really thought of it in those terms before, but a lot of people would be away doing their own thing at their clubs on a Tuesday night this time of year. Here is Cummins bowling to Roy, 2 slips as well. Played on the bounce out through backward point. He'll get a couple. Long boundary in that direction. I don't expect it'll make it. They'll get through for 3. No, it does. It's sped up towards the rope, and Marcus Stoinis wasn't able to get there in time. So Jason Roy times his first boundary, none for 7.
No great flurry of the bat, just a back foot. He sort of straddled the crease. It was short and wide from Pat Cummins, a warm-up delivery. Jason Roy didn't really go after it, just stood there and got the timing right, and it's just beaten Marcus Stoinis into the fence. a good start for Roy. He needs that bit of confidence, just to get a few away early, just to let him get into his stride.
Absolutely.
So far, so good.
Yeah, caught down the leg side. It was ugly in Sydney, and made just 6 in Adelaide, out early, bowled. Facing Cummins here, Roy. Beaten outside the off stump. Lovely bowling, no matter what the format. Had him nudging from the crease, had to play it through to the gloves of Carey.
See him up, new ball. It's just Pat Cummins at his best. On that off stump and just outside a corridor where you've got to play. It's come out of the fingers, the wrist behind the ball beautifully. A little kiss of the pitch.
Makes for a pretty replay for tyre power, your tyre experts. Charging in. Past umpire rifle. Cummins delivers here. Roy shuffles forward, hits him on the thigh pad. So in response to being beaten, Roy trying to mitigate the movement by getting outside the line of the off stump. Dot ball.
I think part of that movement, too, is it's just the batter trying to take the attention away from the bowler of what he's doing, to say, geez, new pill, and he's walking at me, he's moving. So it just takes that little faint period of concentration away from the bowler. So if he can sort of dictate a line and a length and just throw them off that line and a length, he wins that early battle, and that's something he's trying to do here, is just win the early battle if he can.
Cummins to Roy, bowls. He pulls out towards mid-on. It'll get safely outside the fielding ring, but not in control. Off the stickers of the bat, they get back for 2. Roy 7, none for 9 inside the second over. But that was a bit quicker from Cummins. Wasn't quite equal to it, Roy. In fact, it wasn't off the stickers. It was off the very bottom of the blade. So reflecting the fact that he's trying to find some form. He's had a dire 2022, Roy, across the formats. He lost his central contract. He didn't make the T20 World Cup side. In truth, he's probably only in the one-day team because there are a number of players not available right now in Pakistan. But he has been able to do it for a long time for England. Facing Cummins here, and he clips him through the onside. Out the deep backward square. That'll be his second boundary. Runs into the rope at the punt road end. So Roy moves England to none for 13. He has 11 of those from 10 balls.
Nice and controlled too. He just watched the ball right onto the bat. It was a loose delivery from Pat Cummins. He hasn't started well here. It's not the Pat Cummins we usually see with the immaculate control around that off stump and just outside. That ball angling into the stumps, and Roy just really going with that angle, getting the ball away for 4.
Finishes his first over here, Cummins, and Roy has a slap at one. Doesn't get near it, through to the gloves of Carey. David Warner's appealing. He's still got his arms up in the air, and over is called by umpire rifle. I don't expect Warner's going to be successful in getting the review up. 2 overs gone, none for 13.
What kind of guy is Liberal leader Matthew Guy? Victorians outright rejected him at the last election, so the Liberals sacked him. Now he's back, and so are his plans for cuts. He's promised to cut the big build, which will kill thousands of jobs and hurt our economy. As a senior minister, he cut $1 billion from health and waged war on our ambos. And he cut $1 billion from TAFEs and closed 22 campuses. So what kind of guy is Matthew Guy? He's the Liberals' cuts guy. Authorised by C4, Australian Labor Party, Melbourne.
England need 364 runs in the 48 overs they have allotted in this chase after Australia made 355. A little adjustment due to Duckworth-Lewis. Rain-affected game. Josh Hazlewood now to David Milan, who made a magnificent 100 at Adelaide but missed out at Sydney. 2 slips. Man out at deep third and fine leg. Away from us and bowls here, and Milan rides the bounce and defends into the offside. No is the call. We talked about Jason Roy before. He has made 3 one-day international centuries against Australia. The 180 here, and then 120 at Cardiff in 2018. That was a dominant display as well. I remember him pinging balls into the River Taff, the short boundary there. Actually, that was the day that Australia played France in the opening game of the World Cup, and Australia play France tomorrow morning in the World Cup at 6 a.m. You can catch the call across the SEN network. Socceroos legend Archie Thompson will be on the broadcast there. Nice little unexpected segue. Here's Hazlewood again, bowling to Milan, who tries to drive, comes off the inside part of the bat, spits out past mid-wicket. Where Sean Abbott can't drag it in. They get a single. Milan's 2. England none for 14. And the other century that that Roy made against Australia was also in that 2018 series up at Durham. So he's got the ability to do it. He's nearly made 4,000 one-day runs. It's just, Scoob, when you get into a form slump like this, it must just drain you.
Yeah, it's difficult, and you start overthinking things, and things become confused, and you're not sure where your next run's going to come from, and it just you just end up in a whirlpool.
He's facing here, 2 slips behind him. Hazelwood bowls Roy, hit on the pad, going over the top. Only Smith and Warner interested in the appeal. They get through for a leg bye with the ball spilling down to deep third. None for 15. We're halfway through over number 3.
And the key ingredient really becomes the simplicity of how you can fix the problem. That is, you're the one that's got to fix it, and you go back to absolute basics. 1, am I watching the ball? 2, am I comfortable when I'm taking strike? And generally you find the successful outcome within 3 or 4 basics of the game, basics of batting.
It's Milan. He suffered a few slumps as well. Facing here, inside edge, through to Carey. Milan's gone for 2. Lovely take from the wicketkeeper, moving to his right. Kept his balance, kept his shape. And Hazelwood gets an early wicket. England 1 for 15.
Just so persistent, Josh Hazelwood, at this line and length of the new pill. Just got that to duck back a touch. David Milan saw there was some width and thought, I'll have a crack here. This is a boundary ball. It's not a boundary ball in the sense of getting 4 runs. It's a boundary ball that he's about to cross it right now as he leaves the MCG. He's gone for 2, 4 deliveries, and that's a big wicket for Australia. The one thing England needed in this innings to give themselves any chance of getting to the target of 364, and that was early momentum, a big partnership as Australia had with Head and Warner. They needed that off the top here. They haven't got it.
So David Milan, he made that 134 at Adelaide, was averaging up around 100 in 2022. Finishes the series with 0 and 2 at Sydney and Melbourne. And they are weakened tonight by the fact that Phil Salt has been subbed out of the game with a concussion, which means that James Vince has been elevated to number 3. Made 60 from 72 balls at Sydney and gave England a chance. When he walked in, they were in all sorts, but he and Sam Billings got the game almost into a position where they could boss it. But when he fell to Josh Hazelwood, the whole house came tumbling down. So a massive job to do for a man who has had to wait. James Vince, his century against Pakistan to end the one-day series in 2021 wasn't enough to get him any one-day cricket throughout 2022 until this series. So when you're in a squad as deep and as good as England's, you've got to take these opportunities when they come.
You certainly do. This is a good one. You just wonder how switched on this English team is to have a genuine crack at this total.
It might be that these guys like Vince and Billings, who haven't been part of the World Cup squad, they'll be the hungriest, surely.
They should play with freedom.
Vince on strike. His first ball, Hazelwood to him, down the leg side, way down the leg side. Carey does well to drag it in with his left mitt. Signalled wide by umpire Wilson. 1 for 16. We've had 4 balls in the third over. So Vince, they bowled a lot straighter to him. I had a look at the CricViz numbers on Vince. The Sydney game, 68% of balls were on the stumps or on the body line, as it were, and that's a lot higher than is normally the case when sides are bowling to Vince. They like to tempt him outside the off stump. Hazelwood gets to Vince here and bowls, strikes him on the pad, leaving it alone, but it's high, and it ends up going past Warner at slip, but no shot offered, so they don't take the leg by, because you can't do that if you don't play the ball. Good bowling.
Flew off the front pad too. Dave Warner got quite a shock. Put the 1 mid up to try and catch it. That came at good pace. Nearly 140 clicks from Josh Hazelwood. Deflection off the front pad. So Vince just taking that, few deliveries just to have a look around here and make sure we've got all things equal, and he's seeing the ball okay.
Last ball of the over to Vince, who drives through the covers. He'll only get 1. Work to do for Labuschagne around from mid-off. So he's off the mark. A successful over, though, for the Australian vice-captain. Hazelwood picking up David Milan. England 1 for 17.
I'm a third-generation construction worker. My dream for my kids is that they'll be able to have the job security that I've been lucky enough to have. I'd be rapt if they, continued on in construction. Knowing that Labor have got $200 billion in the pipeline of work coming up, it's pretty mind-blowing, to be honest. And some of these projects are saying they have over 20,000 workers, all different sorts of trades. So this is it. This is the election that is going to set up your future and security of your job. I'll be voting for not just my generation, but the generations to come.
Authorised by ESETCHES for the CEPU Plumbing Division, Victoria, Melbourne.
So Jason Roy and James Vince out in the middle, two men who've played a lot of cricket in Australia over the years. Big mountain to climb, the target of 364 in just 48 overs, a couple docked due to the rain we had earlier today. It's Cummins, the captain, into Roy here, gets to the crease and bowls. Vince rather, cuts him in half. Not far away from the off stump as well. So Vince kind of prodded forward on the crease there, and Cummins, having a net there, hit the seam and brought it back towards him, and between bat and pad it went.
It was a nothing shot. You can see no foot movement at all from Vince. He got himself all tangled up. The moment that moved in a little, he was going to be beaten all ends up.
So two catching men, Warner at first slip, Smith at second. Let's get it right this time. Cummins on the way, bowling to Vince. Delivers here, Vince. Now, that's gone past the outside edge. For a moment, I thought he might have edged it, just based on the way that Smith and Warner were reacting alongside the wicketkeeper, but not to be. And that was after Vince had gone way across his stumps, watching it back on the replay screen for tyre power. Your tyre experts must be detecting that early movement and trying to offset it somehow.
Swung a long way after it went past the bat too.
So a better start from Cummins, his second over of his. It's 1 for 17. Fielders out at fine leg and deep third. Cummins, southern end, bowls here. Vince goes back and defends out towards Mackenzie Harvey, the subfielder. No run. Good opportunity this for young Mackenzie Harvey, who's played for Australia, of course, in all of the junior formats, and he was captain of the Aussie 19s a couple of seasons ago. Of course, his uncle
played
Ian.
One-day cricket for Victoria.
Yep.
I don't know if he's played a four-dayer as yet.
We've got a guy coming in a couple of overs who'll know for sure. The Victorian coach, Chris Rogers. Cummins, 3 dots to start his second over. Bowls hit a Vince on one. Vince hit on the pad. Shout for leg before. Paul Rifle keeps his finger down. The throw comes in to the stumps at the keeper's end by Sean Abbott. Doesn't hit. That might have been interesting because Vince's focus was firmly on the umpire. I don't think they're going to review, though.
I think doing a bit too much. Pat Cummins bowled a nice outswingers to James Vince in this over. And there he just got that ball to swing back in. He just overdid it a little too much and was going to miss leg stump by quite a distance in the end.
Good decision, Paul Rifle. Cummins swinging it both ways. Bowls again to Vince. Catches him maybe in the box. Sounds like the box. Certainly the reaction of James Vince. Doubled over. Never fun, to say the least. Cummins hits players there more than almost any fast bowler I've seen. That frustrating length. And yeah, watching it back for tyre power, your tyre experts, that's exactly where it's whacked him.
That's where it got him.
So he walks out to square leg. I'm sure everyone's laughing behind the wicket.
He'll have a belly ache at the minute. Ouch. He does do that a lot, Pat Cummins, doesn't he? He just develops that awkward length and line. They must struggle to pick it up sometimes. There's a lot of guys in that inside thigh.
5 dots. Completes his over here, Cummins, and goes past the outside edge again, albeit a delivery that bounces before reaching Alex Carey. Maiden bowled by the captain, England, in pursuit of 364. A 1 for 17 after 4.
With the amount of work that Labor has in the pipeline, there's an opportunity for tens of thousands of workers to join our industry. If re-elected, there's $280 billion worth of work coming up in our construction industry. I could be working alongside my son for the next 10 to 15 years.
This government really, really means business, investing in our future, investing in the schools. Let's look after our own back pocket and vote Labor.
A vote for Labor is a vote for you and future generations.
Authorised by ESETCHES for the CEPU Plumbing Division, Victoria, Melbourne.
The text coming in, 0433 98 11 16 from Brett here. I love one-day cricket. Still has the brilliant test cricket shots and more chance of seeing a century. Good point. Hazelwood starting his third over. Bowling here to Roy, and Roy goes across his stumps and forces it into the onside where Sean Abbott does the fielding. Dot balls, 7 dot balls in a row. Goes on to say, I don't want to lose centuries. like in the AFL. It's a good point. That, you know, one-day cricket still gives a batter time to build into an innings and go all the way to 3 figures. Very rare in 20 over cricket. It's Hazelwood top of his mark. Hear the birds chirping. Owen Howe affects Mike. Bowling hitter Roy on 11, who turns it into the onside. Past the square leg umpire. Great timing. And the placement's fine as well. Roy, 3 boundaries in his 15. England, 1 for 21. It was in the air, but that really raced away.
Bit of a defining moment here for Jason Roy. 3 boundaries in his innings so far, and 2 of them have been timed immaculately. Placed immaculately, timed immaculately. So, you know, an opportunity here for a bit of a springboard to get that form back and get his name up in lights on the international arena. Big total to chase. I don't think there's a great expectation they'll get there, but if that's 30 or 35 overs would be a bit of fun.
Hazelwood bowls to Roy down the leg side and signal to wide. 1 for 22. Yeah, there is, I mean, phrase this carefully, but it might reach a point where the target becomes out of range. I mean, 364 in 48 overs against this bowling attack's never going to be easy. To an extent, he'll have to be a little bit selfish about this, right? He'll need to think about how he can make the runs he needs to stay in the side.
And play the way that, you know, they can chase a total. So he shows the selectors still that there's the ability there to make runs this level.
Indeed. Hazelwood bowls Roy, using his feet, comes down and pushes again with nice timing to Pat Cummins at mid-on, who cuts it off sliding to his left on the edge of the fielding circle. 1 for 23. Roy up to 16 from 15 balls. So they have Billings coming in at 4. And then we've got a middle order, which will be a bit of a suck it and see job, I suspect. Moeen Ali was the concussion substitute earlier today. Of course, the captain, Joss Butler, will slot in somewhere. He's a man who could absolutely light this game up if they get within striking distance. They'll need a foundation, though. Vince on 1. He's faced 8 balls. Hazelwood here and past the edge with a ball that's done plenty. And James Vince looks down at the part of the pitch that it landed and just smiles.
He's missed this by a long way. Missed that by 2 or 3 inches.
Oh, yeah, look at it. Back for the replay. Tyre Power Replays, your tyre experts. It's the wobble seam from Hazelwood, something he does so well when he's got the red ball in his hand. The way it's hit the pitch and deviated away, super stuff. Hazelwood again, bowls to Vince. Vince using his feet across his stumps, plays down the gully, no run. So we've seen Vince and Roy both do that, Simon, where they've shuffled right across their stumps with their front foot before the ball's got to them.
And I think, you know, part of that ploy is that, you know, this bowling attack, if it's allowed to settle, is such a good one because it does bowl so straight. It keeps the pressure on, can bowl on one side of the pitch. So, you know, you've got to somehow push back against that. And that early movement helps.
Hazelwood to finish. Bowls here. Vince squared up. Back down the pitch along the turf. End of 5 overs, England. 1 for 23. They need 364 in 48 overs. And after the break, double change. Gerard Wheatley and Chris Rogers coming in.
Why haven't you heard of a grand utility vehicle until now? Introducing the 8-seat Kia Carnival. With a bold and modern SUV-inspired design, class-leading tech, and advanced safety features. Don't compromise on space, comfort, and style. We didn't just make an 8-seat family car. We made a grand utility vehicle. Book a test drive and experience the thrill of the Kia Carnival GUV.
Kia, movement that inspires.
1 for 23 after 5 overs. That's where England find themselves. Cummins is steaming in from the worn end. He's way down the leg side and it'll race away for 4 as well. It's been signalled as wides. It's moved right down there. Pop 5 to the tonal. It'll be 1 for 28. Chris Rogers, that was wild.
He must have slipped. He did something. Mind you, that this ball looks to be doing plenty on this pitch. It's like they are playing on a different pitch to when England were bowling. We saw a little bit from Chris Wokes, though. There were a couple of balls he bowled. I thought, there's still a bit there, even at the back end of Australia's innings.
Cummins looking for the radar. He bowls, and Roy's cut in half by it, so he found it. Just the one stray.
Yeah. Mind you, it hurts when you just add 5 to your tally.
5 to your night's work.
That's gone like an off spinner. Like a Nathan Lyon off spinner, isn't it?
Amazing.
And it's going both ways.
Yeah. Just a little nod from Roy. That's miles too good. He's 16 from 16. Vince is at the other end on 1. Roy faces up to Cummins. He's just reaching for a ball that he might have feathered through if he'd reached any further.
That went the other way. That's gone like a leg spinner.
So tell me what this is like as a batter.
Oh, close your eyes and swing, isn't it? All you're hoping for is Cummins to over pitch, so you can lean into one, or he does drop in short. But he's just relentless with his good lengths. So you stand there just hoping the ball doesn't seem too much.
2 slips in place. Roy faces up to Cummins, just right down the leg side. Another wide. So Pat doesn't know which way they're going.
No. Well, there's already 5 off this over, so you don't have to try too hard as a bat here. Or 6, sorry.
Yeah.
6.
335 required from 256 balls is the overall equation, which does seem something of a fantasy. Roy dances down. That's down the leg side, but because of Roy's advance, he doesn't get the call from Paul Rifle. Just a little glare from batter to umpire. Sparsely set in the crowd, but they're nice and rowdy in the twilight period. You can hear most of what's being shouted tonight. You're getting a certain writing of the effects, I think. Cummins turns from the top of his mark. He's in and bowls to Roy, who's flashing it outside the off stump. Short arm drab. Past the edge into the gloves.
Not sure he's touched the ball with this over, has he?
No, I don't think so. They've darted this way and that way. Everything that's been scored has been wides.
Yep.
He's not been able to lay bat on ball. Pat's still got 2 to go. 5 wides, 2 dots. A wide, 2 more dots. Cummins bowls. Roy covered his stumps. It went down the leg side, and Paul Rifle is stretching out this time. And it's the bowler's turn to have a little stare at the ump.
Yeah, I'm not convinced about that. Roy's moved across. If he hadn't moved, that would have hit him in the hip, I think.
Yep.
So, yeah, I'm not sure about that one.
Maybe it's the accumulation of the 2.
Yeah. 2 half wides.
Maybe it might go all night. Cummins bowls. Roy jumped down the pitch, had a swing. It darted back, beat him on the inside edge. I can't remember seeing an over like this, Buck.
So he has not touched the ball, has he?
No.
And what are we up to? We're up to 8 deliveries.
Yep. The 3rd row on the scoreboard. If he throws another wide in, I wonder if they have a graphic that goes to 10 balls.
That was Steve Harmison in a...
Jason Roy, he lays bat on ball. He plays to point. It's a dot. But he's got something on the willow to show for it. 1 for 30 after 6.
Sonos makes it easy to achieve game-changing sound this festive season. Save now on ready-made speaker sets for multi-room listening, wireless home theatre and more. Connect quickly and easily over Wi-Fi to get started within minutes. Or talk to someone from the Sonos network of professional installers to design a system for you. Or experience a demo in-store today. Learn more at sonos.com. Offers end 29th of November.
1 for 30 after 6. The chase is for 364 with the adjustments that have been made. James Vince faces up to Josh Hazlewood, and he's beaten on the outside edge. It's got some lovely shape about it. Gerard, imagine if we had Glenn McGrath and Josh Hazlewood waxing end to end at the same time. Now that is scary. And poetry in motion. That's from D's. The metronomes.
Didn't like this dad joke.
Oh, I haven't got to that one. Yeah. Now I know why the English can't have any wine in Australia. They have no openers. Very good. We're picking them out well. 2 slips in place. Vince off the hip. It ballooned to the leg side. It fell in short of Marnus. Or that might be Abbott, actually, who's come hearing out of mid-wicket. It landed short of him regardless.
I think what you do when you're a batter, though, in these situations is you know that Cummins and Hazlewood aren't going to miss much, so you do have to move around the pitch, and that's around the crease, and that's what they're trying to do. They're just trying to almost get the ball in their zone.
Vince plays back on his stumps. He knocks the ball away to Labuschagne at mid-off. It went sufficiently slowly that they were able to take the run. 1 for 31. Vince's 2. Milan the man out. Caught Carey bowled Hazlewood for 2.
It is amazing sometimes when you're an opening bat and you're out there fielding and you're thinking, oh, it's so flat. It's going to be so good to batter. And then you go and bat and it starts doing everything. You start looking at your opening bowlers and thinking, what are you guys doing?
That's certainly what's going on here. Roy's on 16. Hazlewood bowls to him. He knocks it out to mid-on. No run. Cummins a little fumble. Still no chance of a run. We had a query here. Could you please provide the 11s for the Tsunami game that set the record score at the G? Jaleb, yes. So that record has been eclipsed tonight. The World 11 batted first, so they were 8 for 344. Chris Gale 1, Adam Gilchrist 24. Ricky Ponting 115, Brian Lara 52. Hazlewood bowls. Roy pulls, gets it away past the square leg umpire out into the deep for a single. 1 for 32. Chris Cairns 69. Glenn McGrath came in for fits and giggles. He made a duck. Stephen Fleming 30. Matthew Hayden batted right down there. He made 2. Dan Vittori 27 not out. Shane Warne 2 not out. And the Asia 11. Sanath Jayasuriya made 28. Virendra Sehwag 45. Sourav Ganguly 22. Rahul Dravid 75. Hazlewood's last ball of the over beats the outside edge of Vince's bats. So 2 from the over, 1 for 32 after 7.
Holidays are just around the corner, but before you get away, get into Tyre Power for their big holiday sale. At Tyre Power, you get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Falcon 4-wheel drive tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Falcon tyres. That'll help you make the most of your holiday. But before you go, get into your local Tyre Power store during the big holiday sale. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
Pat Cummins has taken himself out of the attack. Sean Abbott is going to replace him under the Warne stand. So 1 for 32. Milan is the man out for 2. And Roy and Vince are trying to figure it out in the middle. Sean Abbott, who played a couple of the Cairns games earlier in the year, won quite memorably. He's His best bowling figures, 2 for 1. He's in and beginning his spell to Roy, who swings across the line and edge, falls short of Smith at second slip, maybe off the body, in fact.
I think they just got the back hip. Roy trying to pull one that wasn't quite short enough, and yeah, just got the back hip and ricocheted to second slip.
So the Asian 11, Jasur Sehwag and Ghuli Dravid 75 not out. Mohammad Yusuf 4, Kumar Sangakkara 24, Abdul Razak at 11, Chaminda Vas 7, Zahir Khan made a duck. As Roy faces Abbott, it falls to the leg side. Can't quite get anything going. Anil Kumble 11, and Matteo Muralidharan was run out for naught. So the reply was 232 to the World 11's 8 for 344. For the crowd number that night, it was a huge occasion in Melbourne put together at really short notice, 70,101. Such a sense of goodwill in the aftermath of it. Roy is on strike. He jags a ball out of the stumps, plays it away to point, no run. Ponting, the man for the occasion, who was the player of the match. His right arm over the wicket. He's bowling to Roy, who has the drive and he has the miss. Just with a little shake of the head in the aftermath.
Not sure about you, Gerard, but I heard something there.
There was something there? That was the question that was asked, and he shook his head. On the inside edge, so if it touched anything, quite tell where Sticko's lining us up there. Roy's having his troubles. On the back foot, he carves one through points, and he'll get 4 runs under the Ponsford stand. It's the first time he's compellingly laid bat on ball in quite some time. He's 21, England 1 for 36.
That's what you're sweeting on. Bit of width, something you can throw your hands through. Hoping it doesn't seam. Roy is good enough to get it in the middle of the bat.
Abbott on the follow-up, bowls Roy across his stumps, and he leans on that, places it wide of mid-on and picks up back-to-back boundaries. So that'll do better. 1 for 40. 8 from the over. That's the end of 8.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Farmers and fleet managers, they know. Construction crews and car mechanics, they know. And you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
England 1 for 40, Roy 25, Vince is 2. Josh Hazlewood's about to begin his 5th over, 1 for 13 in what he has sent down so far. The target is 364. Vince faces up to Hazlewood. He runs the ball down to third man. He hairs through for the first, has a look at a second, doesn't come. Zampa does well in the deep. That is seaming around at the start of the evening session. England has probably done well not to be more than 1 down. 2 slips remain in place. Hazlewood bowls to Roy, full face of the bat to Labuschagne at mid-off, no run.
Definitely enjoyed the change of no Mitch Stark at him, hasn't he? Roy just seems to be lining up the right arm bowlers a little bit better. even the way he's walking, he's coming down the pitch at times.
Trying to muscle his way back to form. Hazelwood bowls to him, and Roy thought about the tip and run to Labuschagne at mid-off. It doesn't go. The small crowd is trying to get a wave going. I'm mightily amused by those who have turned up tonight. A nod to them because it's pretty cold in the terraces of the MCG. Spread out, you can have a bay, you can have about 5 rows to yourself in various places. Bays with maybe 10 or 12 people in them. Roy's on 25 facing Hazelwood. He lets a rising delivery pass under the armpits.
Just looking where I was for the AFL Grand Final.
Where were you, Buck?
It was about 5 rows back. Or from the back of the top of the Pondford stand.
Right.
I'd got a few tickets through work, and you had to get in here to reserve your tickets early. I didn't quite get here at the time I probably needed to.
Hazelwood bowls. Roy squared up. And it falls away at the popping crease.
There's no one up there tonight.
No, you can have the whole top deck to yourself if you can find the way up there. What did you make of that afternoon? For the neutral fan, there probably wasn't a lot there.
No, yeah, it'd been a long day anyway, because you did have to get here early to try and get your ticket. So, yeah, by 3/4 time, I was a bit over it, I must admit. How about you? You were calling it.
Yeah, no, we had a lovely afternoon. More like that. Last ball of Hazelwood's over. He's conceded just the 1 run. Roy is going to take him for 4 off the last ball. Compact drive, wide of mid-on. Makes it 5 from the over. He moves to 29. England 1 for 45 after 9.
G'day, Glenn Archer here. Do you need expert 24/7 tree maintenance services for your property? True Blue Tree Management for tree removal, pruning, stump removal and more. No job is too big or small. We'll leave your property looking great. Visit truebluetrees.com.au.
Red Energy, owned by Snowy Hydro. Here's a sustainability tip for your sporting club. Installing solar panels and LED lighting throughout the club rooms can help your club cut down on costs. Red Energy, owned by Snowy Hydro, a leader in renewable energy.
6 boundaries from the blade of Jason Roy. He's 29 from 34 balls. James Vince is 3 from 16. Sean Abbott is bowling from the worn end. England batters just doing a little bit of gardening on the pitch in the middle. 1 for 45. Australia made 5 for 355 from their 48 overs. Centuries to both Warner and Head. Abbott begins the fresh over. Bowling to Vince, who defends back down the pitch. Abbott had that spell in the game against New Zealand in Cairns. 5 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 1. Figures that you'll never see again. So the economy rate was 0.2, and you won't be at all surprised to know that is the lowest economy rate recorded in one-day international cricket. Vince faces up, he dances down the pitch, and here's a swing and a miss. Swing and a right. How was... So we spoke just before you went to Queensland, and November trips for Victorian teams for Queensland have been, well, they've had a troubled history, and your most recent trip fell into that category.
Thought I'd avoided that one, Gerard. No, it was a week to forget, to be honest. It was interesting. They've renovated Allan Border Field.
Abbott bowls. Vince stands and delivers from the crease. Stood up tall, blunted it away through extra cover. He'll get 3, I would say, as Cummins is going to overhaul it. 1 step inside the rope. Will they think about a 4th? They do, but think better of it. 1 for 48.
Yeah, so they've renovated, but they've also redone the square, and traditionally Allan Border Oval is flat, but it no longer is. It's actually very sporty, and the other thing was it had huge cracks in the pitch even before a ball had been bowled, which completely threw us. So we discussed long and hard, couldn't work out what to do. We decided if we won the toss, we'd bat.
Abbott bowls, Roy leaves.
So we won the toss, and next thing you know, we bowled out for 63. And credit to Nisa and Steketee, they were high class. And we fought back well. We had them 9 for 136 and put on 70 for the last wicket, and that was the game really. But yeah, it was definitely an interesting pitch.
Roy faces up to Abbott. He's squared up, wrapped on the pads. They thought at least from behind. I think Abbott fancied there was an inside edge.
But both teams had to bat on it, so no complaints. I think the difference in the game was, in some respects, they kind of effectively had 2 Scotty Bolins and we had one. We had some bowlers who were excellent, but those guys are just, the kind of, not the back end of their career, but well into their career and have that experience. They were unbelievable.
Abbott bowls, Roy across the line, dragged it down to fine leg. And he'll take a single, 1 for 49. And that is the end of the over. 4 from it after 10.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
The Gippsland Great Outdoor Expo is back from this Friday to Sunday. Heaps of exhibitors, caravans, campers, four-wheel drives, boating, camping, retailer demos and more. The Great Outdoor and 4x4 Expo this Friday to Sunday, Sale Racecourse, proudly supported by Gearing.
After the power play, England 1 for 49. Australia at the same stage was none for 64. Pat Cummins is switching ends. He's coming down below us at the members end. SEN Cricket, henley.com.au. Well, the man out caught Carey bowled Hazelwood for 2. Cummins had an over where he just couldn't control what was happening. The batter had no chance. 3 overs, 1 made, none for 17. The scoring was, there were 7 wides from the over. Still 2 slips in place, and why wouldn't there be with the way the ball is moving? Cummins bowls and Roy pulls out of a drive through extra cover, lets it pass.
So I mean that, like,
just turn in a fraction. Fancy. I think Roy thought it was going the other way and he was going to wind into it. Nibbled in on him. Roy recounted earlier on, Roy with the highest score on the ground, 180 when last England and Australia played in the 17-18 season. For a while, Travis Head looked like he might give that a shake today. Roy runs the ball to point, but there's no run to be had there.
It's amazing how something like that can just give you a little spur of confidence, just knowing that you've had success on that ground and you feel you kind of know how to bat there. So for Roy, who's probably feeling a little bit of pressure, hasn't really fired, and to come to a ground where he's got 180, probably perfect timing for him.
Cummins trying to unseat him at the moment. Roy's on 30. It's across his stumps. He clips the ball wide of mid-on and goes with the stroke. So he gets around to do the fielding. They will take 2. 1 for 51. So the 50 up in the middle of the 11th over for England. Bit of resolve. I had a bad feeling they might have walked out and got completely skittled if the ball did anything, given how dispirited they were by the time they left the field from the bowling side of things.
Well, it was the test match where they were all out in 26 overs.
Yep. Cummins bowls. Roy danced down the pitch. Swing and a miss.
That was Scotty Boland's 6 for 7, wasn't it?
It was unforgettable.
I think I went to the Swan Hotel on the way home, and what I remember was the whole crowd outside was singing Someone had Scotty Boland's towel, so they were singing Scotty Boland's towel. It just every 10 minutes they'd break out into this song. It was hilarious.
Cummins rolls the shoulders, gets himself in and bowls to Roy, edging short of seconds left. He's a picture of frustration. He's 32 from 42, but nothing's coming easily, is it?
Well, that's hit him on the back hip again. It's it's just jagging viciously at him. There's not much you can do there because the ball's coming down so quickly. If it goes that far, well, it's doing too much anyway.
A torrid time in the middle. Roy faces up to Cummins, knocks it away to mid-on off an inside edge. Won't get a run. So just the 2 from the over. 1 for 51 after 11.
In any game of cricket, short form or test match, walk away with figures of 4 for 3 and it's a mighty good day. It's the same at Tyre Power. This month, during the big holiday sale, save on Falcon Wild Peak 4-wheel drive tyres. You can buy 4 for the price of 3. Also, don't forget the free 5-minute tyre safety check. It's part of their family-first world-class service. So too, fair pricing and great value. Find your local Aussie-owned independent Tyre Power store at tyrepower.com.au.
1 for 51 after 11. Roy's 32. Vince's 6. Abbott is in operation from the worn end. Gerard, Wheatley and Chris Rogers with you. Still the 2 slips in place. Through now the first dozen overs. There's going to be a deep mid-wicket, a fine leg and a third man. Just the 3 in the deep. And it's a sliced outside edge from the bat of Vince down to third man. Hazelwood gets there, picks up one-handed, throws in, but he can't avert a couple. 1 for 53. Do you know the answer to Charlie's question? So Charlie is asking, I remember Phil Simmons getting exceptional bowling figures in an ODI in Australia. I think it might have been 4 for 3, maybe. Any chance you might know?
It was in 1992 at the SCG against Pakistan.
Vince on 8, faces up, drives to mid-off, no run. 4 for 3.
Taking 2 for 1 and 4 for 3.
I'm taking 4 for 3.
4 for 3, yes.
How's Scotty Boland coming along toward the Test summer?
He's Scotty Boland. He just does the same thing game in, game out, really. So, I mean, in this game that I was talking about, he got...
Vince is on 8. He's across the line. He clubs the ball out to the deep mid-wicket. It bounces 2 or 3 times into the outfield. A single taken, 1 for 54.
I think he got 3 for 36 off 23 overs, so he was unbelievable as well.
Can't quite pick the source of the ruckus. Oh, there's Wally down there.
Where's Wally?
Oh, where's the front row down there?
Makes me laugh. Every year, you know, your child has a dress-up day.
Yep. Abbott bowls to Roy. Jay down one, it played it to the offside, no run.
And my son went, there's Mr. Pirana, how do the bad guys, you know. It's done really well. And where's Wally one? I'm like, come on.
Where's Wally's the absolute baseline. Yeah. You can't be winning as Wally.
I think I Googled it. It's in the top 10 most common, you know, costumes.
Yeah. Mr. Pirana's a good choice.
I'll show you pictures here. It's excellent.
Good choice. Roy off his pads. No, into his pads. Abbott is asking enthusiastically. They've taken 1 leg by. A little fumble from Labuschagne coming in from the deep.
Did he come across?
It's good to get the unfiltered version. Carey, Cummins and Abbott together.
Thoughtful analysis.
They're going to keep their powder dry. He'd come a long way across to put himself in the firing line, but it was angled, wasn't it?
Is that clipping leg? Or am I?
Best result would have been clipping leg, I think. Havoc sort of had a long look with his head tilted like a golfer, trying to get it to tip in the corner of the cup. Vince knocks it away to square leg and takes a single to finish the over. 5 from it, 1 for 56 after 12.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
This is Ben Reid. Get the best independent real estate advice on what's happening in your local market with an Ian Reid vendor advocate. Call 9430 0000.
Ian Reid vendor advocate.
Sell your home a better way.
Go on, ring us.
England haven't really enjoyed the explosion they would have needed in the first 10 overs because they haven't been allowed to. The bowling's been tight and good. The movement's been there under lights here at the MCG. It's the captain Cummins away from us. Members End. Delivers here, first ball of a new over to Vince. Knows the call after defending back down the pitch. Adam Collins joining you on commentary. With me, I have Chris Rogers and Simon O'Donnell. Cummins into over number 5. James Vince. 10 from 24 balls. He's been waiting for this opportunity for quite a while to get back in the England team and show the world what he's got. Did a great interview it was in Cricinfo a couple of weeks ago before the series, where he got put to him, what would you rather, 3 wins for England or 3 centuries in a losing team? Cummins up to Vince here and bowls, and Vince plays at 1 but gets it positioned nicely down to deep third. Gets a single. He's 11, 1 for 57. And he was kind of too nice to say, I'd rather 3 tons. But you could tell from the answer that's exactly what he was going to say. And I suppose at this point of his career, you can't really blame him for being selfish. He's been in and out of this team so many times, Chris.
Surely you'd say, can I take both?
Yes. That's the perfect answer. He just kind of went, I'm not sure. But he really has just dominated the last couple of years. Down at Hampshire in the 100. In the Big Bash, of course, with the Sixers. Won a lot of trophies.
You get 3 tons, you'll be in there long enough to get 3 wins as well.
There you go. Cummins now to Roy. 33. He's beaten outside the off stump. Forward, booming drive. Or so he thought. Just enough movement from Cummins. We've spoken a bit through the series, Simon, about Australia's bowlers' willingness to bowl test match lines and lengths, and that's working for them again tonight, albeit without a lot of luck.
And there's that little bit of movement. The lights take over and are pretty much taken over now, but a little bit of moisture in the air. It's cool night, quite a strong southeaster blowing, and it'll be gusty out in the middle. And they're utilising that by just pitching up a little further than the English bowlers did and giving the ball a chance to do something.
2 back for the short ball as well. Here to Roy. Oh, cuts him in half. That's superb bowling. Through about tummy height by the time it reached Roy. It was caught on the crease, and Cummins hits the seam, and yeah, that's moved miles. Fabulous bowling. Our replays for Tyre Power, your tyre experts.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Chris Wokes was the one who did little bits and pieces. But, I mean, the Australian bowlers have made it talk. You wonder if the situation was reversed, actually, with Australia, who probably hit the pitch harder. Would they have even done that this afternoon?
Cummins gets to the crease, bowls to Roy, hits him on the pad, shuffled across his stumps. Umpire Wilson gives it out. What was damning there was that Roy, before the ball was bowled, was already moving across to the off. He'll consider a review. He'll consult James Vince. He is going to send it upstairs. But for that not to be clipping the stumps, Chris, he'll have to be a very lucky man indeed.
Player review for LBW. The original decision is out. I've checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
Well, he thought he was out or not. He had to go upstairs.
Yeah.
His career said he had to go upstairs.
So he's on 33. He's been given out on the field.
Hoping to be hit outside the line.
So the first replay, your thoughts, Chris?
So we can go to ball tracking when it's ready to...
In line.
Ball's missed the bat by a significant margin. So
Rod Tucker.
Ball tracking coming up.
Just offering a bit of a character assessment there of Jason Roy.
Ball tracking coming up.
Here's
now.
ball tracking. Couple of reds.
Impact
is it
is in
hitting?
line.
It is. It's umpire's call. It's knocking the bail off comfortably, though. The off bail. So Paul Wilson gets the chance to put his finger up a second time. And Jason Roy shakes his head. holds the bat like an axe, waves his other hand as he starts to depart the square, knowing that having got through a very tough passage of play, that Pat Cummins has got the better of him. First over back into the attack, England 2 for 57.
I mean, it's always the risk. You walk across and trying to work towards the leg side. The ball just needs to nip back at you a little bit and you're in a lot of trouble. So he's done that tactic a couple of times and to be fair to him, it's got him a few runs, but that one there, I mean, he's actually behind the crease line as well, and that's on the front foot.
We've seen both of these players, Simon, try and get across as far as they could to sort of offset this movement, that prodigious movement indeed that Cummins has been getting, and it does come with a risk if you're off balance like that.
And I think, Jason Roy, live and learn. He's trying to find his way back into this team. He's got a total of 364 required to win the game. It's a really good opportunity for him to bat 40 odd overs. So, I think from the first ball, he literally walked at Josh Hazlewood. I think it was a night for him just to play some regulation cricket for 5 or 6 overs. He still would have got the boundaries anyway.
Sure.
But, if you're not in form and you're moving around as well, so your head's moving, your eyes moving, it's hard enough to do that when you're in form, let alone when you're completely out of form. So probably a rethink there would have said, OK, now start moving around a bit at our 13th over. But prior to that, he still would have been 30 or 40 just playing normal cricket. So I don't think he's done himself a lot of favours and thought through exactly where he sits at the moment. And the platform had to be big to give England a chance here. Those first two batters, very similar to a 2020 game, when really your 20 overs is set up by your batsmen 1 and 2. Same thing here tonight, chasing a total like this, and they just haven't been able to do that, England.
They still need 307 from 211 balls. Daunting. Sam Billings made 71 on Saturday, the new man. Facing his first ball, Cummins down the leg side. It'll be signalled a wide. Here it is, so 2 for 58. Still one legal delivery left in this 13th over. So Billings was the top scorer in England's losing chase on Saturday. Did most of his work with James Vince, who he joins here. He's got an average of 47 in 6 one-day internationals against Australia, including 118 at Manchester in 2020. And a man like Vince, who's had to wait it out outside the squad, done nothing wrong. He's got his opportunity here in Australia. 2 slips for Cummins to finish. Bowls here and Billings drives down the ground. Lovely shot. Classical off drive, boundary second ball. So it ends the over. England lose a wicket in it. And of Jason Roy for 33. They're 2 for 62.
To break a winning partnership in cricket, a top-line bowler needs the right line and length. At Tyre Power, you can get the right line and length as well. Start with a free 5-minute tyre safety check. Like a captain inspecting the pitch pre-game, your Tyre Power experts check the overall condition, tread depth and pressure of your tyres, all for free. That's why Tyre Power is #1 in road safety. Find your local Aussie-owned independent Tyre Power store. Go to tyrepower.com.au.
That made for a beautiful replay, Tyre Power replay. Your tyre experts' final ball of the 13th over when Sam Billings gets off the mark. The perfect off drive, and now it's Mitchell Marsh getting his first opportunity with the ball this evening. Made a brisk 30 from 16 balls in the death overs earlier. A couple of big sixes. He's had a haircut since we've last seen him. Very much a mullet haircut at the moment. Bowling to Vince on 11 on leg stump. Turns him into the onside. For a moment, the Australians thought they were half a chance. And Sean Abbott racing over, but not to be. Vince 12, 2 for 63. So they've got a subfielder, Mackenzie Harvey, on the field for Travis Head, who's crook, but he hasn't got COVID, we're told, Simon, importantly.
He's crook. He's sore wrists from holding that bat for so long. So many boundaries. Batted beautifully early in the day. Absolutely superb he was.
So Billings just takes a moment to take guard and assess where the fielders are. Outside the circle, third man, fine leg, deep backward square. Steve Smith at slip. A couple of men either side of point. Rather close as well. Mitchell Marsh bowls and beats Billings with a beauty. That's hit the seam, squared him up, past the edge. Have that.
Where was this earlier? This is just a ripper. A little bit of outswing before it pitched and then just goes on with the seam towards the slips. That was a ripper delivery.
Hard to believe they've only taken the 2 wickets. Been bang on. Marsh from the Shane Warne stand-in. Bowls here, Sam Billings. Leading edge, gets over the top of Stoinis at cover. They'll add 2. Billings, 6 from 3 eventful deliveries, 2 for 66. Spent an hour with Sam Billings yesterday interviewing him, and he's a very interesting, articulate, thoughtful guy. He's just made a decision to not play in the IPL. Instead, he's going to play county cricket, which doesn't sound glamorous, but he's had a taste of Test cricket in the last 12 months, of course, against Australia at Hobart, and a couple of tests in the England summer when Ben Folkes was out with COVID. Marsh bowls to him here, and Billings deflects down to backward point, where Marnus Labuschagne does the fielding, no run, stays at 2 for 65. And his attitude is, well, you can't play all 3 formats full tilt all the time. That's not possible anymore. And having made a lot of decisions to prioritise his white ball cricket, playing around the world, Big Bash, PSL, IPL, all the rest of it. Now, at 31, he's going to prioritise his red ball cricket and have a real crack at being a Test player if he can get into that England 11. Marsh to him here. Billings leaving alone outside the off stump.
Which is great. It's good to see it go back the other way. Everyone expects players to go from red to white and take not the easier option, the different option. And Sam Billings, the other thing that grabbed me when he was drafted into the English team last summer is he's a real Englishman. He takes great pride in representing his country, wears his heart on his sleeve, real competitor.
Marsh to finish the over to Billings, off his hip, out towards fine leg, gets 1. He'll retain the strike, we'll come back to that. Billings 7, England after 14 overs in pursuit of 364. They're 2 for 66. They've got drinks coming out onto the ground. So the required rate up, already up at 8 and over. And we'll take a break here on SEN Cricket for henley.com.au.
If your storage is teetering on the edge of disaster,
it's gotta go!
You need a Brown-built storage solution.
Crisis averted.
100% all steel and Aussie owned since 1885. You can rely on the quality of Brown-built storage systems. Compact Max systems for maximising storage in any workspace. Pallet racking, perfect for warehousing, and shelving systems for home, office, retail, and workshops. With a 5-year warranty and ISO accreditation, at Brown-built, we've got your storage sorted. Visit brownbuilt.com.au.
Here is Cummins bowling to Roy, 2 slips as well, played on the bounce out through backward point. That'll be his second boundary. Milan suffered a few slumps as well, facing here inside edge through to Carey. Milan's gone for 2. Lovely take from the wicketkeeper, moving to his right. Bowling here to Roy on 11, who turns it into the onside, past the square leg umpire. Great timing.
Last ball of Hazelwood's over. He's conceded just the 1 run. Roy is going to take him for 4 off the last ball.
Cummins gets to the crease, bowls to Roy, hits him on the pad, shuffled across his stumps. Umpire Wilson gives it out. The 2 men to fall in England's chase. David Milan caught off at inside edge by Alex Carey from the bowling of Josh Hazlewood for 2. And Jason Roy just before drinks, leg before wicket to Pat Cummins for 33. Vince still there on 12. He's there with Billings on 7. It's 2 for 66 after 14. So after the adjustment made on Duckworth, Lewis, Stern, they need 364 to win. And that leaves them 8.76 runs and over from here, to be precise. Simon O'Donnell, they're well behind the game. They'll need this pair who batted so well together in Sydney to lay a big foundation across probably up to 25 or 30 overs, if there's any realistic chance to give Butler a crack towards the end, maybe 20 overs and let Butler at it.
Getting to 8 now, gee, it's a tough ask, particularly with what we've witnessed so far. It's not so much England aren't capable of scoring runs. The bowling isn't allowing them to, and there's movement. The Aussies are hitting the pitch, they've got the seam up, they're getting a little bit of movement either way, they're bowling with good pace. They make it really difficult to score runs. So the Aussies made it look a lot easier earlier in the day. I think with the Australians pitching up a little more than they saw their counterparts do in their first innings. England, very much were well short of a length and into that hip and chest region. The Australians took full toll on that. But here we're seeing a completely different tactic. The Australians probably up a further metre than where England bowled today, and they're reaping good rewards from it so far. They probably are unlucky to only have 2 wickets. You'd think 3 or 4 would be the right prize for the effort they've put into their bowling so far. But time will tell. And the ball's getting that little bit older now. With England just need a couple of guys to spend 4 or 5 overs together, turning it over at 6, and then possibly that creates a little bit of a launch pad to go for this total.
During the drinks break on the Tyre Power replay screen, your Tyre experts, we've got to look at pitch map from television. Only 3 balls have been hitting the stumps so far, but that length they've been bowling, just back of a length, getting the right-handers forward, moving the ball both ways. They've been a handful. Cummins and Hazelwood especially. The former starts his 6th over. Away from us with 2 slips. Bowling the Billings on 7. Delivers close to the stumps, and Billings plays off the back foot out towards mid-off, where Marnus Labuschagne does the fielding no run. You mentioned before that Billings is a sort of proud, patriotic Englishman. You're not wrong in that chat.
That's the way he appears to me. I don't know him.
No, he is.
He appears that way.
In his chat I was having with him yesterday, kind of from nowhere, he just brought up the Queen's funeral, which I didn't really expect, but it's a reflection of the way that he's built. And yes, he's a proud guy, smart guy, and wants to not only have a chance to be in this England 50-over side ahead of the World Cup in October next year, as Cummins bowls to him and Billings goes back inside edge onto his boot, ends up at point. No run, movement off the seam again from Cummins. But yeah, whether he can have a test career, he wants to find out, which is why, I mean, it won't be anywhere near as glamorous playing in the county championship through April and May instead of the IPL, but he's happy to have taken ownership of the decision and feels at peace with it accordingly.
And he also brings to the table that he can keep.
Absolutely.
Oh.
Yeah.
Did that job with the gloves.
Did a good job in Sydney keeping. Butler out of the side. Cummins bowls here, and Billings plays from the crease. Again, the ball ends up with Stoinis charging in from cover point. No run. Bucky and I were talking earlier about specialisation for a number of white ball players around the world. Will Smead, a lot of headlines back in England this week. Young kid from Somerset. He's retired from red ball cricket at 20. And I think that if Sam Billings was 10 years younger, he might be tempted to do something similar, but he still prioritises Test cricket as the most important form, and sort of music to the ears.
And that young fellow, where was his first-class record at that stage?
He's never played a first-class game. Staggering. Cummins bowls here. Playing from the crease is Billings into the offside. No run. Just playing himself in here. 7 from 10 balls. 2 balls left in the 15th over with England 2 for 66. I mean, he was never available, really, and they never picked him. And he's like, OK, I don't want a red ball contract. I just want a white ball contract, and he's going to travel the world playing in all the competitions. So there'll be a bit of that. But, yeah.
Sad.
It's sad, but it also means that, I suppose, players like Billings can make the other decision and say, no, I actually want this. Pat Cummins, who's bowling right now, is also skipping the IPL next year for similar reasons as the Test captain at the moment. 2 slips, delivers 2 Billings here, cuts him in half. For the second time in the spell, Cummins has hit the seam and brought it back beautifully. Unlucky not to find the inside edge on the way through. Billings at sea. Great spell this from the captain. Already has 1 wicket to show for it. Not far from a second.
It's the real Pat Cummins, right?
Yeah,
from
feels
the
that way,
Shane Warne end, I thought his first couple were only ordinary, but he's right in the slot now.
Last ball of the 15th over. Top edge out towards the bowler. Cummins says it's mine, and it is his. Billings caught and bowled for 7. Extra pace. A little bit shorter. Tested him out early. Gets the reward. England 3 for 66 at the end of the 15th over.
Which oil has been trusted for over 150 years? Home mechanics who change their own oil, they know. Professionals who service their own car at home, they know. Car lovers who want the best for their pride and joy, they know. And when you really think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Moeen Ali walking out, fall of the 3rd wicket. Wouldn't have expected that 4 hours ago, coming on as the concussion sub into the game, into the middle of the MCG. Simon O'Donnell, your thoughts on an excellent Pat Cummins over? Back-to-back overs for him.
He worried Sam Billings out of it. He just bowled 2 or 3 unplayable deliveries before the final one where I think it was just relief from Sam Billings where he sort of, that's short and wide. I can pull this, but again, a little bit of extra bounce and pace. Just got that top edge and a comfortable catch to the Australian skipper. A beautiful piece of bowling. Vintage Pat Cummins, that, just pressure, giving away nothing, and then suddenly the ball you think you can get away, it's all over Red Rover and you're making your way off the MCG.
Yeah, just ability to move it both ways, isn't it, with Cummins? We see it at test level, but you get the new white ball going as well. Always a threat at that pace with that accuracy. Mitchell Marsh to start his second over. Into Vince on 12 from 26 balls. Bowls here. Vince hit on the pad by the inside as Moeen Ali's coming. Got to go back. Throw from Abbott isn't on target. Would have been interesting had it been an eventful dot ball. Stays at 3 for 66. Moeen Ali, the new man in. Dreadful record against Australia. Taking a look at it before. 15, an average of 15 with the bat in 23 one-day internationals. He's a lot better than that, the England vice-captain. They'll need him tonight if they can do something staggering. Still 298 away from their target. Marsh bowls and Vince defends from the crease out to point.
Well, he and Josh Butler are probably the two that can score runs very quickly. Moeen Ali a couple of times there in the T20 World Cup. One night there in Adelaide, he came out. He just struck the ball beautifully. Actually, no, it wasn't. I think it was here against Ireland. It was.
Yeah, the Ireland game.
Got beaten by Ireland.
And then the final as well, a cameo, but an important one. It's Vince facing up here to Mitchell Marsh, who he turns around the corner, down to long leg. Adam Zampa does the fielding. Vince 13 from 29, 3 for 67 England. A reminder, their target is 364 due to Duckworth Lewis. They've got 48 overs to do it in. Yeah, Moeen looks at his best. He's one of the most damaging white ball players in the world, and it's been reflected in his T20 output in the last 18 months or so, including in the World Cup when it mattered in the final here at the G. Not quite so much as a one-day player. We'll start with a fielder back at long leg, deep third man. All the other fielders inside the circle. Australia looking to squeeze. Marsh bowls to Moeen. His first ball hit on the pad, but pitching outside the leg stump, so there's no meaningful appeal. Dot ball. Funny, isn't it? A player with Moeen Ali's kind of overall record, number of test hundreds, centuries around the world, really. But for some reason, he seems to have a bit of a blind spot with Australia in Test cricket and indeed in one-day cricket.
Good time to get out of it.
Yeah, great time to get out of it.
297 more runs, 194 balls.
Marsh to Moeen, who's forward again, an inside edge onto the pad. Ball ends up with Mackenzie Harvey, the sub, racing in from backward point.
He does turn that form around. He's going to have to do it very quickly.
Nice shape there from Mitch Marsh. Watching it back for tyre power, your tyre experts. That's done plenty. Hit him in the box.
He hit some big balls tonight, Mitch Marsh, didn't he?
He's done his
such a clean hitter of the ball.
He's done his reputation, no harm in the last couple of games. Marsh to end a tidy over to Moeen Ali, edging, and it's through the hands of Stephen Smith. Had to jump high, got to it just, and burst through. So Moeen gets off the mark via the drop catch. He'll also retain the strike. 16 overs gone, England 3 for 68.
Kogan Black Friday sale. Those little words are giving me a tingle in my lower parts. More specifically, in my hip hop. Because at Kogan.com, you'll get up to 65% off TVs, appliances, apparel, footwear, homewares, and more. That's up to 65% off. The Kogan Black Friday sale is our biggest sale of the year, but it must end Sunday, November 27. Don't keep calm. Click onto Kogan.com. See website for T's and C's.
Steve Smith grimacing, Simon. He had to really leap to make it. Flicked his hands, mostly his left finger, before going through. But he's still frustrated, and it didn't tickle. Cold night here in Melbourne.
Just a little cross seamer from Mitch Marsh. He pushed it across. Moeen Ali went after it. Little bit of extra bounce, bought the edge, and enough bat there to get it, the carry high enough to just beat the outstretched Smith.
So Hazelwood's back, 2 slips, replacing Cummins. Defending is Moeen out behind point. No run, so Cummins short, sharp spell. 2 overs, 2 wickets, back out of the attack. He'll use his overs judiciously, I'm sure. The attack leader, the skipper here at the MCG. Hazelwood 1 for 18 from his 5.1 so far. Found the inside edge of David Milan in his send over.
And this pace attack's on. It's on. Yeah, they've got a sniff tonight because they're getting some assistance. They're getting some bounce and a little bit of swing.
Hazelwood up to Moeen, close to the stumps, over the wicket. Play and a miss. Looking for the booming driver, wasn't there. He's always looking for the booming drive, Moeen.
Those comments of Moeen's before the first one day in Adelaide, it's not ideal. You just get that sense. A couple of drives he's played, he's got away with one. That one was just a big drive on the up. If I hit it, I hit it. If I don't, so be it.
So it's Hazelwood away from us, northern end MCG. Got the 2 slips for Moeen. This time he gets onto the end of the drive, but places it to the left of Marnus Labuschagne, who completes a diving stop, sliding to his left. Great fielding from the Queenslander. 3 for 68 remains the score. And a lovely sound out the middle of Moeen's bat.
Give you a bit of confidence.
Yeah.
The ball that's giving them trouble is the one that's half a metre shorter. And that one sort of was up at that half volley length. But when they're trying to hit a ball on the up, you know, everyone has struggled to time it.
He's got 2 back for the short ball when it comes. Hazelwood to Moeen, back of a length, inside edge, out towards mid-wicket. There is a single. He's 2 from 7 balls, 2 for 69. Text in from Brett. Moeen Ali needs 5 wickets for 200 in Test cricket and 5 for 100 in one-day cricket. Do you think he'll get there? Well, he won't get there in Test cricket because he's not going to come out of retirement. He flirted with the idea of going to Pakistan, but that's not to be. And 5 more in one day. I mean, I suppose he will. Doesn't bowl too often, though, does he?
He doesn't bowl too often now, does he? No, he'll get him in one day. He'll be right.
With that World Cup next year, Brett, that'll be a big incentive for Moeen Ali, who wasn't actually part of the team that took the field at Lords in 19. He was dropped halfway through the tournament. He was in the squad, though. Hazelwood here to Vince. Leg before shout, but it's high on the pad, and it won't be given. Once more, it's Hazelwood hitting the seam back towards the right-hander. They have, I mean, I know it's a different form of the game, but the way they've bowled tonight as a group, if they are this consistent with the red ball at Perth next week, the Windies are going to be right up against it.
It's lovely. And it's how they're using the conditions. You know, the conditions are a little favourable. It's cool, breeze, bit of bounce, bit of seam, you know, bowling at night. And they're bowling at the stumps and they're letting the ball do what it can. They're giving it, pitching it up a further metre.
Hazelwood bowls to Vince, who defends from the crease. No run again, Hazelwood. So tidy, so hard to get away. Just 1 run from the over. 17 gone, England 3 for 69.
Bataki, Bataki, Bataki. A special dining occasion isn't truly special without a Bataki leg ham.
Insist on a famous Bataki leg ham.
Available at leading supermarkets and delicatessens.
Bataki, simply the best. The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
Simon O'Donnell out, Chris Rogers in. Hello again, Bucky.
Hello, Collo.
England in strife. Their asking rate continues to go up. They just can't get these fast bowlers away. 9.5 and over they'll need from here to reach their target of 364. Feels like a long, long way away. 295 runs away to be precise. Mitchell Marsh starting over number 3. 6 runs conceded so far to Moeen, who chips towards mid-on and it lands just in front of the subfielder Mackenzie Harvey, not far away. Oh no, new subfielder, my apologies. We had Mackenzie Harvey out there.
Jake Fraser-McGurk.
Jake Fraser-McGurk. So your young state players getting a look tonight. That's a nice experience for them to be out there on the MCG in an international.
Yeah, indeed. I think the Australians, with them resting players and various things, just want to have a couple of fielders on hand and good fielders.
Mitch Marsh to the crease, bowls to Moeen, who pulls nicely over the top of mid-wicket. Didn't try and overhit it. Big boundary out there, though. Oh, the batters collide. Vince and Moeen won't be taking a third. They were pulled up halfway through their second. Moeen 4, England 3 for 71. So would I be right to assume that Fraser-McGurk's not playing in your Shield team tomorrow if he's fielding tonight?
The game's on Thursday.
Oh, my apologies. I thought you were starting tomorrow. There you go. Is he playing on Thursday in the squad?
No, he's not in the squad.
Not in the squad. It's Marsh here. Over the wicket. Bowls to Moeen. Close to the stumps. Moeen beaten. Outside the line of the off stump.
So, yes, you were right. I apologise.
He's trying to alpha me. It's okay.
Can I read out this text from Tony? To you, directed at you, with Hutto leaving SEN for greener pastures. Is there a vice-captain position for Friday night footy available?
I think that's been dealt with. I don't feel like I'm authorised to talk about these matters. I know that it's been Dwayne Russell's been in the media to be doing the footy with Gerard on a Friday night, right? Not my area. Above my pay grade. Marsh bowls here. Moeen nearly squared up, hits him on the pad and deflects into the offside, no run. I'm looking back to make sure I haven't said anything wrong here. Mitch, all okay? Dwayne Russell calling the footy on a Friday night with Gerard. That's out there, yeah, of course it is. Nodding from the back of the box. So that's dealt with, Tony. I'd be no good calling the footy. I don't think I'd be objective enough. There's a healthy distance between myself and the cricket and what's going on, but different story when Hawthorn are playing. Here's Marsh over the wicket to Moeen, squaring him up. Good piece of fielding in the gully. That's Sean Abbott moving to his left, denying a single.
I have seen your daughter on social media, all dressed up in Hawthorn colours a few times, haven't I?
She can get through the song these days if prompted. Quite impressive, if I do say so myself.
Spend too much time in the UK in the,
this is
in the
it,
winter
isn't it?
anyway.
She doesn't know what footy is, but she knows the Hawthorn bits and bobs. Here's Marsh. Over the wicket to Moeen, who drives, but again, straight to mid-off as it was in the previous over. Another tidy one from Mitchell Marsh, just 2 coming from it. 18 gone, England, 3 for 71.
Proud sponsor of Pick Flex on Off the Bench. Make your pick. Chadstone Kia, the home of new and quality used cars. The team have bravely let me zip around in a Kia Sportage recently, and it's a cracking vehicle, which is no surprise, considering Kia, and especially the Sportage, continues to win industry awards like Car of the Year. You can trust Gavin, Michael and the entire Chadstone Kia team to look after you. Pre-order your Kia today to avoid disappointment. Go to chadstonekia.com.au, LMCT 11716.
Adam Collins with Chris Rogers with you on the call. The asking rate right up on 10 and over from here. Moeen Ali struggling to hit it off the square. He's 4 from 13. James Vince 13 from 31. Some high quality Australian pace bowling to continue. Hazelwood 1 for 19 from 6. One slip here, delivers to Vince, who dances and it's hit in the mid-drift again. Not the second time in the box, is it? I'll have a look. Does he haunch? Does he hunch over? Might have just been the top of the back thigh pad. Either way, that stings as he walks off to short, fine leg to consider his thoughts.
I think he got an inside edge onto the inside of his front leg, front thigh.
Ouch. Yeah,
that's flesh as well. Yeah. Those sting.
Hazelwood to the crease and bowls to Vince, who plays and misses, swings and misses, really. Trying to flay it through the offside rather than drive it. Not in the same postcode, through to the gloves of Carey.
Well, he's 13 off 32 here, and he's seeing the run rate go through the roof. And I think his answer here is just to swing harder.
There's no doubting Vince's ability to go through the gears if he gets going, but it's not been the case so far tonight.
I think he's just making things hard for himself if he's batting like this.
Still got a slip, Hazelwood. Delivers here, close to the stumps. Vince able to pull. He won't mind that. Down to long leg with a single. 14 from 34. It's 3 for 72. So we're halfway through over number 19. 2 experienced men in the middle. Moeen has a rapid one-day 100 out at Bristol in 2017 against the West Indies. I think it was a 55 baller. But no one really remembered it because what happened at Bristol later that night, the Embargo nightclub took all the headlines the next day with Ben Stokes and Alex Hales.
That's in Golden Triangle in Bristol, isn't it?
Sure is. Here's Hazelwood bowling. Moeen goes back and uses the pace of the ball, steering down to deep third. He's 5 from 14, 3 for 73. I have been to Embargo before, about a month before the incident. Probably not the sort of place you'd expect
you to be.
Pretty wealthy men to be. Maybe. Who cares?
Well, you prefer the places that are more grunge, don't you, Colin?
I still don't think you know the difference between grunge and indie, but we'll let you go. Hazelwood turns. He's got 2 left in his over. Frugal tonight, effective as well. Delivers to Vince. Hits him again in the box. There is a target on James Vince. And it's been hit 3 times now. And he is not enjoying life whatsoever. Oh, dear. Paul Wilson, the umpire's laughing at him. That can't be fun. Watching back the replay for tyre power, your tyre experts. No inside edge this time. That's made a fearful sound through the effects mic. We're getting a little compilation on television of the three whacks. Ouch. Hazelwood to finish his over. Vince does well, shuffles forward, composes himself, plays it to mid-wicket. End of 19 overs. Hazelwood conceded just 21 runs from 7. It's 3 for 73.
Hey, what you doing, Dad?
Oh, I'm painting the deck.
Why?
Because the varnish protects the wood from the sun.
Why?
Because sunlight in Australia is really strong.
Why?
Well, because it's full of dangerous UV rays.
Oh. Dad, shouldn't you also protect yourself then?
When you cover things, they last longer. Same goes for you. Be sun smart. Save your skin.
3 for 73 after 19. They're dancing in the stands. At the moment, bit of dance cam between overs, liven things up. Carnage in the middle, carnage in the broadcast box. Poor old Colo.
That's your fault.
It was a bit of a... I don't think it was my fault, but it doesn't make it hurt any less. Moeen's on 5. He has the strike. He's driving. He's mistimed it. It falls away to mid-off. No run. This is... So Cummins has bowled 2 maidens, and since he took the wicket, he had a wicket maiden in the 15th, and it's gone 2, 1, 2, 2 since. So they just can't score.
I think the difference is when England hit a good length with their bowlers, Head and Warner were still able to score with those cross-bat shots.
Moeen faces up to Marsh. He edges down to third man. It flew off the bat through about 4th slip. Zampa fields in front of the rowdy bunch down below us. 3 for 74.
And I mean, usually when you use cross-bat shots, you go square of the wicket. You go, you know, through square leg or point. But they were hitting it through extra cover or through almost straight mid-on at times. But every time Australia's hit that length, it's just been... They just haven't been able to score at all, really.
It's hard to reconcile that the team batting first broke all records. Down the pitch comes Vince. I'm not sure he could hit it with a plank of wood.
No, the referee's almost got to stop the fight here, doesn't he?
This is... So Damien Fleming's sort of 3 strikes in a row and you're out. I can't help but think that's got merit in moments like these.
Well, he's just... I mean, it's just slogging now. And you get like this at times where I can't score. What do I do? And you think, if I just wait here for a bad ball, it's not coming.
Yep. Vince, bat raised. Marsh bowls to him. He turns off the hip and he'll get 1 through backward square. Zampa in quickly and he restricts it to just that single. 3 for 75. Vince moves to 15. Earlier in the day, Australia made 5 for 355 from 48 overs. Had 152 from 130. Warner, 106 from 102. Stone ended up with 4 for 85, which looks better on paper than it was. Owens on 6, facing Marsh. Big edge, fly. Zampa sets himself, dropped the catch at third man. He was there, he went down on his knees, it went in and spilt. He would have been so popular in front of that group of fans. Not so much anymore.
I don't think he's going to turn around and walk back towards them. Just walking backwards.
So he's there, hunched down, just straight through his hands. Hasn't been called on to bowl yet because it's seaming around. This is the 20th over. Marsh bowls. Vince tucks it to leg. Goes with a stroke. It'd be a chance. No. He got all tangled up as he went to fields. Knowing judged it well. So 4 from the over. There should have been a wicket. 3 for 77 after 20.
Got an event coming up? M1 Traffic Control's experienced team has worked on hundreds of events across the Greater Melbourne and Geelong region. They know exactly what needs to happen before, during and after an event or shut project. M1 work with you every step of the way, ensuring your plan meets all legal and safety requirements. Their excellent track record for any sized event speaks for itself. So visit m1tl.com.au. M1 Traffic Control, keeping Melbourne moving.
There are 12-year-olds standing with their hands on their heads. Their night's been ruined as Adam Zappers dropped the catch down in front of them. Oh, the despair of it all. 3 for 77, England. At the corresponding stage, Australia was none for 118. Pat Cummins is continuing with pace. Sean Abbott's none for 17 in his 3 overs. He's in from the members' ends. Cutting the ball is Vince to cover point. No run. So Hazelwood's bowled 7 overs, 1 for 21. Cummins 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 25. Sean Abbott 3 overs, none for 17, and Mitch Marsh 4 overs, none for 12. So wearing them in the nether regions has got the whole highlights package from last summer. Vince goes across the line as he looked to drive. It splices away over the square leg umpire. A single taken out into the deep. And Joe Root just kept getting hit. 3 for 78. Crowd has ticked beyond 10,000. Somewhere near the final margin as well. 286 from 166 balls, England. 7 wickets in hand. Abbott sets in from the members' end. He's bowling to Moeen, who's defending the ball to cover. Do you think is the pitch where Dave Warner is now, is that going to be where you are on Thursday, do you reckon? Just one across from the Warren pitch from the final?
I'm guessing that's it. Could be a quick game, but I mean, I'm not exactly sure, to be honest.
It's a lot of grass on it 2 days out. It'd be a busy day.
Yeah, but I mean, that's...
Abbott in and bowls to Moeen, who's defending.
Over the last few years, ever since, I can't remember which was the test match when the MCG got its final warning for the Borean one. Yeah, and then ever since then they've been lively, haven't they? And Matt Page has left about 10 millimetres of grass on all the pitches.
Abbott's bowling, Moeen defends. Again.
And they've been challenging. So no doubt that's how they're going to prepare a pitch, because they don't really have many dress rehearsals before the test match. So it's only really this match and then they'll be trying to make it as much like the test match as possible.
Yeah, so you'll be good for some intel on that come Sunday or Monday. Going to see the last ball of Abbott's over. He drives in the air past mid-off for 4. Good backstroke, fluently through it. 5 from the over with the boundary at the end. 3 for 82 England after 21.
Looking for innovative appliances designed with the environment in mind? Then look no further. For over 110 years, Whirlpool has been a leader in kitchen and laundry appliances. Using patented 6 Sense technology, Whirlpool guarantees outstanding results while saving precious time and energy. That's the best result for you, your family and the environment. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au to find a stockist near you.
3 for 82. Adam Zampa is going to get a bowl. So Cummins goes to spin in the 22nd over. The chase is for 364, at least notionally. It has been hard going for England through the 21 overs sent down so far. Are you of the view, Chris? So it's been a long way back for these pitchers, and I salute them, the work that they've done. As we got to the end of that India test, after what had happened in an Ashes test, I thought the only thing for these pitchers is dynamite. It felt like a lost cause. They've done such a good job.
Yeah.
And now trying to find the balance. So we had a test match that went 2 days in a session, trying to find the balance. Now just maybe edging it slightly away from the bowlers, notwithstanding that these things are finely tilted. Zampa's about to begin off half a dozen strides. He's in and bowling to Vince, who clips him all the way past the square leg umpire and gets a single.
I mean, you want a pitch that the match finishes in the afternoon of day 5. There's something there for the fast bowlers. Equally, batters can get stuck in and then spin at the back end. But Australian pitchers are challenging with those. It's hard to get that balance right all the way through the game. And sometimes, if you are used to a flat wicket, you've got to load it up with grass to try and get that pace and bounce, and then you can go too far.
Yep. 3 in the deep on the leg side with Zampa bowling to Moeen Ali, who's on 11. Moeen plays back, tried to turn around the corner, got wrapped on the pads, stifled shout. Long on deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. A straight mid-wicket inside the circle and a short fine leg. Moeen is back and tucking the ball to the straight mid-wicket. No run.
He's waiting for his ball here, Moeen. If he gets one that's a step hit, he's going to go straight over Zampa's head.
Yep. So mid-off is heading back to the rope. And deep cover will come inside the circle. So Labuschagne up, Abbott is back.
I think Zampa predicted it too.
Yes, Warner's on the straight hit at mid-on. Moeen goes across the line. He clears Cummins inside the circle. It races out into the deep. Mackenzie Harvey does the fielding around the rope. And they take 2.
I mean, that's a relatively high-risk shot for 2. Trying to take it over mid-wicket into that small gap over mid-wicket. It's a big boundary, that too.
It is. That's the deep boundary is the Ponsford stand tonight. Moeen back, plays out of the stumps off an inside edge. It rolls away to Cummins, no run.
I think he pushed that mid-off back as well and brought deep point in so he could bowl the wrong one.
Yep.
And no, if he just used too full with it, it's not just an easy chip over the top of mid-off.
Zampa hustles in. Moeen danced at him, plugged it back to the bowler. No run. 2-3 from the over. 3 for 85 after 22.
This November, Brumby's Bakery is once again partnering with Movember, the leading global men's mental health charity. For the month of November, you'll see Mo's on Loaves in all Brumby's bakeries. With 30 cents from every Mo loaf sold going to Movember, there's never been a better time to break bread with a mate, a son, a father, a partner. Buy a loaf and start a conversation. Our dough can help save a bro. Brumby's, handcrafted by local bakers.
Tomorrow morning, 6 a.m, 2022 FIFA World Cup, Australia versus France on the SEN network. Abbott begins the fresh over, blunted back to him by Vince, who's now 18 from 43 balls. And a chase that requires well over a run a ball. Simon O'Donnell back in to join Chris Rogers, Sallow Sod.
Gents.
What's his game here, James Vince?
I think he's probably hoping he can get down and face the spinner and see if he can you can clear the ropes a couple of times, just catch up.
Abbott bowls to him. It's across the line. He gets it away well. Knocked it wide of the mid-wickets. It will roll down to the long on boundary for 4. It's 22. 3 for 89.
A bit of confidence. Got hold of one.
Start somewhere. He's had a devil of a time. Still a slip in. It's the 23rd over. Abbott is bowling it. Vince, top edge. High down to fine leg. Mackenzie Harvey underneath takes the catch. Makes a contribution for his nation. And all of his teammates swarm down to congratulate him for it. And the painful innings of James Vince is over. 4 for 89. He's gone for 22.
Well, it probably looked like a matter of time before that happened. He's been kind of dug himself into a hole, got well behind the run rate, and then tried to hit his way out of it. He's got a bit of a release with that 4-3 mid-wicket, but just felt he had to keep going, and one that just got big on him, might have bounced a little bit more at top edge, and that went into the heavens, but it was a very safe catch there by Harvey out in the deep, who took that very comfortably.
He's a good fielder, isn't he?
Yeah, you watch him in the drills, and I'd heard about him being an incredible fielder, but it's probably not until you actually you do work with him you see that absolutely his anticipation, the way he moves, but also he's got buckets for hands. Okay.
Yeah, he did that well. Stood a couple of steps in from the fine leg boundary, worked out the drop zone, was well planted and steady. Hands up in front of the eyes. It's a classic Australian outfield catch.
Geez, that went high.
Yes, it did. Because I think sometimes when you have the black sky and the ball, if it goes so high, I mean, I know how high these light towers are, but sometimes it can go so high, you can actually lose it. You can't see it.
He was very composed. He stood under that for a long time, and he probably maximum took 4 or 5 steps in judging that from the middle of the MCG to when it went into his hands. Really good effort.
Sean Abbott gets his first wicket. Cummins has 2, Hazelwood the other.
I've seen players kind of run 10 metres in, 20 metres back, and then 10 metres in again and still get nowhere near it.
Joss Buttler out in the middle, the England captain. Does have some form behind him. Last hit of the tour.
Dish him up a wide half volley, first ball. I reckon he'll try and slam the living daylights out of it. Nick out.
Abbott bowls. Went by Butler straight to mid-off.
Needed to be wider.
I think that's a shot of someone who's... I'm here for a good time, not a long time.
40 minutes of Joss Buttler would be good fun here.
Yeah, well, I think, it's, especially with someone like him, he's spot safe. This really means nothing to him.
Abbott in, bowls to him. Butler defends down the line of the leg side.
Sean Abbott played more international cricket if he wasn't Australian.
Oh, look, I think he's an exceptional player. He's one of the best players in domestic cricket because he bowls, he bats, and he's an excellent fielder. His batting's high class. It's actually, he gets very handy runs, and he can smack them. But the thing about his bowling, he probably used to be a little bit inconsistent.
Bowling to Butler, who turns him off the pads neatly out to the deep mid-wicket. Gets his first run. And that is the end of the over. A wicket taking over. 5 from it, 4 for 90 after 23.
Just north of Melbourne, there's a rural paradise. At Marnong Estate, you'll experience panoramic views of the Macedon Ranges and indulge yourself in boutique accommodation or fine Italian dining at Lavetta and award-winning estate-grown wines. Marnong Estate is the perfect venue for any event or celebration, from weddings and retreats to corporate functions. Welcome to Marnong Estate in Mickleham, just 35 minutes from Melbourne CBD and 15 minutes from the airport. Visit marnongestate.com.au.
England 4 for 90. Every ball of the Test summer you will hear on the SEN network, the SEN app. It starts next Wednesday. Australia and the West Indies from Perth Stadium. Adam Zampa is bowling from the Shane Warne stand end at the MCG. Josh Butler is on strike. He's opened up. He's sliced the ball. He's going to get caught at points. And that is the end of the England captain. Stoinis takes the tumbling catch. That's a lame way to go. And Zampa gets his first 5 for 90. And if that's any sign, the end will not be too far off.
It's wave the white flag stuff, isn't it? Wouldn't be the first time we've said that, the back end of an English tour, though, is it?
I'm not sure how you get up for this. The longer this day's gone on, the more I feel a bit for England. I know it's a one-day international and all that sort of thing, but they came with one thing in mind. They achieved that.
Yeah. You're spending all your emotional energy to ride the wave through that World Cup, and then come out the back end. Yeah, you want to play well and show you're a good player, but to get up for it, that's a very difficult thing to do. Sometimes it is that extra kind of 5-10% that you need.
This series would have been a good one if England went out as Australia did. Didn't go into a semi and then thought, right, we need to go home with something. We'd probably had 3 really good one-day games, but once they won it and held the cup here and the fireworks were set off, it probably spelt doom for the 3 one-dayers. And fair enough, too. I'm not blaming England at all here. I just think they've had to do it to match the tour schedule and who plays one-dayers against each other and all that sort of thing, so it all fits in and the numbers add up.
And they've come across a pretty motivated Australian side.
Yeah.
We've got a few points to prove. I mean, they're knocked out of the World Cup early, so they've got that extra bit of time. But equally, with all the stuff that's happening behind the scenes, and some of those conversations with past players and things like that, they've got some definite points to prove.
Now playing some good cricket. Zampa bowls to the new man, Wokes, who's wrapped on the pad. Zampa liked it. He got him first ball. Or Zampa's got a sniff of it. Chris Wokes has gone for a golden duck. And the spinner's on a hat-trick. It's 6 for 90. And it's come apart at the seams for England.
Go on, say something, Buck. We need you. We need you.
He didn't even... He just walked straight off.
He did.
As well.
No thought of a review. He got done badly onto the back pad.
But you must know that Adam Zampa's probably going to bowl wrong until you're first up. I think if the batter's coming out now and he doesn't know it's going to be a wrong, or at least suspect it might be a wrong.
I thought the way the skipper got out wasn't a white flag. Possibly it was a Bond singlet that came out the colour wash, and it was a little off-white. So probably I have thought it hadn't waved completely the white flag. It was just what it was just waved then. That's come out of a white's wash, and that's pure white. That's it.
There's never a better chance for a hat-trick than now. Complete indifference from England.
3 one-day international hat-tricks at the MCG. Name those. Go on.
Sorry, say that again.
3 one-day international hat-tricks at the
Stewart,
MCG.
there's one.
Yeah, there's one.
Shane Warne.
No, one-day international.
Sorry, beg your pardon.
Don't look at the screen I'm looking at either. Don't think I knew this without someone prompting me.
What else you got?
One collar.
All right, so Australia is going to crowd the bat here. Sam Curran is the new man in. Pat Cummins is happy to lend a hand and see what they can come up with. So maybe one in the deep. They've brought a helmet out for a short leg or a silly mid-off. Labuschagne's been handed a helmet. There's going to be a slip and a leg slip. Who are they?
Dan Christian a decade ago.
Yeah, that one's already been said tonight as well.
And then Steve Finn in the World Cup game against Australia. Last 3 balls of the innings. An unremarkable one.
Adam Zampa on a hat-trick. For those who have been loyal enough to attend, they might see the rarest feat in cricket. Sam Curran is on strike. Zampa in, bowls to him. He's inside edging past Labuschagne at the silly mid-on, no run.
It was a leggy, so I would have been out. I picked the wrong one.
So
it was actually an excellent delivery too. Just got an inside edge onto it.
Curran readies in himself. The field didn't change. Zampa bowls. It was quick. It's played away to point. No run.
And that's a great skill of Zampa's. That ball was 96 kilometres an hour. Just to be able to change your pace that much. Fire in a rocket when you need to.
Zampa bowls. Curran from the crease had a big swing. Carey removed the bails. Back foot must have stayed planted.
There was talk, Coach, about Maxwell going into a test team in India to bowl, spin and bat. Can Zampa adjust his spinners now to play test cricket with him playing so much white ball cricket?
We can ponder that over the next little bit. This is the last ball of his over. He's got the chance of a double wicket maiden here. He bowls to Curran, who's back. Oh, it should have been a triple wicket maiden. He's dropped the catch. He's dropped the return catch. Zampa, he was right there for it. It's unfortunately the second catch that he's dropped tonight. It's a double wicket maiden, and yet he'll walk away disappointed. 6 for 90 at the end of 24.
Heading to the UK or Europe? Turn one holiday into 2 at Flight Centre with a luxury stopover in Qatar, home of the 2022 FIFA World Cup. Fly to London with Qatar Airways from $1,749 return, including a bonus 2-night 5-star stay in Doha. Experience a unique blend of old world meets new with a rich cultural heritage that you won't find anywhere else. David Beckham loves it. You will too. Take a shot. Contact a Flight Centre travel expert today. Flight Centre.
SEN cricket for Henley.com.au. 6 for 90. Should have been 7 for 90. Adam Zampa dropped the return catch. It couldn't have come much more straightforward.
At least he can say to Mitch Marsh, it's nothing personal.
Yes. Sean Abbott's bowling from the members' ends. Noah Ali has the strike.
Oh.
He has a big old swing across the line. This is concession batting if ever you've seen it.
This is old-fashioned just slogging, isn't it?
Oh, my word. Clearly the way Joss Butler batted was the free pass. No one's getting judged on how it ends from here.
A few of these guys didn't listen to management last night. He said you should be packing up and pack by last evening. They've still got to pack before they get on the plane in the morning. I want to get home early.
Abbott over the wicket, bowls. Moeen runs the ball to point. No run.
Well, what do you think the coach is saying to motivate them, really? There's nothing you can say, I think. Yeah.
When as a coach, you could be just like, well, you can't be. You're going home with the prize you came for. It puts a bit of a damper on the double-decker going around the West End.
Abbott sets in and bowls to Moeen, who swings over the top of the keeper down to the boundary for 4. Top edge under the sight screen. 6 for 94.
Well, Coach?
I think it's very different bowling as a spinner to players who are looking to come at you. I think your strategy is very different.
Abbott bowls to Moeen, who cuts. There's a sweeper at cover 2/3 of the way to the boundary. Cuts it off, single taken.
So to answer your point, I think we'd need to see it, really. And I can't remember the last time we played a Sheffield Shield game. In fact, I don't even know who plays Sheffield Shield for these days. Well, I do, but he lives in Byron Bay, and I think this is, this is his motivation anyway. I'm not sure he is even driven by that. So
doesn't do bowling clinics at the Sunday market at Byron Bay, does he?
Curran faces up to Abbott. He was thinking the tip and run to point. It really wasn't on. Moeen sent him back.
I mean, it's interesting now. I think we heard Davey Warner say there was 14 test matches, you know, in between. But in my time as Victoria coach, we had Aaron Finch has played 2 one-day games and Glenn Maxwell roughly the same kind of thing. But that's it. They haven't really been around.
The bowls to Moeen. Edges short of Smith at slip. Or it might have actually hit the back as well. He hobbles as he leaves the scene. 6 for 95 after 25 overs.
The richest greyhound racing series in the world is here, Melbourne, the Dream Chasers. The Sportsbet Group 1 Melbourne Cup and Group 1 Bold Trees will be run and won this Saturday night, November 26 at Sandown Park, with entertainment from Stand and Deliver and DJ Joel Fletcher. Experience the best greyhounds in Australia on track at Sandown Park. Sportsbet Dream Chasers, the evolution of greyhound racing. Check out the dining and entry offers now at dreamchasersfestival.com.au.
Adam Zampa bowling from the worn end. 2 in the previous over. It might have been 3. Moeen's on 18. He's on strike at 6 for 95 at the halfway mark. Actually just beyond the halfway mark. Moeen dances down the pitch, splices it to long on and perishes. Marnus Labuschagne takes the catch. Moeen Ali could barely watch as it ended. That's 3 for Zampa. It's 10 for the series. There's a bit of a prize on offer for the spinner if he can mop all of this up. It's 7 for 95. Moeen has gone for 18. And he couldn't care less. It's not at all committed stuff. We've explained why, but there we are.
I think in this situation too, where they're just hitting, there was one place in the world you don't want to be playing, it's the MCG, because the boundaries are so big. So making it even harder for them. But yeah, there's zero care shown now. It's a little bit disappointing just from a professional point of view, but we've spoken about why they're doing it. Yep.
So Zampa's taken 3 for none in this stretch. He's previous been a maiden. So where does he sit? So Smith's series is 80 and 94. And then a 21 cameo today. 3 wickets, 4 wickets and 3 wickets for Zampa. He's in and bowling to Dawson, who's beaten past the outside edge. That was crafty. That's a really nice delivery. Out the back of the hand, pitched and spun.
He bowled every ball like that. Sod.
Bowls again to Dawson, who advances, blunts the spin, knocks it away to mid-on, no run.
Well, before I jump off, I'm not sure I'll have another. Just wanted to ask how his son's going, really. Your son?
Zampa bowls, and it's defended by Dawson. Got his mic on?
Sorry, I can't answer that. Didn't have the mic on. I gave you the answer and no one heard it.
How'd he go on the weekend?
Okay.
Dawson faces up to Zampa. He slog sweeps. Top edge. It'll take some catching. No, it'll land safe. Between Abbott coming in and Stoinis going outside the circle at mid-wicket.
That was a Jeff Marsh, Dean Jones outfielder, that one. They collided at the SCG. It was sheer commitment and just fell in between. Gonna die wondering the tail, are they?
It's not going to go too much longer. Dawson with his first run. Curran is on strike, a flighted leggy. It got through Zampa on the drive.
He's not going to get the Fielder of the Year award, is he?
No. 2 from the over, a wicket as well. England 7 for 97 after 26.
Owning a small business can be like a game of footy. Sometimes you get pushed in the back or pinned, and if you do, it helps to have a great support team behind you. When it comes to business insurance, RACV can help protect your business with a range of coverage options and no additional fees for pay by the month. Search RACV Business Insurance to help you stay on top of your game. General advice only. Consider the PDS and TMDs at racv.com.au. RACV earns a fee as a distributor. Issued by IAL.
Adam Collins and Simon O'Donnell with you now on the call. England in all sorts. 7 for 97. They are still 200. Let me get this right, Simon, before I read it out. 200 and plenty. 267 away from their target. Fresh over. Abbott delivers and Moeen turns into... Moeen.
I don't think England can win this.
Moeen's well gone. It's Dawson, of course, who gets the single. 2 for 70. 2 for 98. I'm going to get my seat now.
I don't think they can win this, Collar.
No, what I was going to say was, upon entering, is that they've... the record margin here at the MCG. We spent a bit of time today talking about history and where we sit, the 150th one-day international at this ground. The worst defeat is 162 runs. England are a chance of being beaten by about 250 runs here. That's a pretty big sample size, 250 games. Abbott away from us, bowls to Dawson on 1. 4 balls, steers it down to deep third. 7 for 99. Australia at this stage were none for 163 by way of comparison. Speaks to what a dominant performance this is. And you know, I heard you pick up on an interesting discussion topic before about where Adam Zampa might fit in red ball calculations, and over the years he's been sort of largely written off as a shield bowler due to the way that he bowls quite flat and attacks the stumps all the time. Abbott bowls here, round the corner goes Curran. That's his third single. 3 from 9 balls, and the 100 is up. Bronx cheers. Go around the MCG. 7 for 100. It's been a fair, batting innings so far. Reminder, their target is 364 on Duckworth Lewis in 48 overs.
Always going to be a massive ask.
Abbott's only got 2 outside the circle, doing as he pleases. Dawson up over the top of the man at deep backwards square. Oh, it's put down in the deep. I'll tell you what, that wasn't far away. Mackenzie Harvey going back with the flight. If he snaffles that, it's a classic.
Certainly would have been. He was in at a 3/4 backward square, and he was always going to struggle to get there. That was hit pretty well by Dawson.
He did
made
get hands
good
on
ground.
it too.
Yeah, good ground. He nearly got 2 hands to it in the end, coming in over his left shoulder, and he pokes the hands out. They would never quite had the balance to just get the composure to take the catch.
So Dawson's 6 now with that boundary. Extra man goes back. Abbott to him here. It's up over the top of mid-wicket this time, albeit a ball that just stops in the turf. Got nearly none of it. Hazelwood does the fielding, which moves the score along to 7 for 105. 1 ball left in over 27. But yeah, the sort of Adam Zampa question as to where he might fit in the India tour that comes up in February and March. I don't think it's as wild an idea as it might have been a couple of years ago, purely down to the fact that he's so accurate. He has played a bit of first-class cricket. We'll come back to that in the next over. Abbott delivers here, ramping or attempting to ramp his Dawson, gets nowhere near it. Telegraphed his punch, and Abbott banged it in shorter. 7 for 106 at the end of 27.
Whether by air, road or rail, successfully managing your interstate freight deliveries is a crucial part of growing your business. EFS are the experts in delivering simple freight solutions with exceptional customer service that'll transform your business overnight, saving you valuable time and money. Their innovative approach guarantees your products get from point A to B with the minimum of fuss. Talk to EFS today and receive a free freight review of your business. Visit efs.net.au.
So it's Zampa to continue. Figures of 3 for 5 from 3 overs so far. bowling from the Shane Warne stand end. Wickets also to Hazelwood, couple to Cummins. Long on, long off back for Curran. Bowls here, goes back towards long off. Flat batting in that direction, but just gets it straight of the man racing around Marnus Labuschagne. It's 4 or 6 they'll check. They're waving 4 down on the rope. I suspect they'll check it out anyway. Like England, 7 for 110. Just getting the replay here, but Curran, premeditated shot, opened up the offside and made pretty good contact. And even though they signalled 4, watching the replay back at 6, and Paul Rifle signals 6 here, so I'm not sure what happened there exactly. 7 for 112. Curran having a crack. He's 9 from 10. Zampa over the wicket to him here. He goes back again and he's beaten. Wrongen. Carey takes it. The fact that he bowls that Wrongen so well, if they are considering him, he's a little bit far-fetched. He's not played first-class cricket for 3 years, and he takes his wickets with the red ball at an average of close to 49. Zampa bowls here, using his feet. Curran getting to the pitch and taking 1 to long on. He's 10, 7 for 113.
49.
Yeah,
how many first-class games?
He's played 38 first-class games, 105 wickets. 48. My apologies. So a couple of fifers in there, but has barely played it. As I say, the last game he played was in late 2019. So he's just been a white ball specialist. But has his game improved enough? I wonder. That it might be an interesting speculative pick in spite of all of those numbers. 4 out with Dawson on strike. Bowls here. Dawson goes the sweep out towards deep square leg, straight enough that it'll beat Sean Abbott, who in the end kicks it into the rope. So a little bit of sloppy fielding we've seen in the last couple of overs. 12 now for Dawson. 2 boundaries, 7 for 117 England. Still a long, long way from their target of 6.
So if available, Adam Zampa probably wouldn't get a game for New South Wales.
You wouldn't have thought so, no.
In first-class cricket.
Yeah. Zampa bowls here. Dawson goes back, deflects to backward point as a single on Mitch Marsh. Again, the little fumble there, but that's okay. 7 for 118, Dawson 13. Certainly not what Nathan Lyon's about. But if they wanted to,
which is extraordinary to think of, that here's a guy who's so successful in this arena, in the 2020 arena. And then if you were picking a 4-day team for his state, he wouldn't get a game.
Hasn't played a game for New South Wales since moving back there. Zampa bowls over the wicket. Again, Curran's flat batting, but this time gets it low along the carpet to Marnus Labuschagne at long off. That's the end of the 28th over. 7 for 119 with Dawson 13, Curran 11. He's retained the strike.
Indian Motorcycle has the perfect gift on sale this Christmas for kids aged 8 and above. The EFTR Mini is an electric bike which allows supervising adults to adjust speeds between 16 and 22 kilometres per hour. It also features a steel tube frame, low seat height, twist grip throttle, hand-operated rear brake and 12-inch tyres. The EFTR Mini from Indian Motorcycle is available in race replica and podium pink colours. Visit your nearest dealership or shop online at indianmotorcycle.com.au.
Abbott to continue. He's got 1 for 41 from his 7 so far. In at Curran. He's got a slip and 2 out for the short ball. Curran opens up the offside. Doesn't get much of that, but it trickles down to deep backward point from the end of the bat. He's 12, 7 for 121. Yeah, I just wonder whether... Obviously, they used Mishwepsa in Pakistan for 2 tests, and in Sri Lanka for 2 test matches as well, and he's the man in possession of the second spinner role. But if they were looking to get creative with a seasoned international bowler, I don't think it's the sort of thing that should be completely off the agenda. I don't know. It's an odd thing to say for someone that barely plays red ball cricket. I appreciate that. Dawson on strike. He's 13. Nice cut shot. Good stop. In there at point. Marcus Stoinis to his right like a goalkeeper. Drags it down. Little chest bump with Labuschagne. Stays at 7 for 120.
Swepson, Pakistan, only fair, wasn't it?
Well, what I would say about Pakistan is it's misunderstood, I reckon, as a country in terms of the surfaces. Abbott bowls and Dawson, for the second time in 2 overs, gets into the scoop position before the bowler's even close to the crease. So thus, Abbott simply bangs it in shorter, and he's no chance of catching up with it.
Going to work on his technique when he's doing that, and Dawson, or he's going to wear one.
Yeah, I mean, Pakistan was concrete, and it wasn't spinning, it was just attritional. It was more for the finger spinners. Sri Lanka, on the other hand, Gaul in that first test match turned square, and he took some lovely wickets in that test match, Swepson. Bowling here is Abbott, short, and pulled down hard into the onside. Mitch Marsh collects at mid-wicket, but he's outside the ring. They get a single on the arm. Dawson 14, 7 for 121. He didn't bowl quite so well in the second test, Swepson, when Sri Lanka levelled the series. They batted for a couple of days there, and there was really nothing for Lionel Swepson. Much flatter track. So food for thought there. Ashton Agar was in the touring squad.
Traditionally, they've been not likely to make a replacement, when they put so much time into Swepson.
That's true. Abbott bowls, and Curran down the leg side doesn't even bother trying to play it. You're right, that it's as though they've been developing as their projects for 4 or 5 years. I think his first tour was 2017 to India, and it took him until 2022 to get his test. Ashton Agar was on the tour of Pakistan and didn't play. John Holland came out to Sri Lanka. It's the spinner who wasn't used. Glenn Maxwell nearly got a game as the third spinner in Sri Lanka. You might remember he was going to bat 8 and replace Mitchell Starc in that second test. Didn't quite come to fruition. Abbott here, up to the crease, bowls to Curran, who goes up and over the top of mid-off. At least he tries to. Hazelwood, easy catch in the end. It was a matter of time for Curran, kept trying to play that shot, opening up the offside. But the false stroke ends up in the safe hands of the vice-captain. England, 8 for 122. Curran's gone for 12.
You try and sense intent with the England batsman to get somewhere near this total. It's not. It's sort of bringing the game to its ultimate end is the motivation. They've got no hope of getting anywhere near this Australian score. It looks as if it's going to finish up one of the highest victories by a international team in a one-day international here at the MCG. The way it's heading, but this is going to be just a walk in the park for the Australians.
Yeah, it's going to be a thumping victory one way or the other. So it's 8 for 122 with drinks on the field, in England 2 wickets away from a heavy defeat.
SEN presents Australia's Best Balls against England. Brought to you by Nutcare, Australia's #1 essential grooming product for men down under. When talking premium balls, it's hard to go past the king himself.
First ball in Test cricket in England for Shane Warne. And he's done it. He started off with the most beautiful delivery.
Australia's Best Balls against England. Thanks to Nutcare, premium quality grooming products for men down under, from down under. Nutcare.com.au.
Last ball of the 15th over. Top edge out towards the bowler. Cummins says it's mine, and it is his. Billings caught and bowled for 7. Abbott is bowling it. Spins, top edge, high down the fine leg. Mackenzie Harvey underneath takes the catch. Butler is on strike. He's opened up. He's sliced the ball. He's going to get caught at points. And that is the end of the England captain. Zampa bowls to the new man, Wokes, who's wrapped on the pad. Zampa liked it. He got him first ball. Eight for 122. Drinks break complete. England require, for what it's worth, 242 runs. Now, you were asking Scoop before the break where that fits in terms of heaviest defeats. It'll comfortably be the heaviest defeat here at the G. It's 162 runs when England were pumped by Australia in February 1999. Looking through it, it was a 275-run victory for Australia against Afghanistan in Perth during the World Cup of 15. 257 runs South Africa beat the Windies by in the 15 World Cup as well at Sydney. And then, yes, at the moment, this is on the podium as the third. They might get a rally from here. David Willey can hold a bat, made 34 not out from 40 balls in the first one day at Adelaide. Pretty good player coming in at 10, but yes, it has the stench of death about it at the moment, this game. Sean Abbott gets himself a second wicket. He tries to give himself every opportunity to be in that World Cup squad next year. Abbott Has 4 out, but mid-off and mid-on are up. Willie here, facing up his first ball, driving nicely out through cover. There'll be a single there. It'll be the end of the 29th over, 8 for 123 with Dawson on 14 and Willie off the mark, retaining the strike. We've got a text in here for you, Scoop. Have you ever watched a memorable sporting event at a pub abroad? I assume that's from Brett talking about the Football World Cup. Have you ever found yourself in a far-flung corner of the world watching a football game or a cricket match? Major event, something like that. Olympics final.
Yeah, I was in America watching this year's preliminary finals in the footy. The Swans and the Magpies. That was an extraordinary game of footy.
Yeah.
Extraordinary game of footy.
Centre. Wonderfully called by the team on SEN, including Gerard, of course. Trying to scan the brain. I'm sure I have. I can't quite put my finger on it. Good question, Brett. I'll take it on notice. Here's Zampa. He's got 3 for 18 from 4. Bowling to Willie, who's beaten outside the off stump. There's the wrong 'un. And Willie has no idea about it. He bowls balls like that, Zampa. You think, well, gee, that would be quite useful on an Indian turning track. It would do a lot more than it's doing on a MCG white ball surface. Gets to the crease again. Southern stand end. Bowls to Willie. Turns him into the onside. He's 2, 8 for 124. Shane Warne stand side, I should say. That's hardwired into my head, calling it the Great Southern Stand.
You'll get there.
It'll be a great day here on Boxing Day, won't it? When go through the broader formalities of the Shane Warne stand on a special day on the sporting calendar.
Looking forward to that series. Both bowling attacks. You know, I just think they're first rate, both of them. So
it's tremendously exciting watching the England-South Africa Test matches over there this year when they're up and about. They've got 4 bowlers with strike rates of sort of 45 or better, and they're quick. Zampa bowls here. Oh, leg before shout. Dawson goes across his stumps. It's given not out. Well, Zampa says just go, please, and Cummins, of course, will oblige. His senior spinner felt like if he didn't catch him on the full, it was on the half volley. If it was on the half volley, given the way that Zampa has the ball hitting the stump so often, you'd have to think Dawson's in a fair degree of strife.
There was a voice there that said, I don't think he hit it, I don't think he hit it. I'm assuming that was Marnus Labuschagne.
Usually is.
Coming up now.
Umpire Rod Tucker. Oh,
very close to the glove.
They're going to have to go through all the technology here because it's very close to the glove.
Leg side there, onside hotspot, please.
Before we get through.
It's gone close to the glove there. Just rock and roll that for me if you could, please.
First impression, Scoop?
Nothing on hotspot on the glove.
Outside leg.
Or the bat there. So can we go to RTS or Snicko when it's ready, please?
So nothing on hotspot.
I want to confirm. Yep, thank you.
Snicko Gazumps hotspot.
Bat there. Just go back and forward a couple of times because I'm trying to watch a few things at once here. So I've got a flat line. The ball hasn't reached the bat yet. It's flat line. It's gone under the glove. Okay, so there's no bat involved. So we can go to ball tracking when it's ready.
Rock and Rod Tucker doing the rock and roll there, back and forth.
Now, Paul. Impact is in line.
2 reds.
And it's missing the wicket.
Missing off stump.
So you can stay with your original decision.
The rarely spotted Adam Zampa leg break. Nice piece of bowling, really. And the decision of your former teammate, Paul Rifle, is endorsed by the technology. Zampa can't believe it. They're giving him a fair bit of stick here. I think they're saying something similar to what I did. You spun it that far, Zamps. The reaction is priceless on our screen for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. That'll be gift, I'm sure, and go viral on socials. Naturally, Marnus Labuschagne is the most enthused. So Zampa goes again, bowls to Dawson. He goes across the line, down towards mid-on, on the bounce. Good stop. Labuschagne in the game again. They get a single. 8 for 124, halfway through over number 30. They're still 239 runs away from their victory target, 2 wickets in hand.
Not great when your teammates are mesmerised because you spun one, go into complete shock.
Very good. Zampa Stumped to Willie, who dances and takes him down towards long on the bounce. Ends up at our corner. Willie 3, 8 for 126. Got James in on the text. He's a 15-year-old watching the drawn grand final, must be 2010, at a pub in Broken Hill. That's his. I don't think it doesn't quite count if it's interstate. You've got to be somewhere where they don't really know what's going on. But I'm sure you had a great day, James. Zampa delivers here on back foot. Dawson tucking. Retaining the strike, 30 overs gone, 8 for 127.
Toro's 100% grass-fed mowers lead the charge, like the powerful Time Cutter MX4275 My Ride or the compact ES3000 72-volt battery ride-on mower. And Toro's newest breed, the 36cm 60-volt recycler battery mower. Toro's legendary performance with the benefits of battery power. Charge into your local Toro dealer and get 0% interest for up to 1,000 days.
Approved applicants only. Fees, conditions and minimum finance amount of $250 applies. Credit by Hum Cards. Offer ends 30 November 2022. See torocatalog.com.au.
The reason we're talking about watching sporting events in pubs. It's the World Cup. Catch Australia's opening match of the 2022 FIFA World Cup against France live across the SEN network from 6 a.m. Socceroos legend Archie Thompson's there on the call. 6 a.m. for the whistle. Australia played France in the World Cup opener 4 years ago, and they'll do so again tomorrow morning. Early start on SEN. Chris Rogers jumps in.
Where were you that day? Can you remember?
For the France game. I was watching Australia play England in a one-day international. I was at Cardiff. I'm always watching Australia play England somewhere, seemingly. Mitch Marsh back into the attack to Dawson. Up towards mid-wicket. It'll clear the two fielders in that direction. In the end, Hazelwood from mid-on does the collection. Dawson up to 18 with a couple. 8 for 129. Where were you during that France game? Do you remember?
Yeah, I was in a pub in Green Park in the UK, I remember. It's like an old man's pub.
Nice. I watched one of the Peru game in the last World Cup in a pub in London. Good experience. Marsh bowls here into Dawson. Swing and a miss. Again, that's clearly Marnus Labuschagne through the stump, Mike. Could only be one Australian cricketer making noises like that. 2 wickets in hand for England. What about you? What's the best sporting event you've seen in a pub in a different part of the world? Have a think about it as Marsh takes off from our end, broadcast end. Into Dawson, bowls here. Dawson makes room, edges and caught behind. Tried to fly it over the onside. Marsh a bit quicker on him. Finds the edge, and Carey does the rest, moving away to his right. He gets a big hug from his mate Marcus Stoinis as Dawson departs for 18. England 1 wicket away from a massive loss. They're 9 for 129.
Yep.
Yep. Special
my main
comments from
worry
Simon
here at the
O'Donnell.
moment is, as it's the evening is set upon us, it's got dark. There's a lot more seagulls in, and we've got this open window in front of us. I'm a bit afraid one's going to fly in.
We
should just be careful, okay?
We had this happen in Pakistan where we were broadcasting outside, and not a seagull, but you know those huge kites, those massive birds. Waqar Yunus had one land right on top of where the umbrella he was commentating on top of us. Even as someone that's obviously spent most of his life in Pakistan, he was quite taken aback by the whole thing. As was I. He fell out of the chair. Right, where are we? 9 for 129. So the margin at the moment, if they were to take this wicket, would be 234 runs. Goodness me.
Ollie got 4 wickets, Ollie Stone. If he can bat well here, it could be man of the match. For England.
Simon O'Donnell squeezing the sponge. Every last drop. Fair enough. Mitch Marsh in the book, and fair enough too. He's bowled 4.5 overs, 1 for 14, the all-rounder, and he bowled well early on.
Had the catch dropped down by Adam Zampa down at deep third man.
Second slip jumps in. Stone to face his first ball. Can Marsh finish it here straight away? Leg before, shout. Will the finger follow? It will not. Just trending down the leg side, and Marsh doesn't seek a second opinion. Happy to go back to his mark. We're enjoying this. We're getting a total crowd number for the series, 42,827. Crowd tonight that we've got, 10,406, which is going to make it the lowest attended one-day international ever at the MCG, I'm afraid.
Ouch.
Marsh into Stone, second ball, drives through the covers, nice shot. He'll get a boundary for that, out towards the Olympic stand. Stone off the mark, second ball, 9 for 133. Well played.
That was a classical cover drive from the number 11. I think the Aussie players are just having a little bit of fun with DRS after that ball from Adam Zampa that pitched and was to be missing off stump. I think that's why they were talking about.
Come back to that. Marsh into Stone, bowls again. Stone beaten with a beautiful delivery over the top of off stump. If he can keep it going like that all summer, he'll be a real handful in all the formats. 31 overs gone, 1 wicket to get. 9 for 133 England.
The richest greyhound racing series in the world is here, Melbourne, the Dream Chasers. The Sportsbet Group 1 Melbourne Cup and Group 1 Bold Trees will be run and won this Saturday night, November 26 at Sandown Park, with entertainment from Stand and Deliver and DJ Joel Fletcher. Experience the best greyhounds in Australia on track at Sandown Park. Sportsbet Dream Chasers, the evolution of greyhound racing. Check out the dining and entry offers now at dreamchasersfestival.com.au.
So Adam Zampa has 3 wickets. He took 4 at Sydney and finished it off. Can he do the same here? Bowling to Willie on 3. 4 men out. Loves to go hard. Willie here pulls out towards deep square leg, gets 4. No one in that direction. Out behind square to where the Australian bench is. 9 for 137. Willie 7 from 5 balls. First boundary. Only knows how to play one way, David Willie, doesn't he?
Well, I think they're going to leave that gap open and say you can play that shot 6 times.
Yep.
And hopefully get a top edge or miss one and get LBW.
Zampa bowling, the Palmy Army playing the Neighbours song. Willie goes straight back over his head and straight enough to beat long off as well, and it thumps into the advertising boards. We see a little spark coming out of that. So back-to-back boundaries, 8 for 141. Willie to 11 from 6 balls. Again, good shot.
Well struck.
I'd love to finish it here. Zampa over the wicket, bowls to Willie, making room, hacking away to deep mid-wicket. That's not as pleasant on the eye, our replays. And our screen on night tyre power replay, your tyre experts, they get 1 there, 9 for 142. Willie 12. Have you thought it through? The best sporting event you've seen overseas? There must be plenty, Bucky, given how much time you've spent in the UK.
The 99 World Cup, when Warney brought us back from what looked like a certain loss against South Africa.
Zampa bowls to Stone, 1 wicket to get, and he's bowled! That's the match and the series, 3-0. Zampa finishes with 4 for 31. Stone tried to heave it out to the onside, lost his off stump. England all out for 142. And Australia win by a thumping margin of 221. By some margin, the biggest victory on this ground in all the 150 one-day internationals played here, Chris Rogers. Comprehensive.
Yeah, and not unexpected as well. I think all the noises that were coming from the England camp leading into this game were almost kind of, let's just get this game over and done with and head home. And they probably played that way as well. They needed a little bit of luck at the start, but Warner and Head were imperious. And from there, it was one-way traffic, and you know, it wasn't really even a fight at the death there for England. They knew they were done, so were prepared to just try and swing their way out of it, and ended up getting bundled out.
Bucky Rogers, good luck in the Shield game this week. We'll hear you next on SEN Cricket in Adelaide for the second test between Australia and the West Indies. Until then, go well.
Good on you, Paulo.
See you, Coach.
Good on your side.
We'll stay on the call with, or the post-game with Simon O'Donnell and myself, Adam Collins, as we wait for the formalities. And Travis Head will surely be player of the match for his 3rd one-day 100. 152 from 130 deliveries, a 269-run stand with David Warner, who made 106, his first international century since January 2020. And Mitchell Marsh chipped in for some fun, 30 from 16. Then when Australia bowled. It was Zampa, his second four-for of the series, 4 for 31 from 5.4. Pat Cummins, 2 wickets in 2 overs in his second spell, 2 for 25 from 6. And Sean Abbott, 2 for 45 from his 8 overs. It was thorough, it was clinical, it was comprehensive. England never really stood a chance in pursuit of 364 because Australia just bowled so well.
Once they had that launch pad, Australia, from Head and Warner, the game was sort of all much out of England's hands. And then when they couldn't get any rhythm in the first 10 or 15 overs of their innings and were losing wickets, the Australians were bowling as professionally as they always do, weren't giving them any opportunity to score freely, and the game just dwindled out then. England didn't have the fight they would usually have. They came here, they conquered, they wanted to go home after they got the prize that they came here for, and they slipped 3 one-dayers in at the end of it. Possibly if they didn't make the final of the 2020 World Cup and won the trophy, it may have been a more competitive series. But the Australians, it's a nice little victory for them, a consolation prize, if you like, for a disappointing 2020 World Cup.
Yeah, the white ball stretch of the summer comes to an end, and it's only the 22nd of November. But such as it is with scheduling and all the rest of it, England all out 142. Top score was Jason Roy. It was 33 when dismissed league before wicket by Pat Cummins. James Vince made 22. They were the only 2 players to reach 20. Moeen Ali, 18. And it's a pretty sorry sight after that. Liam Dawson also made 18 down at number 9. All out in 31.4 overs. And yes, they were 221 runs short of their target, which was 364 adjusted for Duckworth, Lewis, Stern, and all the rest of it. So, yes, England, it feels like a missed opportunity for them a little bit, doesn't it? I mean, they have played quite poorly with the bat through, certainly in Sydney and Melbourne, and there are a raft of players who weren't in that World Cup squad who are going to come away from this series with not only not a lot to show for it, but not a lot to take from it from a personal perspective either.
Yeah, again, I just think, when you come on a journey to the other side of the world and you set yourself to do what England did, and that's win the main tournament here, I just couldn't see them getting up for this.
Right.
And I know, people can say it's pride in representing your country and all that sort of thing, but and there is a lot of pride in this team because that was shown the way they won the 2020 World Cup. So I don't begrudge them for being a little off their game 10 days after they had that magnificent victory here at the MCG. I think that was really to be expected once they achieved what they achieved.
So Adam Zampa took 3 wickets at Adelaide, 4 for 45 at Sydney, and a further 4 wickets tonight. That's a cracking series for him. Does he just nudge out Steve Smith, the player of the series, or indeed Travis Head, who made a half century at Adelaide and 152 today? There's some good options there.
There's some good options. Yeah, some good options. I think my vote probably goes with Smith because those runs were, in crucial rubbers. The 4 for Zampa tonight is probably not as valuable. It's only a little bit better than Smith's sort of cameo this evening. So, that's being harsh. But England had given up the ghost, and Zampa's probably got 3 that he would generally have to work a lot harder for than he had to tonight. Yeah,
Adam Zampa, you look at his numbers this year, he's been phenomenal. He's got 30 wickets, and once you calculate that, it'll be an average of about 15 in this form of the game. And he led the world back in 2016 for wickets. I wouldn't be surprised if he does so again in 2022. And it does sort of kick along that conversation that maybe he might have another life as an Australian Test bowler if they choose to go with someone who, every time seemingly Zampa plays in this form, he has an influence on the game.
He does, and he's become so efficient at it because he plays so much of it. So, he knows his craft. He knows it back the front. You see there tonight, bowling wrong-uns to batsmen that come in first, and he's able to pitch them perfectly. I mean, he's so robotic at what he does here. And not that he bowls the same ball all the time, but, he gets it to pitch. And that's not an easy thing for a leg spinner. That's probably why he's a bit quicker through the air and you don't see the flight, because he is trying to get that bit more pace on it and make sure that he gets it down there as quick as he can with a bit of spin on it. He's one of the best slow bowlers in this form of the game, and obviously 20-over cricket. He's earned his spot there, and he deserves to be getting the accolades he gets because he performs time after time at the level.
And then there's the Test opening bowlers, Josh Hazlewood and Pat Cummins. I mean, their figures of 1 for 21 and 2 for 25 don't really tell the story, do they? They were just immaculate.
But they made sure they just choked England first up. You know, they just said, well, too bad, boys. We're here to play, and we've got 364. You've got no hope.
I think we're picking up Isha Gui here for player of the match. Here it is, Travis Head.
130 deliveries. Travis, your third one-day ton, back at the top of the order alongside David Warner, and your first international century since the birth of your baby daughter. How special was it?
Yeah, it's nice. Haven't got many runs since she's been born, so nice to contribute. And yeah, nice to be batting with Davey. Obviously, our partnership's been nice so far. It's looked after us, and hopefully many more to continue. Not the easiest of wickets to bat on at times. What was the key for you? Yeah, trying to stay positive. I actually rode my luck a little bit in my first probably 30 or 40 runs, but yeah, when it was in the right area, it was tough, and we've seen that tonight. So nice to get away with it, nice to have some luck and then contribute. What is it about this partnership? Third century stand. You went on to make 200 together, 269 in fact, and that's 3 century stands in 7 innings batting together at the top. Yeah, I just think we're both placed very similar. We both try and take it on. We've both been very positive, and when I guess one's gone off each other. So when it's been Davies Day, I was sort of taking a back seat till I was able to get away and score quite well. I ended up facing a lot of balls in the first 10. So, but yeah, I think we just feed off each other well. We obviously like attacking the bowling, and yeah, it's been a nice start. Congratulations once again, all the best in the Test series. Thank you. Travis Head, the player of the match for today. Now on to the player of the series, Adam Zemper, finishing 11 wickets at an economy of 5.13. But for his 208 runs at 69 and a strike rate of 102, it's David Warner. You can collect your player of the series. The smaller one, sorry. That's the team one. David, you've collected a few of these in your time, but how much does this mean to you? Oh, look, I think this is just, to the team. I think we played fantastic this series. We know, obviously, England with the World Cup and a long tournament, these games are quite hard to be able to get up for. But, look, we played exceptional cricket. The bowlers did a fantastic job, and the batters just went out there and tried to execute as well as we could, especially in the power play, and we managed to do that. Missed out on the century in the first one-day international. You get one here. Kath mentioned in the interval that this could be the last one-day international on Australian soil for a long while, so I guess you have to savour these moments. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, look, 2024 is a long time away. There's a lot of cricket to be played in between there, obviously with all 3 formats. So, look, if I can keeping fit, scoring runs and doing the best I can for the team, yeah, I might be here. Now, it was announced a couple of days ago that you would be able to appeal for your lifetime ban on captaincy. We've obviously seen Josh Hazlewood captain in this series. Is that something that you would have your eye on if you had the opportunity to? I think we've got a fine man here, Paddy Cummins, that's doing a fantastic job for Australia. So, look, for me, it's about, just making sure that I can, contribute to the team, hand down some of my knowledge, obviously, and some experience. But for me, it's about, if I can overturn that a little bit some way, maybe captain a big bash team. I like to stay in, obviously in Australian cricket as much as I can and help the younger generation come through. And, that's what means the most to me about the next generation coming through and making sure that we're, keeping a good eye on the next 10 years. Congratulations on your award once again, and all the best in the Test series coming up. Cheers, thanks. David Warner, the player of the series. Now to welcome up the losing captain, Jos Buttler. Jos, it was always going to be difficult with the one-day series so soon after those amazing celebrations here at the MCG for the T20 World Cup. But what do you take from this series?
Yeah, we tried our best. We fell a long way short. I thought Australia outplayed us in every department, and all credit to them.
You left in September for a worldwide tour, those games against Pakistan, then some matches against Australia ahead of the T20 World Cup, and that's 3 series wins, so still plenty to be proud of.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots to be proud of. Don't need a very long memory to remember the scenes here last week. So we got exactly what we wanted from coming here, and we're very proud of that.
OK, all the best with your travel back to the UK and some time off, no doubt, as we welcome up the captain of the winning side, Pat Cummins. You'll be able to lift that trophy very, very shortly with the rest of your teammates. But first of all, how proud are you of what you've achieved this series?
It's been fantastic. All 3 games, everything's really clicked. The bowlers have all wanted to bowl and done a job, and the batters have been fantastic. So good to finish it off here with, that's just about the best ODI I think I've been part of.
What made it so good?
Just that opening partnership. They came off and said the wicket was a bit tricky. We didn't believe them, but it was a really tricky wicket out there. But even all the other guys coming in and having a crack at the end, just everything's clicked.
You wouldn't mind a wicket like this to bowl on when it comes to the test matches, surely?
Yep, just roll out the same. All 5 tests would be lovely.
Now, obviously, a lot of people putting their hands up, but what was the most pleasing performance for you?
I think, Trav Head, the way he's really stepped into Finch's role, opening batting in one-day cricket is so important. You can set up the whole innings, and he's done it in all 3 games. It's looked seamless with Davey straight away. A bit more depth. Saw Sean Abbott out there tonight. Ash Agar played a big part in a couple of games. It's been great.
And I suppose it gives you a lot of confidence going into the Test series coming up next week.
It does, yeah. It's a lot of this ODI sides playing in a week's time for the Test, and we just love playing in front of our home crowds here in every summer. It's the best time of year for us, so we can't wait.
Pat, thanks very much for your time. You can lift that trophy. Congratulations to you and your team on completing a series victory here at the MCG in a clean sweep, 3-0 over England.
So a modest trophy lift there from Pat Cummins, and a very brisk interview from Joss Butler. He said, we tried our best, we just weren't good enough. And for the particulars, it was Travis Head as player of the match for his 152 from 130 balls. And we didn't even mention David Warner for player of the series, Scoob. And you look at his numbers in 2022, 13 innings, 552 runs at 43, a century. First time for more than 1,000 days today that he's raised his bat for a ton for Australia, and 4 other 50s, a strike rate of 93. And I mean, it adds up to a guy who clearly isn't on the wane, despite the fact that maybe some thought that he might have been a couple of years ago.
Yeah, no, he's had a good series, and he probably wanted that off a World Cup that was underachievement for him. And the Australian team, he wanted to put his name back in lights, and that's exactly what he's done. And that's what he needs to do at the back end of his career now. Consistency is the key, because there's the excuse of some of these players getting that bit older if things don't start to go their way and they lose that bit of consistency. So it's a key for him now to keep playing at that level to keep his spot in an Australian team.
Pat Cummins, the instruction to the curators is clear. Give us 5 of these. I mean, the MCG track, as we kind of get towards the end of our broadcast here, but a word for that. It has been such an improved surface in the last 3 summers. We've seen a genuine contest between ball and bat, which wasn't the case 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah, I think it's great that we see that here now, and you can still bat and make runs on it. I mean, the opening partnership was dynamic, and it may have been tricky, but if you applied yourself, you could still score runs, and we saw that through Warner and Head. So look, I think that lack of application, I don't blame them one bit. England weren't here as an England team tonight. I don't think they've been here for the series. It's great Australia's won it, clean sweep. It gives them a bit of confidence, but all in all, England, I don't think we played a competitor that was playing to their best in all 3 one-days.
Scoob, you put in a massive shift today from breakfast radio through until whatever it is now, about 10:15 local time. Thank you for those contributions. Shortly, it'll be the Global Game World Cup edition before a massive morning of World Cup football. Australia up against France from 6 a.m. across the entire SEN network. And, of course, SEN Cricket returns next Wednesday for the first Test live from Perth Stadium between Australia and the West Indies. Australia, clean sweep, 3-0 over England tonight, winning by 221 runs at the MCG. Good night. Willie delivers here. Head over the top of long on, gets all of that over the rope.
Now his head stands upright, high bat lifts, drives straight past the stumps at the non-striker's end. What a stylish way to bring up a half-century. Head on the advance, clouts it straight down the ground into the side screen for 6. Dave Warner on strike. From the crease, he swings deep into the mid-wicket field for 6. Plays back, tucks him around the corner. It's off for a single, his 50th run.
Stone bowls here. Head straight back over his head for the second time in a couple of overs. Wokes delivers to Head on 96. Gets plenty of that. Lovely shot out towards deep backward point. And that's his century. Travis Head, wonderful return to this one-day international side.
Wilson around the wicket, bowls. Head opens things up, goes straight, takes on long on, hangs it right into the stands, and it's caught 8 rows back.
The individual milestone for Warner as well. On the cusp of it here on 97, down, pass long off, should get a boundary, does get a boundary. David Warner's had to wait for nearly 3 years to raise his bat for Australia. Back to Warner on 106, facing Stone round the wicket. He pulls out towards deep mid-wicket, doesn't find the gap, is taken running back with the flight by David Wheatley. Head again, hit on up, and he gets bowled. Travis Head loses his middle stump. Bales go flying in the air.
Mitch Marsh has the strike. And he's caught whackety-whack into the stands at deep mid-wicket, 15 rows back. That's the biggest hit yet. Last ball of the innings. 3:53 on the board. Stone bowls to Labuschagne, who drives him away to deep mid-wicket. He hairs through for the first. He'll take his chances getting back for the second, and he forces a fumble from Willie. So 2 more to finish it off. It's a record-breaking innings for Australia on the MCG. It finishes 5 for 355.
Here is Cummins bowling to Roy, 2 slips as well, played on the bounce out through backward point. That'll be his second boundary. Milan suffered a few slumps as well, facing here, inside edge, through to Carey. Milan's gone for 2. Lovely take from the wicket-keeper, moving to his right. Bowling here to Roy on 11. Who turns it into the onside, past the square leg umpire. Great timing.
Last ball of Hazelwood's over. He's conceded just the 1 run. Roy is going to take him for 4 off the last ball.
Cummins gets to the crease, bowls to Roy, hits him on the pad, shuffled across his stumps. Umpire Wilson gives it out. 2 slips for Cummins to finish. Bowls here and Billings drives down the ground. Lovely shot. Classical off drive. Boundary second ball. Last ball of the 15th over. Top edge out towards the bowler. Cummins says it's mine. And it is his. Billings caught and bowled for 7.
Abbott is bowling it.
Vince, top edge. High down the fine leg.
Mackenzie Harvey underneath takes the catch. Butler is on strike. He's opened up. He's sliced the ball. He's going to get caught at points. And that is the end of the England captain. Zampa bowls to the new man, Wokes, who's wrapped on the pad. Zampa liked it. He got him first ball. Just beyond the halfway mark. Bowen dances down the pitch, splices it to long on and perishes. Marnus Labuschagne takes the catch.
Brooks bowls to Curran, who goes up and over the top of mid-off. At least he tries to. Hazelwood, easy catch in the end. Dawson bowls here. Dawson makes room, edges and caught behind. Zampa bowls to Stone. 1 wicket to get, and he's bowled. That's the match and the series. 3-0. Zampa finishes with 4 for 31. Stone tried to heave it out to the onside. Lost his off stump. England all out for 142. And Australia win by a thumping margin of 221.